Hello, everybody, and welcome to a stream. It's happening. We're here. Look at
Welcome to
Jake.
Scott's bedroom voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you just woke up.
Hey. Hey, wait. So
Hey,
Brittany went
man.
around the house and got a whole bunch of we had these already, but she put a bunch of cute little bowls full of cough drops in various areas of the house to make sure I'd always have them around, including my office. And she's like, "Oh, it's like when you go to old people's house and they have Werther's Originals, except cough drops." I was like, "Thanks, sweetheart."
Yeah, I don't think she did that to be
you-
nice to you. I think she did that because she's fucking tired of hearing you cough and was like, just eat the damn cough drop.
Yeah.
And you are at an old person's house now.
No, my wife is young and vivacious.
Well, that's clearly not who I was talking about.
Oh, she's 38, so young. Keegan's like, "Oh shit."
I mean,
Even she's
comparatively.
All right. Hi, everybody. We haven't played in a while, so I genuinely don't remember where we left off. And then Wade made a joke. Oh, it's a good thing it's not going to be a heavy RP session with us going to Loshev, and it sounds like the plague came through town. And I was like, "Oh fuck! I think that's actually where we left off."
It is.
I think you
Yep.
guys were either
Yep.
in the
We were
camp.
like,
Hammerhead
man,
is
we
ours.
better stop by and see how Curve Rock's doing. And Henta after everything went down. And she's got our swords. Oh, and Jim Smith while we're here.
Right.
I think we were literally on the way to Jim Smith. Yeah.
Oh god. Well, Jim Smith has been sick before. Maybe he's just sick again.
He has, yes. He made me Koa to rub his back
Dude,
again.
if you make us fucking have to heal this bastard again because you are sick, I'm going to punch you in the dick.
Well, I mean,
Well, it's only gonna cost you a few silver.
Nothing has ever cost us a few silver. Nothing in this whole world. People have mansions and houses that make 1 copper a day. We're like, dude, I'd like a drink, and it's like, well, it's 3 gold at this establishment. Also, if you want to go to this party, it's 120 gold a night.
Yeah, that party was fucked.
well, they know how to party, you know?
I don't think they do. I think they can be a lot more efficient. You
This
know,
NPC is very important. They might need that 5 gold health potion you spend all your money on to live.
2 seconds later, hit by axe. All right.
Oh, I do have good news, Scott. In 10 days, you'll have another opportunity to forget my birthday.
Woo!
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is there any birthdays around then that I can tie that to so I don't forget? My dad is the 21st.
It is, man. Why does it have to be tied to someone else's?
I don't even know all my
matter
siblings'
enough on his
birthdays.
own.
I genuinely don't even know all my siblings' birthdays.
This guy literally just went, is there anyone important I can tie that to so I can remember?
Right?
Oh, yeah, Teddy Roosevelt. Wasn't his birthday around
Who
there?
will actually pester
White
me
guy.
about their birthday?
I think I know all my parents' birthdays, but I'm not even sure of that one. To be fair, I have 4 parents, so
That is a good place to opt out, Jake. I don't blame you at all.
sorry. It's a lot of birthdays. A lot of people get in Perth, you know.
My God.
It'd be convenient if y'all
No.
just chose one day a month and just shared it, you know.
You'd forget. Be like, what day is it this month? It's the same one it's been the last 48 months, Scott. What do you want us to do?
I can't even refute that.
Has it always been the 11th? Yes.
I can't
We
even
picked the
refute-
day with 2 of the same number, so it'd be easy to
Oh my
remember.
God, January 1st, February 2nd, March 3rd. Oh, then you can't forget because it's the day of the month.
I believe in you. I think you could.
I believe in you, too.
I think you could.
Also, if you guys were confused last week about the announcement of don't have kids and then no stream, so were we.
Yeah.
There were no more updates for us than there were for you. I was out of town and I was more available.
Yeah, Wade was like, wait, so no stream? And I just took a screenshot of the 2 posts about Scott having kids. But yep, those are the announcements. There they are.
I was like, maybe there's a private chat that they're all 3 in and they're discussing this right now.
Oh no, we
No.
gotta stop being funny. We might kill Scott.
That's kind of my goal tonight. I want the price of Ricolo to go up.
Oh, jeez. I am pouring. I'm literally pouring sweat from coughing.
Guilt?
You guys are making me laugh. No guilt. Okay. All right. Hype train level 1 done. Yay.
Anon, you're at the wrong stream if you're spending money.
Oh, I know Anon. All right. So, you guys last left off. I remember what happened in the first camp that you went to, and I remember going to the second one, and I remember the flee to just barely get out of there, stayed the night, then spent like more or less a half day recovering at the bandit camp, 2 days of travel, whatever it's been, to get to Loshev. I remember talking on the bridge to the young fox that was there.
Yep.
And I remember
yeah.
talking to the
Tyreek.
Thank you, Tyreek. I was going to say sheriff, but yeah, Tyreek is more accurate because sheriff
Constable, I believe.
title constable. Yeah,
He's
that you guys know
fucking
more than
Mikhail's girl, and he's rounding up the dude.
I'm sorry, what was that first?
He was fucking Mikhail's girl, and he's rounding up the bird man, but not like the bird man that Jaaek and Aldo were all about, but like the guy who carrier pigeon man. I don't know.
Oh,
That's a wild sentence.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
He was indeed going to round up the bird spaceman. And Mikhail claimed no ownership over anyone at any point. They're very against that in Adir, allegedly.
Now I'm just thinking of like a picture of Aldo dressed up as a bird inside of like a NASA like space outfit. He's a bird.
He's a bird spaceman.
Yeah.
Are
We
any
can
of
make
us
it happen.
capable of developing
could.
a space program in Adir?
This isn't Civ 5 or whatever. There's no
What's the
space.
Washington Monument?
Oh yeah. They were going to give Aldo his stuff back.
Yeah,
That was happening
yeah. That was
in the
spoken
morning
about.
or something.
Yeah, they said more or less like, "Hey, let me get that shit for you." And I think
we
it's
also
still evening. And
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's still evening, and you were heading over to Gemsmith's house.
Yeah. We spent a long time planning out our plan of attack for the curses. I think that was last session too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was.
I feel like it's been so long, I don't know where I'm at anymore. I'm
No,
not gonna lie. Like,
with the curses attack, we don't need to rehash that. We've already done that considerably. I know what your plan of attack is, and I assume you guys to some degree do as well. And certainly, chat remembers everything. They always have the best memories, or provide the best memories. Oh, but where were we? Bullshitting chat. Back to but Jake, you were remember you're getting your shit back. It was the ring and the dagger, and then you guys were heading to Gemsmith. So
Yeah.
unless there's any more recapping, or go ahead, sir.
We found out that apparently Tony got really fucked up.
Yeah, because he didn't fight.
Yeah.
Because he kind of fought dirty.
But he just fought. Let's think it's a fair fight. No sanctioning body out here.
Well, in the bright side, he can't step on and crush Aldo and have him on the bottom of his foot anymore.
Well, did we find out what kind of fuckery it was? Like, did he lose a limb or?
They cut the back of his knee, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
They severed
Yeah.
a tendon. Yeah.
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 Whereas with what's his name, they didn't sever his tendon. They just injured him enough that it's going to be a considerable amount of heal time.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I did not take down the name of the young
That's the word.
fox person.
I have it. It's even in the world end. Give me 1 second.
I'll find it then.
Hold on.
If it's in the world end, I can find it.
Of course, you type Fox, and it's the only one that doesn't pop up. So go to Fox Organization, and I think it's Scenes. Merrigan. Merrigan. Okay. So you guys are approaching Counselor Gemsmith's house. It's still in the evening that you would arrive to go and inquire about like the gem. There were 2 gems in question, if I remember correctly. There was the one that Wade he had sent out some time ago, whatever it was, the one that was warm to the touch, orange to the color, and then there was one that you had handed to him, which is the one that you had at some point in time discovered to be like a quote universal kind of stone, but it was smaller or whatever it was, but it was a one of greater functionality. Correct. So you're going to him to check back on these elements. So let's do a. Am I wrong? You guys look a little confused, or are you just distracted?
No, that sounds right. I'm just looking through my notes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy. So we're gonna, unless there's anything else to cover, if Jake feels like he's good to go, we can start with a rap-a-tap-tap on a Gemsmith store. Jake, you good to go? He's like you're lost, so I just want to make sure we find you.
No, you're good. Gemsmith's not my guy. That's Koa's guy, so he can lead this anyway, and I'll catch
Do
up.
you have a guy other than Edric?
What are you trying to say?
You're not
How many
very
guys do you have,
personable,
huh?
man.
Glad I
Like,
can-
a
Wait,
lot.
Cooler Joey was his guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was. Cooler Joey was my guy.
Dude, I've got people that are so into me, they've got 2 personalities.
I have nothing to say back to that one.
I don't feel like there's a good response to
Yeah,
that.
and they're coming at you from both sides.
They really are, yeah. One we're fucking, one's fucking up.
All right, you're sleeping with one, and the other one's whatever. All right, so Curve Rock. There you go, Jake. There's your guy.
Yeah.
Nah, Mikhail stole Curve Rock.
Oh, that's right. Mikhail did steal Curve Rock. I forgot. Yeah, that's right.
Speaking of stolen and Curve Rock, we will have to talk to him too.
So excited for this.
And Hinta. 'cause she
So on the
also
way to
fucking has our shit.
Gemsmith, Jake, you look down and you see a copper piece on the ground. Aldo does, and it reminds him of a story he wants to tell from his character's past that he just.
It's funny you say that because I definitely wasn't writing stories last night to do exactly what you're suggesting.
Yes. All right. Take it away. You found the penny. You bend over. Mikhail says, "Quite the crack." And then you're like, "Speaking of the crack," and then
It was all saved on my home PC, which
No.
is I've got no power.
Ooh,
no.
on the bright
Oh
side, though,
no!
Scott was literally offering you a penny to do his job for him.
It was a
Well,
I
I
think you
take
can still get the
I take
copper.
the copper piece.
Yeah.
So I'll add that to my sheet. Thank you. And we'll continue on the way to Munchkin Land or whatever it is we're going.
If your PCs are literally just like collecting every copper piece they can get their hands on, if they're video game overburdening their characters to bring
Yes.
it back to town to sell it, is that a
Uh-huh.
problem, or are you providing a video game quality experience?
No, it's a
feel
problem
like
with
you're
how our
going to-
DM runs this.
Yeah, I feel like Scott was going to try to take that whatever way painted him in the best light. So that is the answer. Yeah.
Yeah. See, best light, Scott. All right.
He's like,
so-
I threw this old piece of fish on the ground and you ate it. This is your fault that I'm not feeding you well.
Why don't you just eat better food?
I mean, since you said it, now we have to have what's his name, Smeagol. Fish, right? No.
And he wishes to catch your fish so juicy sweet.
See, he gets it.
Yeah,
Gets it. All right, let's go back to the game. So, or start the game even. You guys are walking up to Gemsmith's store where we left off totally like only a couple of minutes ago and not several weeks or anything like that. And there's a rap tap tap on the door. After a short period of time, longer than usual, but like noticeably. But after a short period of time, the door opens up and the servant of the house, the man of the house, does come over and opens the door and sees the three of you. And before he's even able to get his typical warm greeting, you're able to see that even he has been injured, right? So he has his arm thrown into a sling, and you can see that the side of his face has a little bit of a scar on it. Now, something that honestly will probably, if he was young, would probably heal and leave like no mark over time, or one that's so small you'd have to be awfully intimate to notice it, right? But due to his being older, likely will leave a mark there when it eventually finishes healing. So he's standing there and he opens the door, and Like I said, you notice this obviously before he says anything in case you wanted to interject, or I'll lead with him.
You're ugly. What happened? No.
Oh.
Damn. No. I would just let him. I won't say anything. Mikhail definitely will not say anything.
Fucking Austin Powers. Mole,
Probably thinks that.
mole, mole.
Just opens the door. We're all immediately staring at his wound. Good evening.
All right. So he opens the door. He sees the three of you, and he says, "Oh, if you're not a sight for sore eyes."
Why'd you make him say sore? God damn it.
Oh, good time to be in town. The
I'm good.
prices around have been slashed.
Good to see you as well.
I was
Hopefully
waiting
the
for a
evening has
legitimate answer.
treated you kindly. Hopefully this evening has treated you kindly.
He says, things have been mellow for a little bit now, but I'm sure you've already heard stories. Please come in out of the outside. I'm sure fine conversation and perhaps a pour wouldn't be denied or whatever. And he steps to the side to let you guys in. And as always, of course, you can like remove your shoes and all the same rigmarole as before. And he shuts the door for you and says, "Please, if you'll accompany me to the waiting room, and I'll let the counselor know that you've come calling." And he leads you over to the same place as always, where you usually are. And he walks off, giving you guys your typical minute or two or whatever it is of isolation. If you care to say anything to one another. If not, let me know and I'll jump to the next point.
Koa might make a quick side comment just about. Really seems everyone got affected by this venturing group.
Right? Who didn't they scrap with?
Guess we'll find out the longer we're here.
Yeah, guess so. There's no way Nathan's gonna have like wounds or anything, right? No way he participated.
He's got
Not
people to do
Nathan.
that for him.
Yeah, okay.
You would assume
need to make a
Gemsmith
bet
would
then.
as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know that Jim Smith would have. He just stops there.
Got the curve rock, apparently. I guess we'll see how he looks, too.
Yeah.
While you're standing there having this conversation with one another, if each of you could please go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All of us?
Please. As I'm adding in a disgusting amount of honey to my tea. Because tea is itself disgusting. And you have to cover the flavor of filth with anything else.
What kind of tea are you drinking?
Any.
Just all of it?
Well, this is green tea, but it's the only tea that's tolerable to me.
There we go.
Damn. I thought I rolled well.
Wow, hot damn. So, I'm going to say that it's not that Koa doesn't pick up the same smell as you guys. What he does is he picks up a rather kind of like floral scent that exists in the area. I talked about this many weeks ago, a bit of a floral scent that exists there. But Aldo is able to also pick up that floral scent, but it almost feels as though, because it's so strong like where you are, almost feels as though he gets the impression that it's strong enough, even though it's not emanating from the room that you're in. It almost feels like it's masking. Mikhail is the one that's able to pick up both the floral scent, which again is quite pungent, and small hints of that masked smell beneath it, which is almost like an egg
Sulfur
smell. Sulfur is a way to say it, yeah, but almost like somebody just recently cracked some boiling eggs.
Well, Jim Smith the Younger is here.
Or some like supernatural demon summoning shit's going on.
Por qué no los dos?
I mean, what makes you say that?
Because I watched Supernatural and sulfur and shit meant demons.
The toad he had this kind of sulfuric undertone to the scent of it. Took a lot to try to cover it up. It's about the same today.
Maybe he has more toads. Because they're really, I mean, I don't smell what you're smelling, but I can definitely tell that they're trying to mask something.
I
think
got a lot
it's
closer to it before.
Quite nice myself.
Yeah, maybe just because I ended up more familiar with it, it's standing out to me more. But I can definitely tell.
Scent like a hound.
No, I'm not a dog, but it is more familiar to me because I was closer to it. I hope he doesn't have more. That one was pretty pungent.
They're normally always so smelly. I mean, I've seen them out and about, but I've never really.
Toads? Not like that, no. Most of them are pretty neutral from, at least from this distance. Through rooms?
Maybe his one is sick or something.
And it would have had to have been sick for a really long time.
As you're talking about this, two things happen with your very high perception, Mikhail. You both hear the sounds of footsteps coming, and again, that pungent smell that you're picking up. Like I said, they notice that it doesn't feel like it's emanating from the room. It feels like just like the smell is just pungent as it is. But you're like almost getting wafts of it from the fireplace, which it's not cold right now, right? So the fireplace isn't lit. You almost get like wafts of it from the fireplace, which is strange. Usually not going to be burning things that have a sulfuric smell to them inside of a fireplace, right? But you both smell that as you hear the footsteps approaching. And based off of it sounds like two pairs of feet walking in, so likely Gemsmith is approaching. So I don't know if you go to the fireplace to investigate further, or you just bring your attention to the door as your host arrives.
No, Mikhail will probably go investigate briefly. He's mostly comfortable enough here that he's not going to offend anyone.
Absolutely. So you're not going to see, you'll hear with your back to it as you go over, and you try to look up into the fire, like try to check out the fireplace, and you take like a whiff of the fireplace as the footsteps stop at the door behind you. And it definitely smells like it's coming from there. So as you bend to like look up into the fireplace, unfortunately, I don't know if you knew this or not, but you came in the evening. And so, even if the flue was open, you wouldn't be able to see up because you neither have dark vision, nor is there a light backdrop. And that's if the flue is open, which you wouldn't be able to immediately tell without some light source to look up and see if the flue is open, because you don't know which way the bar is twisted from where you are. So you don't see anything at first, but as you peer up into there and conversation begins behind you, you definitely are getting like the smell does seem to be coming from there. Maybe from more than just there, maybe from somewhere else in the house as well, you don't know, but definitely there's a smell there right now. That being said, back behind you, where the other two are, they turn to regard the approaching footsteps. You see the man of the house walks in, and by him is Gemsmith, who is uninjured, and looks a bit sullen but happy in the eyes. But no, let me reverse that. Happy in the face, like he's giving a warm smile to the three of you, but sullen in the eyes. Like clearly, the gravity of what's been going on in town has had its effect, its weight on him. That all being said, he walks up, he greets you, and says, welcome. I'm so happy to see the three of you. I didn't know you were in town. Have you once again graced me with your presence before anybody else? And as you're responding, the two of you, he turns and gives like a half nod to the man of the house so they can go off and get whatever was discussed beforehand. You can imagine some sort of drinks or food or whatever, even though drinks are generally served inside of this place. He turns and walks off. Koa and Aldo.
Well, unfortunately, we had to stop by and see Tyreek on some business first, but the first pleasant stop.
He says, sometimes a lie goes a long way.
Not so much in my nature, I suppose.
And he'll like step forward as he's like saying this and clasps like his old hand on your shoulder, their Koa, and he gives you like a warm smile, like an old friend or like an uncle or whatever it is, and it gives a warm smile and actually will kind of like pull you in for a gentle hug, and we'll turn to Mikhail before Aldo even gets to say anything or before he even regards Aldo and says, "Is it drafty?"
Mikhail's would be heading back by now to stand with the others. Says, no, just something on the nose. I was trying to see if I could find the source.
You say that, and he does like a. I don't know if Mikhail will pick it up because he's far enough away, but certainly the other two standing near him hears like a audible grunt, as like a sound of disapproval or disappointment. Seems to just escape his body, and he says, "Well, I'll make sure I have the chimney looked into, huh?" And turns to Aldo, and he gives Aldo like a very warm like handshake, welcoming hand on the shoulder, but doesn't quite pull Aldo in for a hug because, as Jake said, it's not his guy.
Well, now I'm going to pull him in for a hug.
Oh, roll me a diplomacy check to see how it plays out.
He's good at that.
Jake's like, do I actually have to roll that?
All right, good. I was afraid of the nat 20 and him stealing my guy.
After all that shit you talked.
The best hug I've ever had. The gods themselves have noticed this hug.
Mr. Steal Your Guy.
The martyr's like throws cone is like, Aldo, embrace me. I must know what it's like.
Mikhail has his girl stolen. Koa has his guy stolen.
I can't prove it, but I know Aldo is behind this. Somehow.
We find Aldo in a Tyreek outfit later on, like with, I forget what the Trinity. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
Aldo's been stealing everyone's people here?
How long have you been Tariq?
Find him with
Tell
Nathan,
us!
both of them dressed up like birds. It's like, what the fuck's happening in here?
Shake him, the head falls off. It's a scarecrow. How long has Aldo been a scarecrow?
Tell you, after 6 o'clock is like killing me.
Old age.
My lungs fall apart. All right, where were we?
Laughing.
So he you give him a hug. It doesn't come off as awkward. It comes off as like a genuine hug. So obviously, it doesn't like it's not awkward. Just you embrace, and that more or less what is it? New level of relationship unlocked. Grabs your ass. No. And after you pull him in for a hug, it's at this point like my intention was to give Koa a hug, Aldo a handshake, and then because Mikhail wasn't there, to then just like turn and go and get drinks for everybody, not as a snub against Mikhail, but just because he wasn't standing there for like the warmth of the greeting. But at this point, if he hugs the two of you and not Mikhail, that would itself be awkward. And so there's this semi-pause as Mikhail closes the rest of the gap. So it's like this almost like full second wait as he's waiting for Mikhail to close the gap before then he goes in for a hug with Mikhail too. And for those of you that are keen enough to pick up like the situation, so more or less not Koa, you realize like it is awkward for everybody that wait for him to come over to then give him the hug. Anyways, which might make Mikhail either A, feel, oh, this is endearing that he wanted to hug me as well, or I'm an afterthought. I'll leave that to Keegan to decide.
I've been signed up for this hug. I've been fallen hugged.
All right. So
I was just happy to see all the love in the room.
After the hug descriptions are done.
Wait. When he hugs me, I want to whisper into his ear, Aldo did this. No, I'm kidding. Continue.
Aldo is the cook. No, so he goes over to the area to grab a bottle of whatever and pops it open and to pour glasses for each of you to come over and collect your own glass before you sit down and are able to have a drink with him. One of the things I'll notice is that I'll mention is that the liquor that he's offering is not his typical style. So let's say, for instance, if he's normally drinking like a cognac kind of a person, if that's the style of liquor he's doing, this time it's maybe more of like a whiskey, right? It's not the same kind of beverage he normally serves. Something that Koa and Mikhail, Koa wouldn't notice. Mikhail might or might not notice. He's tuned in into social situations, but that's not really his forte. Hands down, no question, Aldo would notice almost immediately because he would reach for it and realize the color's off before he even smelled it, and certainly before he tasted it, right? He would pick it up almost instantly. He would sit down with you. Go ahead, Jake.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That time for that profession sommelier check, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, actually,
right.
Yeah.
actually, go ahead and roll your bullshit roll. He has no skill points in this, by the way. These are fake skill
Oh.
points.
You know
I
what you
believe
should
it,
do? You should grant me just like a miscellaneous rank for this one skill.
I should, but then,
You should.
who would be behind in traits?
Oh,
Bro,
well, there you go.
bro, what was that?
That's pretty
3.
standard for this campaign, getting to roll something for the first time.
It's a legit roll for the first time. Hey, chat, you
Yeah.
want to light him up? Oh wait, no, 3s are Nick. Never mind. Sorry.
I mean, I guess you can light Nick up too, but he won't be here for it.
I forgot. 3s are Nick. I've seen him Nick's 3 times the past couple weeks. You're 2s. He's 3s. My apologies. Oh, speaking of actually, Nick, sidetrack before we get back to RP.
Oh boy.
The device that his company is working on.
Oh, okay, good.
So,
good.
so the dice are done and they're prepared to be manufactured. I got to handle the prototype of the actual like rolling pad. So I got to actually touch the rolling pad. They've done all their tests and everything for it. It's just they're still trying to line up the last details with that design and the manufacturer for it. But they're actually looking to start getting things rolling. Unfortunately, they're behind schedule. They were hoping to have things shipped out October or so to be in our hands October to November. Now it's looking like we're right not January-ish. But like a typical startup, everything's behind by months. So either
Still
way.
cool.
Yeah, it's still cool. I just hope nobody beats them to market because the concept is just insane. So that ends. I hope that whatever manufacturing company they're working with, if they are doing manufacturing in China, that they are able to disguise their IP. Otherwise, within 6 months, it's going to be flooded in the market on like 100,000 Temu websites and whatnot. Because that is what they do. They steal the IP and just immediately start flooding the market with other people's shit. It's crazy.
I miss Soldier Boy updates.
So, I don't know what that is.
He's a rapper. And,
I know
you know
who
who
Soldier Boy
Soulja
is.
Boy
I
is?
don't know what a Soldier Boy update is.
Oh, that's a thing we used to do on our podcast over the years. Even before we had Distractable, and we were just doing 3 peens in a pod. We always had Soldier Boy updates. He was selling some Soldier consoles that looked like they might have just been rip-off consoles from another country that maybe shouldn't be on the market. And they had like 6 games that I think probably didn't work. And I think maybe like 10% of people that ordered them probably got them. Allegedly.
Mhm.
And allegedly the same thing might be happening again. I saw someone tweet at me a couple days ago where it looked like there was a new Soldier console. And
A
like
sequel Soldier console.
yeah,
A
the
Soldier
company behind
sequel.
this original console was like, I don't remember giving anyone the right to sell our console like this. So just when you were talking about the stealing of the things, I was like, maybe Miss Soldier Boy, that's all. Allegedly.
Didn't you get on Nintendo's bad side with that shit too?
Probably.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not hard to do, but it's a bad radar to be on.
Did he become a streamer? Is he the one that was a streamer for a little while? He was on Twitch or
He's
whatever for
streaming.
a little while?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. One of many, but yeah.
I think we rated him once.
Oh God. Okay.
I think. I can't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure we rated him at least one time.
I know T-Pain streams.
That's
He has
funny.
for a while. Yeah.
That's funny. All right. Anyways. So he goes over and he sits down with the 3 of you. And he says, so I have to ask, how's everything going in the east? I'm sure you have questions, but you're going to indulge me first.
Koa is legitimately not sure how to answer this. So he like goes
shit,
to answer.
Aldo says.
Agreed. Shit. Beltran's still in charge, and it's going worse than you might think, even. Um, we'll deal more with that when we have the time. It's honestly not the most entertaining conversation to have, nor is it great news.
Do you know about the curses?
No, no, he does not.
So
I mean, he knows about the curses. He doesn't know the secret stuff.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
knows the public information that there are curses in the land and
So he doesn't know why he's
That
working on
we're-
these stones, the stone for us.
He knows that there's the ability for them to have that magical element, but not what you're using them for.
Yeah, he knows I'm researching them.
Yeah.
For sure. But
Because
that's
he
doesn't know my
hasn't had to
details.
be in the know. Like it doesn't make sense for him to
Sure.
be aware of that stuff.
Mhm.
Then Koa's just relatively quiet through this part. Probably noticeably quiet. Everyone knows the Guinevere situation is weighing heavily on him, and he's probably reflecting on that, but also the stuff with Beltran, and just got nothing positive to share at the moment. So he's just quiet.
Yeah, we really don't have any like good news to bring him or like fun stories. It's like horror.
So like he asks a direct question, you guys dodge the answer, and then sit there for a minute like thinking, and then you're like, yeah, we got nothing for you.
Well, I said what I said. I said it's it's going like shit. Beltran's still in charge. It's worse than you might think. It's not really entertaining news or good news. Like probably then like Mikhail's kind of like looking at him to see if he's giving him like kind of the go on, I want to hear it anyway type of expression, or if he like lets it drop. If it looks like he still wants to inquire, then we'll tell him bad news.
Yeah, he thinks for a moment and he says, and like after like a long silence, you give that response, and he like genuinely thinks for a moment, and like after like enough time passes that like he realizes that it's been a long silence, and maybe like Aldo's taken 2 or 3 sips, each of you have taken 1, maybe 2 or whatever. He finally like looks away, like blinks and like looks back, and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to decide if listening to other people's problems would make me feel better or worse. I think we can all agree worse is the right choice here."
It is often the truth, yes. Yeah. We did manage to save one person, so suppose that did come out of it.
Well, I suppose even if it's a short story, let's have a moment of celebration, and then might as well move on to your
He's
questions.
saying that because it was a halfling. It's trying to be funny. Let's see. I don't have anything else to say.
Looking at the awkwardness between the two of you after Aldo said his comment, he says, "Perhaps not good news?"
It's I mean, we spared him from a pretty terrible fate, so I suppose it could be. We haven't had much of a chance to really talk to the man, so and celebrate the fact that he didn't die in a ancient area full of spider webs.
Again, that pause this time, now that you understand, because he's trying to decide whether or not he wants to ask. If way shorter period of time goes by this time, and he says, "Well, you have questions, I'm sure. Let's get caught up."
Yeah, I do actually. Just quickly, if you eat a spider who has been growing fat from eating like humans, does that make how does that sit with you?
He thinks for a second and says, "Well, when I eat chicken, I don't think I'm eating worms or crickets or the like. certainly never eaten spider.
What if the
I don't-
chicken ate your friend?
It's like a direct and strange question. So there's a bit of a pause. And then he says, I'm not sure how I feel about it. But I think I just not do it.
What if you're starving?
Is this something that passed or just a hypothetical?
Oh, just a hypothetical for sure.
Bluff check. All of you bluff check.
Were we starving?
I'm trying to figure out if it is a hypothetical. I don't even know what's true anymore. Oh my god.
Did you roll a 3 and get an 18? God damn.
Dude, it's not. He's not human.
I was like, oh, someone rolled a 3 and got a 4. No, that was not what happened. Well, all right. I rolled the best and had the worst result, so that's cool.
Oh my god.
I miss Arjun.
I love the fact that like you say the lie, it comes off clean. Koa just kind of like takes a sip of his liquor and looks away and he doesn't notice it. And Mikhail's like, bum, bum, bum.
What are we bluffing for? Did any of that shit actually happen?
Well, he
Been so
did eat
long,
a
I'm
spider
gonna
that
say,
probably
yes, it
was
did.
eating people. Yeah.
So
Yeah, but no.
So he says,
Yeah.
so you say hypothetical, and he goes, oh, okay. Well, I imagine it's not good. I'd probably say a few prayers to the gods and afterwards. But I can understand. It's not like you yourself are cannibal. Well, it's a word that's not often said. But you wouldn't be one yourself. You would just be eating the meat of an animal or an insect. But I'd probably be giving my prayers to the gods and doing some other cleansing for due diligence. And then you can see he like looks off into the middle distance until a small shiver kind of like brings him back. And he's like, this isn't very pleasant conversation. Somehow things have gotten even darker than they were, and maybe dark enough that the mood of the conversation we're going to lead to is a bit better.
Yeah. Somehow they got darker. He like glances at Aldo for a second. This is different. Pointing at the whatever alcohol it was he served us. That doesn't.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But
Oh, so while you're probably saying that or whatever, Koa under his breath will say like, honestly, still less dark than reality.
that's not what I'm used to. You giving us here. Changing tastes.
No. Small trades had to be made. Keep things running a bit more smoothly. He shakes his head and says, fine, to your questions, but your eyes are asking well enough. You've already heard what's happened around town, I presume?
Yes.
Well, everybody has their needs, and for things to continue flowing, we have to continue trading or donating to help out those that were impacted the worst. I was able to trade my liquor, what it is I like, to get other supplies that were needed. I was able to give away some of my gems. Strange that they took some, but left most behind. They did that, you know. They came by and forced their way in. I'm sure you saw the result of that. And they came through my home. Of course, my son was not around to lend a hand, but it's not like he or I could have done much to defend the place anyways. They heard that I had my own stockade of gems, and I keep a ton in my house, but there are some here. They looked through them, selected the ones that apparently belonged to them, and surprisingly left most behind. I must say, aside from what they did to my dearest friend, rather well-behaved and greedless bandits, if I may say so myself.
Other than
Those-
breaking into people's houses to take things that don't belong to them because they think they have some sort of, I don't know, cultural inheritance.
Yes, I suppose we can be glad it didn't go worse. It's are all of the things that are happening recently either bitter or bittersweet.
I think just better. You know what? You know
Going
what
to
called
huts.
them here? Remember when we were in town last? Perhaps you weren't in town at the time. There was this strange appearance. A man-like bird was around. A
How
type
much
of
shit did this fucking bird joke cause?
corvid of sorts, like a bipedal corvid that was around. Apparently, these bandits, they're also a type of monster hunters, if you will. And hearing about this monstrosity existing in the region, they they came hunting for it. And a few things happened. One, they caught the monstrosity.
Did they?
Hmm.
You saw it?
Yes. The good news is they understood what it was well enough to not kill it, because it was literally a person in a silly disguise.
Someone we know?
Uh, it was not a name that I knew. Perhaps from out of town, you'd have to get details from Tyreek about that. But literally, was just an individual that was foolishly misbehaving around town, caught their attention as monster hunters or some sort. But then when they were here, well, then they did what I imagine they do best: banditry, under some guise of responsibility or as you said, cultural ownership or what have you, reclamation. Either way, they didn't kill the man. He was injured, but I imagine he's recovering.
Interesting.
So, on to pleasantries then. They stole some of my gems. Koa, if your gems were here, they would have stolen yours too. They fell into the parameters of those that they'd be interested in.
Yes, I was thinking that.
They did take something that was yours, though. The documents.
The
The blueprints
the
for how
stone
to
scattering.
properly cleave the stones. They took them.
Did you have the chance to learn the techniques beforehand?
Fortunately, yes. I believe I can fairly faithfully, update the language, if you will, but fairly faithfully recreate them. But your stones were not here. As I said, I don't keep everything in my home. And yours were not here because I hadn't heard that you were in town. I kept them safe, tucked away.
That is very kind and thoughtful of you, and I'm very grateful. They may turn out to be important.
Well, they're valuable one way or the other. Others gems I ended up selling off to, again, for their supplies. There were some people that were in need around town and so on. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating. You do what you can to serve the people of this town. You work hard, day and night, years, decades. And then just a handful of people can come wistfully waltzing into town and undo all of the work that you spent literally decades building. Imagine being a counselor with your own machinations in motion to make things better for those that are there. And then people just walk into town from elsewhere and just unseat all of it in days.
It's difficult to imagine. I'm
I don't know.
sorry. I'm sorry you have to deal with this.
I'm also sorry, but unfortunately, I don't think it's as hard to imagine as I wish it were. Think about us trying to stop the lashes and then Beltran turning and doing what he's doing. It's
Yeah, sadly. Kind of wanted to spare him our sorrows, but you're right.
Gentlemen, if I may speak to you as a friend,
Please.
you've arrived after they've left, unfortunately, but after they've left, the council is going to want some degree of justice for what happened here. I know the council is going to call upon the valiant few, the heroes of Loshev, to right the injustice and, if possible, reprocure many of the items that were pilfered. My suggestion here is, to the best of your ability, you decline the request. You didn't see these warriors. These aren't bandits blindly whipping around a random weapon they found in hands. They seem like people who were trained. They didn't even seem old. And yet they seem to have many decades of experience on them.
Perhaps Aldo and Mikhail are better versed in this, but how do we tactfully decline such a honestly reasonable request?
Because it's not reasonable.
We marketed ourselves as a valiant few. This falls right into the purview of what we claim we're here to help with.
Yeah, but I mean, you heard what everyone's been saying about these guys, right? They might have like, they might. What did they say? There was 4 here, 3 or 4. I mean, if there are 3 or 4 that can fight as well as you, Koa, there's nothing we can do anyway. And look,
Apparently
while I'm
Hinta
all
held
about
one off.
helping
I mean,
people,
the 3 of us and Hinta.
I doubt you'd be able to convince Hinta to just pack up shop just to go chase.
I'm not saying I
some people.
disagree. I don't. This can't even be a priority for us right now with everything we have on our list of things. But I just don't know how we literally word it. How do we say the? How do we politely decline without coming off as? I don't know.
We just have to let them know that it's something that we will keep an eye out for. But unfortunately, we have other things on our plate, other priorities that we've already committed to, and I don't think that's a lie. I doubt we would just completely turn away from these men if we spotted them. And I have questions.
It also sounds really fun having a sword fight with them.
We have different definitions of fun, and I accept that. But I would.
I don't think Tony had fun.
No. I'm not saying for the average person it would be, but I'm decent with a sword.
It's true.
Without
I
trying
can
to downplay the chaos they've caused.
I can handle the council thing if you need me to. Doesn't have to be all of us. Then again, Ko, I mean, you kind of spoken to the council a lot more than I have. You seem
Yes,
to
but I would agree.
really
Do it.
That's fine.
I would go in there with the intention of saying no, then they'd probably talk me into it.
Yeah. No, that seems like you. As you can see, speaking to Jim Smith, we're taking your advice into council here. You're probably right. I don't think it's anything we can put on our plate at the moment. And it sounds incredibly dangerous if they were able to do all of that with so few.
Loshev is not a sparse town. This isn't some hovel randomly along the road. We have a lot of people here. We have a lot of guard. You'll hear the stories, you'll see the results, knowing that was done despite all of that, right? Anyways, this is me speaking to you as a friend. As a counselor, obviously I need to do what's best for the people of this town.
Of course.
We're doing as much as we can to help people in Adir as a whole. And obviously Loshev has a special place there because of our origination and friendships. Especially one here. I like tossing a wink. So we will do, as the Valiant Few, what we can. But as a friend, we can't do anything right now.
Nods. Understood.
Before we get too far away from the topic of the gems and whatnot, we have another one that we need you to cut.
Oh. Is this of that unique type? Are you looking to test my knowledge already? He says, kind of chuckling, but again, it's very somber.
Yeah, it is a unique type. Yes. Would you like to see it? He rummages.
Of course he says.
Yeah, we'll produce the gem, hold it out to him.
It's like, dark in color, so on and so forth. You hand it to him. He looks at it and says, ooh, this thing has depth to it. It's beautiful. It would take me a little bit of time to properly identify it, but this is a fine-looking stone.
It was quite an adventure to get
it's
that
not
one.
Glass, is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
He says, looking at you.
It was quite an adventure to get, and no, not glass. Quite a bit sturdier.
You can see he's like playing with it, whatever it is. You can see you've piqued his interest to the point where he's like very interested to get started on it, and probably would be looking into it tomorrow, even if he doesn't have other things on his plate. Just because you've piqued his interest. If you were a younger man, perhaps he would just kind of like stay up late into the night to look into it. But age tempers excitement, doesn't it?
Sadly.
Depends. But yeah.
How old? How excited?
Listen, we've only been streaming for about an hour, and I've already had like 8 coughing fits and whatnot. So
that's just because we're really funny.
Looking.
I mean that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, not even gonna fight that one. But Mikhail kind of lets him sort of nerd out over it and just answers any like side questions that come up about it.
Yeah. The most direct question you'd be saying is, where did you find this? That'd probably be the most like one where you're gonna have to work your way around the answer. But the rest,
almost immediately starts blurting it out, so they'll have to like cut him off. Like,
well, it's just try to.
The tree that.
So we passed a tree on the way, and then there was. Yeah,
Mikhail, I'll let you go ahead and roll your bluff check to tell him the lie or whatever it is about it. But everything else, the questions he asks are like details of like anything that you've experienced with it or so on and so forth. All stuff that you could answer or not answer honestly.
Would you tell him that the stone
be honest,
was like calling to you?
I'm sorry?
Would you tell him that the stone was like calling to you or whatever it was that happened?
Yeah, he would. Well, what he would do is show him the weird resonance thing that happened with like because he figured like the frequency of it, so he would show him that with his lute in case it gives him any info.
Understood. I was like, what are you talking about? But I get what you're saying. Okay, so you're 29. You were able to fabricate a story that even Aldo was able to sit back and enjoy. Like, Aldo was more or less there, and he's just like, wow. Like, he knows the truth, so you can't trick him, right?
Yeah.
But, he can appreciate that.
I'm not him. Can't make him
not
question reality.
Koa's not stupid. He knows the truth, too, but you're telling it in such a way that even makes Koa go, did he not tell me the whole story last time?
Yeah.
You know?
Fitting.
But anyways, so you tell the story, and then when you bust out the loot and you do like the resonance thing or whatever it is, he's just kind of enamored by that because he's obviously all things have frequencies, right? He's not a scientist, but he understands to some degree that you bang a table that a stone is on is going to vibrate and maybe different things in different ways. But again, not a scientist, just literally a gemsmith. But anyways, so it's kind of like blown back by that because that is in a way almost like magic to him. And so asks questions or whatever it is, and again, you have his interest peaked where even in his elevated age, he might look into it a little bit even tonight. Maybe it's gonna at the very least when he goes to bed, it's gonna be nagging him.
Okay.
I don't know if you've done that before. You like go to bed, you get comfortable, but you're like, fuck, and you get up and you go finish whatever it is that's on the back of your mind, and then and before you're able, and then like 3 hours later you realize, fuck, it's 3 hours later and you got to go back to bed or whatever. Yeah, one of those scenarios that might happen. But back to the game. After this kind of all plays out and the whole story's told, and Koa is kind of like taking a double take, and Aldo's very amused, he finally says, "Well, you share with me a new gem to look into, and amazing details around it, and a story, and I don't even have your gems to return to you. I can get them for you tomorrow. I just don't have them on in the building, but tomorrow I'll be able to give them to you without any issues. Are you leaving soon, in the morning, or are you going to spend some time around Loshev?"
Our goal is to probably leave. I don't know if we can leave in the morning, but at least
maybe a couple of days.
Yeah.
Give ourselves a moment to rest and see everyone and whatever else comes up, but certainly within the next 3 at the most.
Wonderful. Glad to hear it. And then you guys at this point, I don't think there were any other details to cover that are worth like RPing through. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Don't think so.
No? Okay, cool. So you
Yeah.
guys
Yeah,
are
I'm not gonna
actually,
question
how's
about the toad.
I was gonna say how's Cleveland doing?
well, as I said, he wasn't exactly there to defend the house when it got ransacked. As a matter of fact, it almost felt as though he fled entirely before they got here. I swear that boy was gone. I think the last time I had seen them was almost like a day before they arrived, or maybe the day they arrived. And they were here for several days, as I'm sure you know, and I didn't see him during that time. It had me scared, witless for a little bit there. I was genuinely concerned that something had happened to him, that he was one of the victims. Shortly after they left, he arrived, so I think he just... I don't want to lash out too hard, but I think he's a bit more yellow than I realized.
I mean,
It's possible he may have a even just the idea of being near that kind of stress and violence after what he endured might be more difficult.
Perhaps.
He saw much of what we saw, and probably worse.
Damn it, Mikhail. Now you're making me feel guilty for even having the judgments that I was already feeling guilty for having.
What are friends for?
I think I take back my comment of being friends, he says as he pours another glass for himself and then gestures the bottle towards you in case you want to take it and pour yours.
Yeah, he takes a little bit more.
Yeah. And either way, he just sits there and shakes his head. You can see he's like internalizing, his own maybe harshness that he's had with his son, almost like forgetting what had transpired there because so much has happened since then. Like things keep moving very rapidly, and not that wasn't a factor, but certainly wasn't top of mind. And you can see he's again feeling guilty for his assessment of the situation. But either way, he says, "Well, Cleveland's home now." So.
Oh, good. probably doesn't want visitors as usual.
Well, there's only one opportunity, one way to find out. You'll have to ask him yourself. We don't spend much time together.
Well, let me stop by tomorrow. It is getting later.
Hmm. He says, and with that, perhaps we take this as our cue. To each find their own way. Looks down and he says, well, looks down at his glass jar that he just refilled. And for the first time ever, because he doesn't ever do this kind of a thing, he holds it up and he says, to bury the dark past and find our brighter tomorrow. And he'll actually like raise the glass and he'll throw back the glass that he just filled. Again, I don't think you've ever seen him take a shot before. If he
No,
just
but
did
Koa will follow suit.
Same.
if you just did a 2-finger pour, you know what I mean, of whiskey or whatever it was, that's quite the deep, shot for somebody like him to do. Whereas for Aldo, that's just like, breakfast. But either way,
Shotguns the whole bottle.
shotguns.
You're all taking your shots after him, but Aldo's is already finished.
No,
Before he started shotting.
I'm just imagining like Aldo boring a hole in the side of a whiskey bottle and just like putting like those like paintball gun like CO2 compressors right at the top. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh
Some
man,
grade A fucking shenanigans there.
yep. All right. Anyways, back to
Oh god, I'm almost scared to ask where my Erla is. Were they a thing?
You want to ask because you're standing up to leave?
Oh god, she's gonna be dead or something.
Wait, is that her name? Does she have a new name?
No. This ended up being Maerla because he changed original Maerla to Giselle.
Yeah, because well,
I don't remember who either one are now.
so Giselle is one of the counselors.
Is a
Giselle
counselor,
is a
yeah.
counselor, yeah. And Maerla is because you guys were teasing about it so much or whatever it was. I made the girl that inevitably became like his girlfriend or whatever is Maerla.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
was
but
just.
who was she like a worker here? I don't remember who she was.
I remember she was in the house during
Yeah,
some event.
I
I don't
didn't
remember what her
She
position
was during the
was.
event. I think she was like what's the word I'm looking for here? Was she serving there? Like
I
helping
think
She
out?
might have been.
Yeah.
Might have been, yeah.
Either way, so do you ask?
Against my better judgment. Yeah. Like probably on the way out.
And I want to make the joke. Oh, she went to bed already. She likes to get up early. but while Scott would no problem make that joke happily. That's way too lowbrow for Jem Smith.
One of the few times you've made me want to end session early just by you saying something.
We just you could have died with that, Scott. You could have just it's okay to just die with some shit unsaid. Like that is actually okay. It's fine.
I do hold it in. Like when you were talking about T-Pain earlier, I didn't tell you how he came up in conversation like a week and a half ago. And during it, I was like,
Like you're about to?
He still raps. Isn't he like 60 or something like that? And then I realized, I think he's like younger than me. And I was like, oh, oops.
Which I guess he could still be 60 or something, but like.
I could have also gone my whole life without that story.
Yeah. Well,
Yes,
apparently
it
he
was
was
13th
singing
Spiral.
Journey on stage at a concert. And I was
This
like,
other day, I had a thought, and then I found out I was wrong.
wait, I imagine that happens to you very often.
No, I live in denial.
Well, it's nice that you're in Africa. Moving on.
I there was why I really hoped that joke wouldn't get made, and there it was.
I thought it. I was like, no, he won't go that low twice because it doesn't even make sense in this case. I live in Ohio, but he still did it.
Cozy kitty cats don't. Why? Just delete that. Delete that you said that. Don't give him anything.
You know what they say? My early bird hits the worm. So you ask him, where's my Erla? And he says,
How's Marilla doing?
no, he says, she's honestly, she is a little bit under the weather. I think she caught the bug that I had last year, almost around this time. Luckily, I've not come down with it. And, well, he says, like, looking, he says, and she has a bit more constitution than I did at the time as well, which is his nice way of saying she's younger than I am.
Yeah. So yeah, Mikhail will be like, oh, well, I sorry, my studies in medicine have actually advanced pretty well since we last spoke. Did you want me to check on her?
He thinks for a moment and says, "You know what? That's actually a kind gesture. If you two don't mind waiting here for a minute," and he then diverts to bring you upstairs.
Okay.
I don't know if you were anticipated that she'd be there, but he actually brings you upstairs. Okay. If you don't have a okay.
Molly
What
sent
is
me that.
happening?
I don't know. Molly just sent me that, so I thought I'd share.
I mean, is that
Why
on
did
the
she
front
send that to you?
foot?
Is it like a threat? Is it a promise? Is it a? She just think it's funny? Like what?
It's saying, Wade, I told you I wanted a fireplace, and you said no.
I can't show the other one she sent. I can tell you the name of the other one she sent. It's called Good Pussy Ugly Christmas Sweater. I will not be sharing the visual on that one.
Yeah. Put that in the Discord. Or sorry, you should paywall that one. That goes on Patreon.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Okay. Back to
Okay, yes, I will go. I will go check. I will go check on my Urla.
So you go upstairs. You go to check on her, see how she's doing, whatever it is. You can go ahead and roll me a medicine check. You can kind of fast forward through this.
Ooh. Well, oh, that isn't. I forgot to put the +2 for the healer's kit. So it's
You're using
15.
uses.
Yeah, I was going to use one.
Mm-hmm. So 15 total.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's sick. Don't get me wrong, but she'll be relatively fine. She actually isn't that unwell. But but let's just say that when you're checking over her symptoms and she's sick, you realize not all of her symptoms line up with the sickness that she was describing beforehand. Go ahead and do me a favor. Roll me a diplomacy check as you're playing doctor, if you will. That sounds sexual. As you play her a lullaby with your lute, checking on her as a doctor, you was a warm up to her enough. She actually divulges to you that she thinks that her sickness is more than just a common illness that's been coming through. She thinks that she says, I know I'm not young anymore, but I think perhaps spring hasn't finished its time with me. And I've not been sure exactly how to tell the counselor.
But Mikhail has like, it takes a second for that to like all add up in his head, and like his eyes wide a little. He goes, "Ah, you need a lady doctor. That would make this probably go over a bit smoother."
You need a lady doctor, as though like all doctors weren't men for like most of history. But that's funny that that's Mikhail's approach.
Yeah, because he's 20.
Oh yeah, that's
He's
right.
very
I forgot how
smart,
young he is.
but yeah.
And this isn't his profession. He's literally just like
Nope.
he learned some shit while writing music. That's
A
right.
boy or a girla?
Oh god.
Marla is pregnant with a boy or a girl. Oh, God.
All right, moving on.
Please.
So she says, "Do you have any recommendations around town? Perhaps somebody who might be a little discreet?"
I can get one.
She nods and
I can
says,
get one.
I'm so embarrassed by the impropriety of even the asking for this. This is embarrassing, she says again, for lack of better phrasing.
Oh, don't be. I mean, it's honestly. I mean, it's good news, right? Maybe you weren't expecting it, but
Yes, of course, blessing of the gods.
I'll make sure to be secretive.
Thank you.
Okay, rest well, and lots of fluids, and don't skip eating.
Of course.
He will quickly make his way out.
Dear Martyr, can we please invent Plan B?
Why are there so many babies?
Oh, she does ask you one more question. She goes, "Oh, one more thing," she says as you're opening the door. She looks at the door.
Closes the door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You weren't going to. She's looking at you. She says, "How long do you think I have until it's just known?" And you're like thinking about it. You're like, maybe another month before she starts showing, and then beyond that, you don't know the level of their relationship or whatever it might be. Like, and again, that's a rough guesstimate. You're not a doctor. You've got a 15, which isn't bad, but you're a rough guesstimate.
I would say at most a month. And this is just my rough estimate without this being my specialty. But after that, I think it's going to be somewhat obvious.
She nods and says, "Okay."
You still have time, but I'll find someone discreet.
She nods.
I don't know if I will, but I'm going to try. I don't say that part out loud. I leave.
As Mikhail walks down the stairs and he sees Gem Smith having just like pleasant side conversation with Koa and Aldo, whatever it is, he looks at the two of his friends like, "Oh man, I can't wait till then realizes telling Koa would mean that Gem Smith already knows, and now has to decide whether or not he wants to tell his friends." He gets to the bottom of the stairs and it fixes his face just in time for as they're fully regarding him, so they don't know that he knows something he probably can't tell them. And you finish your goodbyes, whatever it is, and he says he is looking forward to seeing you tomorrow to give you your supplies that he's had on hand.
I'll just tell him. I'll give him some like basic stuff. Just, make sure she continues to get fluids. She'll be fine. You may want to have someone do a more thorough examination. I'll see if I can find someone who can give him that, just so it's not. It's not gonna. He's not gonna bring someone in, and they have no idea that someone's supposed to come by. But kind of give it a cover story.
Perfect. Okay. So you guys are able to leave. As you guys are leaving, were there any other houses you were checking tonight, or were we going to Hinta like first thing early in the morning before she properly opens her shop, or as she properly opens her shop?
I think that was it for evening.
Gem Smith, I think, was the youngest to answer chat. Chat being Wade. Gem Smith was the youngest of the counselors prior to Fox joining the council, right? And I think Giselle is also a hair younger too, but only like a hair. She's maybe around his age, so he's probably about 50 or so.
Weren't they all
55.
like? Was the word venerable? Weren't they all like?
They're all in their 70s. He's old. They're venerable. So he's like 50, 55 years old. So she's probably in her early 40s, right? So like she said, she says, "I know I'm not young anymore, but apparently the spring hasn't." She's in her early 40s, so certainly still capable, but a proper age gap. Proper.
This man got a cold, was like on his deathbed. There's no way this man's 50 years old.
He had a nasty cold. He wasn't just a cold. He had a nasty sickness.
Like full on pneumonia.
Yeah. Remember, you guys treated for it. But old age starts, I think, at 52 in Pathfinder. Hold on.
I don't remember.
Old age for humans starts at 53. So let's say last year he was 54, 50, 55 years old. This year he's 55, 56 years old, meaning that she's going to be about 10, 11 years younger. So she's going to be mid 40s. So hence the comments or what have you. But
Oh wait, Joey's saying he's Perrin.
What?
Is Jim Smith Perrin?
Is Jim Smith Perrin? In which case, he's way the fuck older, and there's a much bigger age gap, but that's because of species, not because of
Actually, yeah.
Oh, hold on. I looked at the wrong one. Jim Smith. Jim Smith is a Perrin family tree. He's right.
Yeah, he old.
That definitely changes things. So hold on. Joey's 100% correct. Meaning, for him to be old, hold on to your asses. He's going to be at least 93 years old.
And she's in her like 30s. It sounds like.
Unless she's Perrin.
Mid 40s, and she's human.
Yeah, she's okay.
Yeah, which again, the years sound grotesque, but you're going
wild.
You're going interspecies here, right? So it's a little different. That's like the idea of like, oh, a 200-year-old elf being with a 35-year-old human is the same thing. They both just hit middle-aged, right?
Mm.
So
yeah, otherwise, like every half elf in existence is like, your backstory's weird, dog.
Yeah. No.
That's weird.
But either way, so yeah, he's Perrin. All right, so back to game. So yeah. You say whatever it is you say to him, and you guys leave, allowing you guys to have a little bit of fill in the gaps amongst yourselves. I don't think there was any roaster going tonight, correct?
I think back to the manor at that because it was already evening. So
correct. So I'm going to throw it to the
think anyone
PCs
else.
for any RP before we jump to morning, and I'll take to the next item here.
Man, I'm tired.
Hey, Koa, I'm about to tell a secret, which means I need you to not tell other people.
I'm fairly good at that, right?
No, you're not. I need you to promise.
Oh,
You are good at keeping promises.
all right then. I promise.
That you will not tell anyone this. That what I'm about to tell you.
Yes.
Good. My Earl is pregnant.
Does Jim Smith know?
Nope.
It's his?
I hope so. I didn't ask. I think so. I'm pretty sure, yes.
Steven's gonna be a brother.
Yep. And you promised, Koa. I want you to keep reminding yourself that.
He's like twitching at the mouth.
You promised? All right, so tomorrow I have to go try to find another doctor, preferably a lady, to go and confirm this. So, because it feels weird coming from me.
Well, everyone's gonna know if some other doctor goes in there, right? Because it'll be the
Well, I've
doctor
got to
in
find
town.
one who's more okay with not necessarily making it super known. Especially if they're used to working with like this class of rich people. They're probably pretty used to that. I just got to find someone to do so.
I hope that person exists in Loshev.
As do I. I did commit to trying to find them.
Well, no congratulations are in order then. Because it's a secret.
Currently, yes, that is the case. That means that once it's revealed, you have to pretend to be surprised.
Oh!
We'll work on it.
Congratulations!
We'll work on it. I think Aldo probably will have some pointers.
You should have just not told me.
But isn't that crazy? I couldn't keep it to myself. I know how you feel. But at least you could talk to us about it. Wherever Aldo went, I'll tell him later.
Tell me what?
Jesus! Yeah, Aldo, my Earl is pregnant. Don't tell anyone.
Oh. Like. Okay.
So she's pregnant and sick?
Yeah. One
Well-
more than the other, I guess. She's really not that sick. It's just
Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify.
she's definitely pregnant. She's only a little sick. It's just that it's the same time, so it seems worse than it is. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I knew she was younger than him, but whew.
Koa kind of like really quickly goes back within himself and kind of goes quiet.
Oh, right. Um, It'll be nice to go back to the manor, right? It's been a while.
Yes, new furniture and all.
Sorry, Koa.
Oh, no reason to apologize. I'll do my best to keep the secret.
Yeah. What else we have to do to do in this place? We got Hinta we got to talk to, and um
Cove Rock.
Overrock.
right.
I don't know if we want to speak with Fox about anything, but at least those two. And apparently, you need to find a doctor.
Yes. Just
Oh,
probably
Tyreek.
take a few hours.
He's going to have the person to talk to tomorrow.
Oh, right. And getting Aldo's stuff, and
Yes.
apparently somebody else put on a bird costume.
And all of that led to these people coming here and doing what they did.
Do you guys know that I had a bird costume?
Koa did
I
it.
don't think you do.
Did Mikhail?
I don't think so.
I thought you told me. Maybe you didn't.
I
So
know you were
revise.
acting strange and whatnot, but I don't think they
No.
knew.
Yeah, I'll
no
just
one
rewind
did.
it. I'll say someone putting on a bird costume, not someone else.
Yeah, well, what a weirdo, right?
Yeah. There's that first Birdman sighting. What a dumb thing to do. I mean, after all that chaos it caused the first time, why keep going? What are you gonna get out of it?
Maybe they just
Hmm.
want to be a bird.
That's
No.
definitely it. Koa. That's definitely it.
How else would you keep dressing up as a bird if you don't want to be a bird?
Yeah, that's pretty ironclad logic, actually. Where are they getting? Where is he getting a costume? Where is he getting a like? Is it made? Are they real feathers?
Maybe we should ask Tariq about it. Maybe he has the bird costume in the guard confiscated area.
I mean,
Unless
imagine
the
it.
group
Yeah, he
that
probably
came
kept
through
it.
that thought the bird costume was part of their cultural history.
And I guess that is a possibility. Yeah, the Muharib would be the type, I suppose. How did you do? Okay. So, but birds don't have like human legs. They have bird like. How do you do the legs if you're doing a bird costume?
I don't know. Do you want me to try and make one? Do you want one?
No. Last twice now, a bird dressed person and a bird person have both caused the encyclopedia to get somehow burned or stolen. I
Wait.
don't want to know what happens the third time.
There is something to this, though. Not to dressing up like a bird necessarily for the sake of it, but that story spread, right? It grew up and blew up, and that led them to come down here because they were monster hunters of some kind. So
Yeah.
if in the future, whenever we're done with all this other business, and we have time to try to take them on, we could use that to try to lure them in.
We'd need a new monster. They've already unmasked this one.
Right, but the principle stays the same, though. Yes.
True, yes. If we did want to lure them to us,
Well, then we'd be fighting on our own ground in that case. That seems ideal.
yeah, To an extent, yes. Like they would still be ready for an encounter if they're expecting to face a monster, but not necessarily that they'd have the wrong expectations of it. That'd be something. There's a tactical advantage in that. But no, I don't want you to make one. I think I'm just it's just making me think. Like how did it trick so many people? Like the first one,
It's Mr. Gemsmith.
like that the real Birdman, like that was legit. I don't know how someone would walk around in a costume and make people think the same thing.
Either
Yeah, I don't know.
a lot of confusion or darkness or just a really good disguise, I guess.
Yeah, I guess the dark does help. But then maybe there's like big wings and stuff, so he like covers the legs. They don't get a lot of visibility.
Perhaps a wyvern or something next time to lure them in.
That'd
They
be
know
hard.
where wyverns are, though.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
wyverns are
Could be
really
something
big too.
Yeah, but not
different.
wyvern man.
We'd have to be like three.
Ooh.
Oh,
That's interesting. Wyvern.
Yeah, ooh. Yeah,
I wonder.
wyvern men be kinda cool.
Good
Or
work. But I mean,
I
Koa,
could make a
what if
wyvern
we
man
plains
do?
song.
cat guy.
What if we do? You know, convince a planescat guy actually. Nice. Anyway, with I've lost my train of thought, but
Right.
No, cat man. No.
You used up
No,
your voice points for that.
No, plains cat man.
that sounds better.
All right.
Yeah. What are
Okay.
you gonna do if we do manage to either arrange a way to have a run-in with these people? Like they're gonna fight you, and then are you gonna kill them?
Really get them to confess to their
They're not gonna give the stuff
crimes
back.
and turn themselves in and give the stuff back.
But you know that won't happen. So what's your backup plan?
Justice has to be served and they have to be stopped. So if they won't listen to reason, then they'll have to be either incarcerated or defeated.
What do you mean by defeated?
If they put up a fight and we have to fight to the death, then so be it.
Okay. What about me, Mikhail?
Oh, by then you'll be better fighters. We'll begin training immediately.
Like I don't like what they did. I don't want these these people dead. They clearly showed mercy. And as much as in the cases they didn't, it's clear they could have done a lot worse.
I don't disagree, but an honorable thief is still a thief. Whatever flawed logic they have for thinking that they own something they don't, that's not the way things operate. You can't just go around and claim something because great-great-great-great-grandfather might have known someone who lived next door who knew someone who owned it. That's not how ownership works.
We would certainly be the heroes in the story told by the people of Loshev. Yes. But
And all the other cities around that they're going and pillaging.
sure. It's a big world. Like we'd be certainly signing ourselves up to be the villains of other ones. Maybe these things are much more important to these people than we realize. I mean,
Well-
we know the history of this and the power of this crown alone. What if it
They
was stolen
talked to
from
us,
them long
perhaps.
ago?
We talked to them. Maybe they'll tell us there's a reason. Maybe there's a curse they're trying to break and they need these artifacts to stop it. But right now, we don't know anything other than that they came in here, they caused harm to people we know and care about, they robbed them and left. And left a lot very injured. Whatever their morality or reasons are, we don't know them. All we know is what they did. So they
Yeah.
still need to be confronted and things need to be sorted out. I'm not saying the first thing we do is go and behead them, but
Oh, of course not. I just mean a fight to the death being on the table is a certain step, right? Over things.
hopefully the last one.
Ultimately,
want it
we'd
to
be
come to
killing
that.
them over stuff, right? We've killed for people, before.
No, I'm
right.
I'm not suggesting we kill them. I mean, I highly doubt that I even could scratch them. But what I'm
I know.
saying is, dealing with these people, they obviously think they have a right to the like Koa said, to more or less kick doors in, injure people, hurt people, maim them, take their belongings, all in their own righteous crusade. That's whatever in their head or whatever. And even if we defeat them, like, are we going to forcibly lock them up? Because then the more's just going to come. We're going to have to take care of the whole lot. Because you can't just defeat them and say, all right, well, don't do it again. That's not going to
Uh,
settle the problem.
if there's a way we can manage to arrest them, that does give us more options than if they're dead. I feel like if they end up dead, and there's more of them, we almost guarantee they come for us, right?
This is also a problem for much later. As much as I am upset by everything, and obviously seeing people we care about injured, Beltran and the curses are still a priority.
Of course.
He looks like he's about
Yeah.
to say more, but he stops himself.
I'm more thinking, just if it comes to that, I think if it gets to the point where it's okay, let's have this big final battle to determine everything. I don't know that we take that invitation.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? It depends if they start trying to take our stuff. I mean, and even then, like, I'd always rather run. I'm not gonna lie. But
We come through, we encounter
depending
them,
on
and
if
they take
they
the crystals we need to break the curses. What, we just let them?
Of course
No.
not. There's too much at stake there.
Oh,
but that just goes back to what I'm saying is, let's hope for us that we don't have a run in with these people, because there is only two ways it can go. Or three technically. We've managed to defeat them and have them arrested, which will become a problem for later. They, Koa and possibly us managed to kill them, delaying another problem with the rest of them, or they defeat us and take the stuff. So there's really only. Let's just hope we don't run into them, right?
Right.
until we need to. Whether it's just for conversation or more.
Yeah. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Gotta be very careful about that conversation. Can't have things
I
like
don't see
this.
that conversation going too well anyway. So what do we got to do again? Hinta, Curve Rock, Tariq, and you said you were going to go see Tony, right, as well? See if there's maybe anything you do to help him.
Yeah. Yeah, I can check him out.
And find a doctor for.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll be a little bit busy tomorrow, but all of that overall, it's not gonna take me all day. Just a few hours.
I think we try to get all this done tomorrow and head out the day after if we can. We have a lot to do.
That'd be ideal.
But we can have a drink tonight.
Let me just have a drink.
We had 3.
Yeah, I guess we could.
I may go back and just check on our house guest.
We have a house guest?
Oh, yeah, the Hafue.
Oh, well, we'll stop past.
Shoot. Yeah, that's. Damn it. Yeah, he might be one of the guys that attacked Kethrel. Maybe we drink tomorrow. We have to figure this dude out before then.
Maybe.
You look like you're about to try to convince me otherwise.
I mean, what can you really do? We go check on the guy and then what? Sit around and stare at him?
Maybe if he's awake, then we can figure out who he is. Maybe if he's asleep,
Oh,
then yeah.
Look, if he's awake, yeah, obviously, maybe he'll come with us.
We'll have to see if he's the type we want to drink with. Let's see if he's awake first. We'll go from there.
Ooh, it's a
Not by any
Hafue.
stretch.
has been through some shit. Wait, do you know if Bob is still interested in playing a cannibalistic halfling?
Still?
Yeah, remember he
Was
was
it-
interested forever ago when we were playing Dark Sun? But
Was
then,
that
like,
his interest, or are you just old and thinking something?
oh no, remember he was interested in playing a cannibalistic, right?
I don't know, man. That was a long time
Wait,
ago.
was that
I don't
Bob?
I remember there were cannibalistic halflings. I don't remember
No.
anything
Ethan
about Bob
joined
wanting
for a
to be
little
one.
while.
Ethan, that's who it was. It wasn't Bob. It was Ethan.
He might have even made one. I think he showed up for a little bit.
Actually, did he play for a minute?
He played like a few sessions at least. Yeah,
Yeah, like 2 or 3 or so. I remember seeing.
I think he's the one. Is he the one that showed up with the bow against the swarms?
Let's say, yeah.
I believe that is true.
I just remember
think
being like 40 feet tall, and Scott's like, "Yeah, these flies are killing you," and I was like,
Yeah.
so.
Have you ever been annoyed at a single fly at dinner? Now imagine a million flies at dinner.
"Yeah, I see like a cow walk through the pasture with like a 5,000 flies on them, and they're like,
Pudge.
6 feet long. Not
Blood
quite the
Bane
same as a
remembered
40-foot
Pudge.
tall man."
Why was his name Pudge?
I think that's right. I don't know.
Pudge sounds so familiar.
Did he have like a Jersey accent or something? Like it was.
He might have. You guys might be remembering.
I'm honestly trying to remember who it is.
Wow, you could get that. See, again, you could. Sometimes you don't have to say the thoughts that pop in your head. Like you could just leave them there, and we would actually never know, Scott. That's the beauty of it.
But what we could know is if this halfling's awake.
That's true.
Yep.
Well,
and if
you
his
guys
name is
find
Pudge,
out,
I guess.
Wade's got a pee, so I'll be right back. You're welcome for the overshare.
So is the halfling awake, Scott, or are you trying to find out who Ethan is?
Halfling's awake. I totally was not Googling. Is Nestor Darling the last name? I was totally Googling who he was. Crank Gameplays? Does that sound familiar?
He used to be Crank Gameplays, yeah. I believe he's just going by his name now.
I literally Googled Wade's friend Ethan, and that's who popped up. I'm not even joking. I Googled Wade's friend Ethan, and that was the first result.
It never crossed my mind that you would have been joking about that at all. Like, oh my God.
I was like, wait a second. I thought Bob. Oh, well. Moving on.
Well, he'll never see this.
Yeah. It's okay. I've offended more important people more often, so sorry, Mom.
That in of itself isn't offensive. I've offended more important people than you. You don't fucking matter.
Well, Mom is
Okay, so
always
the
gonna be
halfling's
more
awake.
important, right? Right?
So the halfling's awake.
Yeah.
No, he's got to be still asleep, I'm sure. He got like fucked up.
All right. Since there's an argument here, why don't you guys each roll a d20, and after Jake rolls higher than a 2, we'll know that he's still asleep.
I didn't need to roll against him. But
No,
okay.
it's okay.
Can I just take like a -10? There, I guess it's 0.
Jake, it's a 50-50 to beat him.
All right, he's asleep.
He's
A
asleep.
few threes.
Wait, no. I know he's
Yep,
awake, right?
yep, that's exactly right.
I'm confused
He's
now.
asleep.
What's that?
Well, I didn't like pick a side beforehand, so I win, so I get to call the shot. So he's asleep.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate. I'm coughing like shit. Okay,
I should
cool.
kick him a couple times. All right, he'll stay out for a while. We can go drink now.
You guys can go drink. Is this any amount of RP that's worth noting? Is this something that we should be focused in on, or are we more or less just saying your characters drink for a little bit and cut to Don?
Well, I mean, is Tony there? Because he's been drinking himself, to death.
I assume you go into the stolen shield, the broken shield tavern.
I think
Yeah.
that's like the tavern,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
At least that's the one that is Aldo's favorite. So when you go there, Tony will be without spiraling down into RP around this, Tony will be there, and he'll be drunk to the point of incomprehensibility. Like he doesn't know what you're saying, and you don't know what he's saying. Just kind of like he's just blackout, you know.
If I start a fight with Tony now, could he actually win?
Okay. The fact that you asked that question hurts my soul a little bit. And the answer is no. He doesn't have
I'm gonna start a fight with Tony. This has been coming since session 0. All right.
Do you want to go collect your dagger first, then? Take out his other fucking hammy.
I'm not gonna fight Tony. There's part of me that wants to do that.
I'm like, I'll roll a d20 and see what happens. Let's see.
You had it coming.
Oh,
No.
I rolled a d20. I dropped it on the floor. So I guess that's Tony's result.
Tony falls to the floor. Nice.
Falls over, declares victory.
Like, yeah, Tony. Can't catch me now, buddy.
It didn't just fall. It rolled away.
All right, well, you don't get to RP with Tony, I guess. Wade's not even here. But we don't get to RP with Tony.
I'm sorry, my
Yeah,
dad.
I mean-
Right. So no, Tony is unfortunately like you're not going to catch him in the middle of the night of him already having been drinking for a while. He's not going to be in a state where he's going to be able to speak. You're going to have to get him almost like think like what's that movie called, Princess Bride. You're going to have to do like the whole, sober him up with the buckets of water to get him to be able to speak to you. Except it's the reverse. It'd be as if Indigo Montoya was doing it to the other character, Benzini, whatever. Fezzik. So back to your characters go drinking. You see Tony. Obviously, you're going to try to interact with him, but for the most part, he's just again incomprehensible. Like you can't comprehend anything, so on and so forth. So your characters, I imagine, still incorporate him to some degree. So what it is you're doing, but is there anything worth keeping highlight on, or?
I don't think Mikhail has anything. I don't know if Aldo does.
Nah, I don't.
Mostly just unwinding a little bit.
Yeah.
Fucking rough road.
Of course, joking around a little bit, maybe joking with Tony a bit, but it only goes so far, of course. And others are kind of happy to see Mikhail and Aldo. They unfortunately did make the decision to sit with Tony in a public scenario inside of a bar, and so you have a perfect example of one of the biggest, strongest, and scariest people in town being taken down by those that came by. And so conversation inevitably leads to, it's a good thing that the valiant few are here to resolve this problem. And there's almost that like, you're happy Koa is not with you, because you're starting to now feeling public pressure from the people that are there to resolve the situation at hand. Now, luckily, Mikhail doesn't feel public pressure. He doesn't have a conscience. He's a sociopath or whatever it is, psychopath, whichever one it is. And Aldo's the kind of person that when people give him pressure, he does the exact opposite thing. He's like, "Oh, you want me to write an essay? I took a shit on your desk." Like, "Oh, I'm under arrest." Well, your wife might be pregnant. Like what he's one of those. So.
Oh, that's your guy? It's my guy.
Oh. Nice. So anyways, it's a good thing Koa's not there for that, because you guys are absolutely starting to pick up that pressure from the public, like, oh, you're here, you can solve the problem. Like, maybe you don't.
Does Tony have a tab?
That's a really good question, actually. Yes.
Well, he definitely does.
Yes, he does.
How much does he owe?
It's an insane amount of money. It's like 1.5 gold.
Okay, I'm gonna pay Tony's tab, and I'm gonna put another 1.5 gold down for him.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I don't want anybody to know the bartender.
Not even Tony?
No.
When you
I will play a distraction.
When you
Just
do
to make
that,
it easy.
the bartender's like, "You're gonna pay on tab," and da da da. Like, yeah, somebody's got it, because of course they're being pissy. when you put down 3 gold and say I'm paying it down and paying it forward, they look down at it and they're like, oh, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Like they go from being like angry that the tab is built up this much for this long and of him drinking just like cheap shit in high volumes, this much for this long. They go from being angry to just like aghast. Like, no, I can't accept that. That's no. It's too much. That's too much. I can't like immediately kind of like doing a 180. They're like flabbergasted that you're doing this. I don't know how much pressure Aldo would do or what have you.
Oh yeah, Aldo does try and like put the pressure on. He's like, this man Tony, like, he joined the guard. Like, he wanted to protect Loshev, and he got injured doing that. You know what I mean? If this is how he chooses to spend his days, like, who am I to say no? I'm just helping a friend out.
Roll me a diplomacy check.
Damn.
Man, you don't just say the words. You like have such a genuine tone and look to them. Like you're like holding the look in their eyes. Like you're holding.
I'm just letting you know, I'm also trying to kill this guy. So, you know.
What?
You are Ray-Raining him.
Did you say kill or guilt?
Guilt.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
I also thought you
I-
said
oh,
kill.
Whoa. No,
I was
I'm
like,
not Ray-Raining. No.
Oh my God.
Shit!
I was like, Jesus Christ.
Aldo
trying to
really
kill
has pulled
Tony.
the long con.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
I thought you were like, I'll put him out of his misery. Like
No, I'm trying to
like
kill
thought
the
you were
bartender.
trying to
So
kill the
hopefully
bartender.
he doesn't
Yeah.
like, you know, we have he doesn't charge me as much.
Gotcha.
I thought you just developed a hatred for all bartenders after what that one did to us. We were just going to start seeing them missing from places we were leaving.
So the bartender is very clearly in front of you. Like I said, you don't just say the right words and have the right tone to it. You like lock eyes, and like even if there's like that moment where like they try to like look away for a second, you know, you hold their gaze. They can feel the intensity of like I'm doing this for Tony, so on and so forth, and again the genuine nature of it, where they're like I can't accept this. And when you like apply pressure like you were going to, they're like, fine. How about I wipe it clean and you know reset the tab to same amount, 2 gold. 2 gold will be fine. Almost like negotiating you down for the same result.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Okay. And they take the 2 gold, and you can see even as they take it, they almost feel dirty taking the gold in this scenario, because like you can imagine their business is one of the few that did not get disrupted by those people. Like people are now sad, so they're gonna do, they're gonna drink. Bartenders still got their alcohol, they're gonna sell, you know, that kind of a thing. So they absolutely like they feel bad taking even the 2 gold from you, wiping the tab clean and resetting it to double what he had before. And you know, they agree to it or whatever it is, and you're able to walk back over and, you know, give Tony like that like reassuring, like, you know, grab the shoulder, whatever it is, even though he has no idea that you did it or what that means or what you've done for him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then unless you say you guys want to RP anything else, I imagine you're gonna head out of the tavern and inevitably head home.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think that's it.
And
For me,
unless
at
I
least.
was misunderstanding your guys' RP earlier, you guys were going out drinking. Koa wasn't going with you, which inevitably turned out to be the right choice, because Koa was trying to steal Tyreek's girl, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
I mean,
The herbalist, the queen, and the police officer, the Holy Trinity.
Trinity.
so then
Math is
Mikhail will continue to pretend he didn't sleep with Daisy, and then Koa can pretend he didn't sleep with
The horse?
Trinity, so they just don't know. Other Daisy.
Oh,
Different ride.
Oh my god, that took me way too long to get that joke. Oh my god.
I forgot
Totally
about
different
Daisy.
ride.
Oh
But,
gosh.
Both have a bit of an ass.
I don't like that you licked your fingers after that. Oh no.
It's all about chocolate.
One says nay, the other says all day.
Oh no. No.
Hmm.
God, so bad. right. Anyways.
Sorry, do I have any chocolate around my mouth? Am I good?
I don't even want to look now.
All right. Back to. By the way, Wade, that sweater picture that you sent. If you actually wore that around, I wonder how many people would like see through the pattern.
Would notice. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What kind of flower is that?
Oh, it's a lady blossom.
It's a tulip.
Oh. Oh.
All right.
All right. Anyway, okay. So Halfling dude's asleep. We went out drinking. Tony was there. You didn't let us RP with him, but his tab is paid now, and we go home.
My favorite part about that picture, Wade, is it says in 8 carts. But anyways, moving on. So you so next morning you guys get up, and obviously one of the first things you want to do when you get up in the morning, get yourselves ready and head straight over to Hinta's house or a place of business, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get over there as early as possible, but no matter how early you get there, she's already there setting up, right? She's just up before dawn, probably gets there before dawn kind of person. So when the three of you roll in, Mikhail probably feeling a little bit worse for wear, Aldo feeling normal, and Koa perfectly fine. You guys are arrive at her business, and you go up to the door, and even though she's not open yet, like the door is open because her half asleep, apprentices are outside either setting up, getting the fire going, or whatever their tasks are, and she's inside the building. So she, when you guys go walking in the door, she hears the door open, and from across the place, she says, "Not open."
Not even for us.
Stops, looks across the way, and says, "No."
Good to see you.
Same. And she continues doing what she's doing. Turns her back to you, so you guys can.
What if it's not all normal business related?
I know no matter what I say, you're not going to leave anyways.
True.
And that's when everybody fully walks in and shuts the door behind them, walks across, right?
Yep.
She continues working. At one point, she'll stop to look at each of you or whatever it is just to regard you, but continues working. And she says, "Showed up at a convenient time."
So we hear.
So, how many people have come begging?
None yet, but we know it's coming.
Council know you're here yet?
Yes.
Huh. Good luck.
I don't think it'll help.
From what we hear, they should be calling you.
She'll stop and give you a look and say, "What you hear?"
That perhaps we should have spent more time training under you, in fact. You held your own very well.
Oh. And then she goes back to what she was doing.
Koa looks to the other two like, do we hear something else? Or like,
It doesn't elaborate. Huh. Cool.
She stops and looks at you guys again as this awkward silence. She says, "So are you here for the sword or anything else?"
Let's see.
Oh.
The sword. Well, shit. We did see that crazy forge, but that's a long way.
it was one of the most impressive forges I've ever seen. I think it's worth mentioning.
She says,
Yeah.
"What's their name? There's no competitor in all of Adir that can even touch what I can do here. Even if you made your way to Drazstone, which I know none of you have."
Oh,
What was the name of people who had it.
It wasn't a
looking,
single
looking.
weapon that we saw. It was just the setup itself that was immaculate. The place, probably worthy of no one we've met other than yourself.
She says, and now flattery. And she turns and continues going to work, kind of like, playing down the fact that you're more. It sounds like, and she's reacting to as though you're saying, we found somebody else's shop. It's a really good shop. You know what I mean? But obviously, that. Continue.
Zarki, that's right. That was Zarki,
Zarki.
or Zarkun? Yeah. Says it was Zarkun.
You should like stop for a second and look and say, what did you say?
Not a shop. It's a site. Clan Zarkun.
Like ruins?
He nods.
Well, yes, but the forge was still hot.
Yeah. After all that time, everything else
The
clearly
clan is
not
still there?
maintained.
No.
Oh.
No. Maybe some kind of offshoot. There were some goblins about, but none of them were tending it. They were just goblins.
I assumed it was a magical, whatever
When-
the effect was.
When you say some offshoot in reference more or less like goblins being related to the clan, she like makes a face that shows that she didn't like the comment, but she's not going to argue it because sometimes it's just some things are too difficult to explain to somebody that's that ignorant. It's just best to not explain. You know what I mean? Just like leave it
Fair.
alone, right? It's like that uncle. You're just like, I'm not going to get into the conversation with them at Thanksgiving. I'm just not. It's just not worth anybody's time.
Mikhail's that uncle to hint at?
Well, wait, hold on, the Zarkun were the hobgoblins, but Zarki were built into that. The Zarki were the goblins,
The
right?
Zarkun were goblins. Yes, a type
They
of
were
goblin.
all goblins.
Yeah, they were
Okay.
a type of goblin.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
You,
Hundreds of years ago. All right.
yeah, you were not wrong to say what you did with your character's understanding, right?
Yeah.
That's good.
Gotcha.
But and then
Okay.
Wade, you also said so at the same time that was happening, that she was like making her face from your comment. Wade, you had also said, I'm sorry, I knew what it was, but then it fell out while we were debating.
I think I've mostly heard. Oh, I thought it was magical, keeping the fire.
Yeah, she says their forges were still burning hot, even though there were no Zarkun there to. The clan Zarkun wasn't there to maintain it, just goblins.
Yes.
A giant spider had taken residence in the place. That was the only resident we'd seen.
Her face actually surprisingly drops, and for the first time, maybe ever, you see like a notion of fear kind of like come across her face for like half a moment before she just kind of like re-steals it.
It's dead. There's no other ones that we found.
It was. Anyway, the forge itself was a sight to behold.
Yeah.
I can imagine
I
it
will
was.
describe it. Like Mikhail will actually go through and describe.
You have her attention to the point where she's not just stop. Like she actually turns and she comes over and she's like full on listening to what you're saying, and not like listening, but like also like maintaining something around her, like keeping busy, like full attention. I think. Do you have an oratory? Is that what you have?
Nah, that's Aldo.
What's his name. So then this is going to be your storytelling check. So it's not oratory. That's not the diplomacy. I guess technically it's a flat charisma check to tell the story, isn't it?
I guess so.
Right? Yeah, I think it is. I don't think they're.
Yeah, because I don't get like a flat bonus to all perform checks.
Yeah. That's. I was like, I'm not trying to screw you over here, but I think technically that's true. That doesn't mean that the others can't assist you. I'm fine with others aiding you in this to whatever degree that they would. I don't know if like Koa is coming in and making sound effects by smashing against like a suit of armor nearby, or making lightning noises with a piece of sheet metal or whatever he's doing. Percussion instruments. I'm trying to
Koa's probably just still like kind of being flattering to some extent. Like he's very impressed with hearing how she handled herself against this group and how she took out one, and then like her weapons and everything else. Like he's never seen finer. And then this forge, like he truly feels like this was a place perhaps worthy of her craft. Like he says that, and she might be like, "Oh, you're just being," but like he genuinely means it. So if anything, he's being more like adding those elements of like, oh, I can only imagine what you could do in a place like that. Not that this is bad by any means, but like fire that's burned for hundreds of years untended, and the amount of space, the history, yada yada yada.
From you, I would totally take a diplomacy check for the flattery. And I think Jake is pooping again, so we don't have to have Aldo chime in. Cool. It's a +2.
Okay, we'll take charisma.
Jake poops a lot.
Okay,
Is it a 16 or a 14?
it's 14.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you added it. Are you happy with the 14, or do you want to luck it? I know we haven't done
We
that
have
once.
2
Oh, you also have
plus
2
1.
+2s.
Oh, yeah, 2 plus 2s.
Yeah, because you got partway into the 3, so it's
Yeah.
so it's definitely +2. So
Oh,
you have
okay.
2 +2s, and you have a luck die.
Nope. I don't know how important this is, but
You're trying to describe it to her, and you're trying to describe it like you're painting the picture in a way that's meant to be both descriptive and enticing.
I think it could be important because if we,
trying to convince her to go actually pursue it.
or check it
Yeah.
out sometime.
Jake,
yeah.
did you hear any of what we were just discussing? I don't know if you have Bluetooth headphones on or not.
Yeah, I did.
Would Aldo have chimed in, and if so, how so?
No, because Aldo doesn't understand it completely either.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense. I didn't really feel like Aldo would chime in here, but go on.
Yeah, I guess I'll do +2 in luck then.
Cool. 1 and 4.
So that's
Good
a
luck.
16 plus, so it's an 18.
That's still not bad. 18's a pretty good roll. So you tell this, and like I said, you have her captivated, like legitimately, like what's the word I'm looking for here? Like fascinated, to the point where like Mikhail is like seeing the significance of like powerful oratory and like this kind of performance and how much captivating it is. He's almost like, you can imagine the back of the gears of his mind. He's like, I usually don't get this kind of attention except for when I'm like properly playing the lute, and it's almost like, you know, kind of calling to him like, maybe this is something that could have value in the future. And I'm explicitly saying this because as a bard, perform checks allow you to do secret things in the background at the same time. So either way, gears turning in the back of Mikhail's mind as he's telling the story, and she's a captivated audience. She listens. She asks a couple of questions here and there, but only at points where Mikhail like openly breaks for to like allow a question to jump in without it coming off as like interruptive, which is very unlike her. She usually would just interrupt at any point in time, right? so captivated and respectful audience here. Gets a bunch of details from you, and she's like, "In the name of the gods, I thought you were lying. You were teasing or something, but I honestly believe that you saw this place. How far is it in travel from here?"
North of Rid, we came. We'll kind of look at the other
was
two
what, a
because like we
day?
didn't come through the forest. We kind of teleported. So he looks at the other two to describe how they got here.
Remember, it was like what, 2-3 days? It was longer than that, wasn't it?
Like 3 days north of Rid, I think. 3.5.
how long did it take you to get from Rid to here?
Through the woods? A few weeks,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Like
It was a long while, yeah. But you wouldn't take that
You would have
path.
to
You'd
go
most
through-
likely go the rivers.
we also had a wagon, and you know how much wagons are negative speed.
So it's about 2-3 days north of Rid. So from here to there to there. It's
Rid?
not a short trip. Yeah.
Rid what? Is Rid a place?
North of
Oh.
Hardwin along the river.
Yeah.
Oh. So
All the way
north
up
of
the river.
Hardquin by
A week.
That'd be about a week.
Hardquin is
Following
not
the
exactly
river.
a short journey either. None of my apprentices are competent enough to allow them to cover a day that I'm not feeling well.
Oh, you still have those calipers, right?
Yes. Oh, yes, I do. He pulls them out, and he once again is like, he holds them out for her to look at.
She sees them. Her eyes kind of like focus on them for a minute. As she reaches out to take them, and after regarding for a short while, she says, "The craftsmanship on this. This is you found this there. You believe this is made by them as well?"
Yeah.
She puts it down on the table and starts doing like closer inspection or what have you. She's actually going to go over, step away for a minute. She's going to get a small like brush, like imagine like a wire brush, to start like brushing along part of it, just to see if she could try to find like the a stamp or whatever it is that suggests who it was that crafted it. And after like not speaking to you guys for a couple of minutes, doing a bit of work, eventually she's able to find the crafter's stamp and show it to you, and say, "This is, you're right. It was made. It's Zarkun as well." Wow.
Yeah, tracks.
When do you intend to return?
Koa again looks to the other two before he goes and divulges a bunch of stuff.
I don't think we have an exact set date yet. Still tying up some other loose ends.
Yeah.
You mean you're gonna go hunting those?
No.
You say no, and she actually, again, uncharacteristically, looks a little surprised. I think you've only seen her look surprised once or twice before. She like shakes her head slightly and blinks once or twice, and like looks at Koa.
Not hunting.
Unfortunately, we've already have some obligations that are of, at the moment, higher priority. Though if we run into them, we'll do what we can.
I'm gonna go ahead and make my own roll. She doesn't just get to instantly know things because she's an NPC. Well, but she also has no problem being painfully honest. She says, "I can't get a read on you. Fuck is your opinion of the situation? What do you know?"
The group that came through, or
Yeah, the whole situation in Loshev. What do you know?
We know they came through. We know they claimed to be Muharib. They took things they thought belonged to them, and spared
Monster
people they
hunters.
believed were honorable. Sorry, go
they
ahead.
said they were monster hunters and they came for the rumors of the Birdman. That's what they originally came for, but then when they were here, they went about pillaging and taking what they thought was theirs.
Yeah. Did less harm than they could have, clearly.
Those who fought honorably were
More
spared,
harm
those who
than
did
they
not.
needed to.
Correct.
Unless someone fought dirty, then they paid the price.
I mean, what do you mean by fight dirty? What is
Seriously.
fighting dirty?
Throwing something in someone's face, trying to trip them. Not just fighting a duel, but using elements outside of a normal fight to their advantage.
They applied some kind of arbitrary morality to a fight, and if
Yeah,
you crossed
seems
it,
strange.
you get your tendons cut.
Like if someone were to throw sand in your eyes during a sword fight, things like that.
They're trying to stab me. I don't care. I'm going to win.
I'm not the one who's doing it. I'm saying that's what they perceive. That's what they did, right?
Roll me
right, yeah.
sense motive checks.
Yeah. I would like to re-roll this too. I would like to re-roll.
Ah!
PK!
Please,
Who gave you
please
that
don't
ability?
be.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I think I know Mac gave me some stuff.
It may have been Mac. Oh man, if that was it's a double 11.
Okay, it's better than a 2.
Aldo,
It's
do you
not
want
great,
plus
but
2 or luck yours? You're the one that has a chance of reaching the 20.
Oh my god, you roll a 2 and Sunny Girl Games raids with 2.
That is weird timing.
it is weird timing. But hello.
If you want me to try and get a read on it, did we have 2+2s?
We have
Yeah, we have
one
one more
left.
now.
I'd rather use the +2 than the luck.
That's fine.
That's
So I
fair.
just 21 it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aldo gets a solid read off of the situation. He realizes what you're saying, like as you're describing it, so on and so forth. Most of what you're saying is true. Like he sees that she's like very small tells that what you're saying is true, but like you from what you understand, small tells that she's kind of like nodding along or whatever it is. But most importantly, the hunch, if you will, that you're getting from this Aldo is that she doesn't fully agree with the negative tone assessment of them. Almost as though maybe even so far as agrees with them, you don't know if you'd want to slap that kind of accusation onto the situation, but maybe at the very least sympathizes to some degree.
Nah, I'm gonna be blunt.
Yep, sure. That's the way she'd approach it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, do you sympathize with them or agree to them on something? Because I can get a read on you.
She'll actually like her lips purse, her jaw tightens, and she looks at you and she says, "What do you mean by that?"
Well, right now when we're discussing it, right? You know how you said you couldn't get a read on us before? Well, I can get a read on you, and I can tell you don't have such a negative assessment of these people. You agree with them on something, at least.
You can see she's like chewing on it, like trying to play out how it's gonna go. I don't need a roll. Your 21 is better than she's gonna really be able to bluff through. She's not a very good bluffer. She's very blunt. And
Aldo will just like, even seeing that, he just says, "Come on, Hinter, you're not known for watching your way with words. Just out with it."
Tone means everything here, not just your words. Tone. Are you trying to convince her with a diplomacy or an intimidate on this one?
No, this is a diplomacy. This is how you talk. Just be normal, I guess.
You can roll your diplomacy. Don't think the DC is particularly high, though. This is somebody that's friendly with you, right?
Yeah. I hate using laptops.
Laptops, yeah. Oh, hold on. I have to ask about the laptop. Oh, that was really good. I have to ask about the laptop that you're rolling. You're using, Jake. Is it a MacBook or like a PC laptop?
It's a PC laptop.
And you're using the trackpad?
Yeah.
There is not a single PC laptop that has a trackpad that's worth not shitting on. Like you buy a PC laptop, you just hit it with a hammer, and it's already going to function better.
It works worse if you shit on it.
You know what? Touche or touche, if you will.
The mouse is just jumping all over the place. I already shit on it. What else does it want from me?
Don't make me laugh. Trying to control the coughing fits. All right, Jake, back to you. That's a really good roll, to the point where you actually, despite how she may react, you gained more respect from her about like calling her out for it, not backing down, doubling down, being blunt and everything, just across the board. You definitely earned a considerable amount of respect from her on this. And she says, "How fucking dare you assume to know the situation? Yeah, I do agree with some of what they said. I certainly don't agree with their tactics, but they're not wrong in some regards." She looks to Mikhail and says, "They are Muharib. They are the living clan. That's what they're known as, the living clan. The only one that's still around, that knows who they are and doesn't just make false claims."
Okay. That's something.
It's more than something. They weren't here when the Empire fell. They were removed. That's how they were able to survive centuries.
Why weren't they
Okay.
here?
She shrugs and says, "I don't know all the details. I'm not a historian. You have to ask somebody who has far worse sight and smells like musty tomes for that answer."
I guess the other question is, okay, so they're Muharib, and some of these things maybe belong to their clan at one point, but if their ancestors made a trade and traded something, and years later they go through and they see the item and they just, oh, that's ours? That's not how ownership works.
Well, that's kind of the question I was getting at. Do you know more about these things they took? Were they stolen originally?
Once again, Aldo, you can see that she is deciding whether or not she wants to answer. It gives her another opportunity. You don't have to roll or anything. Another opportunity to apply a pressure point if you'd like.
Aldo just looks at her, I guess. He catches his eye and he goes, "Come on, we've come too far now."
She rolls her eyes and she says, "First and foremost, They certainly weren't They certainly weren't coming in and collecting things like vases or spoons, were they? They were collecting things of legitimate value that would have been taken after the Empire fell. Things that were stolen, robbed from the Empire after it fell. So, no, not something that was traded and later on collected. Things that theoretically would belong to the Empire, would belong to the clans. Those are the things that they're collecting.
I understand to some extent, but even
They don't have a right to it though.
someone
I'm
else
sorry,
took
they-
it, and then
they
they
flat out
sold it.
don't.
They traded it, and then that person had given money for it, and then they sold
Stop.
it.
You don't need to give me a lesson of how laws work. I'm from Drazstone, okay? I understand the way things work. They came into another land and decided to impose their own will and their own laws into another land. That's not how it works. You follow the laws of the land that you're in. They chose not to do so because they believe that their laws are above those of where they are. Theirs are higher laws. I don't agree with that. However, I do understand their laws. I do understand their approach. And I also know that they don't keep all of it. And then again, she says that, she's like, you know, it's one of those, like, she knows she said too much. She looks at Aldo and this, like, literally gives you a look that says not a fucking word. But then she'll continue on. And she says, the stuff that they've collected, they deliver it to various locations that will house it, or families that have traced their lineage back well enough to properly hold it, and much of it returns with them to their home.
But Mikhail is pacing, like clearly just kind of processing what she's saying. Okay.
As someone who grew up without a home, wandering and living wherever we happened to camp.
Are you trying
that
to
day.
make us feel bad for you before you say your point?
No, I quite enjoyed my upbringing.
Oh my god, he's so...
Just I don't
Koa
have
is
the-
so like takes the carpet out from under you in every step. Go ahead,
I just
Wade.
don't I don't understand the materialistic nature of needing an artifact that's 700 years old that maybe your, I don't know, great grandmother owned or something. It doesn't. I don't
Well,
understand it as much.
That's not materialism. It's sentiment. Like, I mean, your sword, for example, sentimental value to you. I mean, you could find a higher quality blade. You have weapons that are
I did
newer,
replace my
sharper,
sword with
but
this one.
But you've placed the old one where? On a mount.
Oh, sure.
Because
but
it
that's
has a
because I
special
used
place
it.
to you.
It's something
Correct.
that
That's
wasn't-
sentiment. There's an emotional weight. There's
My
history
grandpa
to it.
killed a boar once. Does that mean I should keep his sword? I mean, I don't. It doesn't mean anything to me. This one does.
Like,
because
this
I used it.
conversation doesn't really mean anything. I'm lost here, and
I'm just
you
trying
know,
to understand
I-
why these artifacts are so important. What's so special about them, other than that they were part of this
But
tribe centuries ago?
who cares about that, Koa? That's not
They do.
the issue. Yeah, but they may. But I'm wondering what Hinter here, where she, fits in with all of this. We
That's
have our
fair.
thoughts on the matter. She has hers, but where does she agree with them? What, that
I
they
also
are
just wanted to
he-
understand. But yes, you're right.
She rolls her eyes and says, it's more than just sentimentality. It's birthright. It's a piece of who you are. It's an extension of your own being, your own family. It's more than just sentimentality, but I suppose if you wanted to be simplistic, you can just bastardize the idea of it that way. It's a part of the culture. I don't see you sitting here and throwing, insults at the Tasian for the necklaces they bear. It's a part of the culture. That being said, I'm
Oh, it's
familiar
very
with them
confused
because
with
I'm
that.
from Drazstone. They can't craft the weapons that they have on them. They come to Drazstone with the ore that they have in their home, or they've collected in other ways. I honestly do not ask. And we craft the weapons for them. I'm familiar with them because I happen to take my education at the forge that made some of their weapons. They don't carry basic steel weapons. Their weapons are often made out of silver, silver lined, silver mixed into the actual blade. It makes the weapon softer, sure, but it's important for the work that they do. And some of their other weapons are crafted with special techniques. Requires significantly more time and tenacity to accomplish.
Huh. That's interesting. Maybe I'm losing the plot of our conversation now. I also wanted to understand their reasoning. If you say it's birthright, I have some amount of understanding of that. Maybe it goes deeper
I
for
don't,
them than
because
it does for
then
me.
Curve has the same thing that you were, paying him out for.
Curve Rock doesn't even know what clan he came from.
He thinks he does, though.
He certainly thinks he does.
He thinks
But
he does.
it's all a matter of perspective, right? If you believe you have ownership of it, why would you care about what someone else thinks because you believe they're wrong?
People are wrong all the time, Mikhail.
Right. No, but I can at least follow the logic. So what the things they took, they're obviously of some kind of value. What other kinds of things would they be looking for? And would they do this in every town they go through? Like what would I just don't understand them.
They will push the limits as far as they can push them. They're not afraid of people. The creatures they fight, they're not afraid of people. By the time that they're in their adolescence, they have to be trained well enough to face an owl bear and survive. The best of them can fell an owl bear in their adolescence. They're trained hard.
Sounds like mythology.
She shakes her head and says, "Believe it if you will, but you've heard the stories from around town, haven't you?"
Yeah, certainly. Just
How many people would Koa think it takes
Okay.
to take down an owlbear?
So imagine if you're with the what do
What's
they call
CR
it?
is
The
it?
free folk. I think
Yeah.
the CR is 4, so you have to imagine 4 to 6 people, or 4 people on horseback, coming from the free folk. Let me just confirm that. Pathfinder, owlbear. I think it's CR4.
I think I'm familiar with owlbears. I think we've talked about that before.
CR4. Yep. Yeah,
And
yeah.
Yeah.
she's saying that they
that'd
can
be more than
solo.
4 people if they're first level too.
She's saying they can survive an encounter with an owlbear, is what she's explicitly saying. The best among them can fell an owlbear
In their adolescence, though,
in their adolescence.
which is wild.
Yeah, especially when you think about how old hobgoblins, they age faster than humans. So if a human hits adulthood at 15, hobgoblins is only 14, right? Just I'm going to draw a couple more comparisons here. If a human is middle aged at 35, a hobgoblin is, hold on, let me get there, is 30. If a human is old at 53, hobgoblin's 45, and venerable at 70, hobgoblins at 60. They die younger. So
Yeah.
you're saying somebody who's what, 12,
13 at
13
oldest.
years old is surviving is the goal, but potentially even felling, which is why Mikhail's response of "that sounds like mythology" is a very appropriate response.
I have heard of no less than 4 people on horseback taking out one as adults.
Yeah, I've heard some sensational stories, but they're stories. Okay.
I want this training.
She actually will give you once again, like Koa pulls the carpet so often. It gives Koa a look. I don't know if you can. Maybe Aldo can read the look, but she just gives Koa a bit of a look.
I don't care about the look. He's
I
genuine.
get it.
He's like, this sounds
Of course.
amazing. I want to be able to fight like that.
If he maintains that look on his face, like genuinely means it, she says, "Are you familiar with the term of you only hear the stories of the greatest successes and the greatest failures?" The idea that you only hear the stories of the greatest successes and the greatest failures.
Sure.
That's what's happening here, Koa.
Well, I want to be one of the greatest successes.
You're old.
I still think I could learn to take on an owlbear. If they can do it childhood, I could learn to do it now.
She doesn't press the point any further. It's like she knows much more about their training other than conversation. She's not one of them, as far as you know.
You held your own, even stopped one of them, right?
Yes. Aldo? Once again? Maybe there's not fully true either.
Or at the very least, you turned one away. Like they didn't leave with anything, it sounds like.
They took nothing.
How did you do that?
You've seen her wield a blade. Mikhail, don't be disrespectful.
These people fight fucking owlbears, Koa, and they take out the entire city guard. Hinta's strong, yeah, but are you really hiding that kind of prowess?
She, again, the pressure and knowing that Aldo's giving like a look that suggests like,
I wasn't calling
what's
her
the
out,
meme?
but I was looking at her being like,
What's the meme of, what is he, the soccer player? It's like, tell the truth. Tell the truth. Or whatever.
yeah.
Like it's like that meme, right? I forget that guy's name. But anyways, so so it's like looking over Aldo and like seeing that. She's like, we sparred. That's true. But I also knew him personally.
Oh. Guess that helps.
Harder to defeat your opponent, likely. Not more emotion.
We sparred. And it was not gentle sparring. There was certainly some damage that was left to my shop from it. But that
Fight for
doesn't...
the ages. I wish I could have witnessed it.
Lets a moment pass and then finally decides just default is anger. She snaps at Koa and says, he let me win, Koa.
Ah.
Again, an old friend. And with
Well,
that
that
moment of
does
like
explain
silence
it.
or whatever, she'll actually turn around and she'll grab where the sword was on the area behind her, and she'll put it down on the counter with a bit of a slam. And says, and he took nothing.
But you know who he is. So
Of
whenever they
course.
want us to go find them, you would know who they are.
We can't ask her to help us with this, Koa.
When he says that, she stands upright and like leans back on a heel, but doesn't say anything. Go ahead, Mikhail.
He just leaves that. We can't ask her to help us with this.
I'm not saying we were even doing anything about this, especially now, but the hand was revealed.
I don't like the idea of pitting people between two loyalties.
But we also are looking more for an understanding or to tell them not to do this again. We're not out on a headhunting mission, right? That's not what any of us want.
That is true.
Hinta, if we tell them not to do this, you reckon they'll stop doing it?
She looks at you and says, not a one of you has a drop of mole blood in your bodies. And you are kitted
that's
out.
not true.
And you are kitted out with how many pieces of ancient mole artifacts, including the one I'm giving you right now. You think when they learn about who you are and how easy it is to track you down because of your reputation and all that you have on you, that they're just going to stop?
They'll likely see us as targets. Maybe even easy ones.
The good news is they are here to fight beasts. That is their actual responsibility. To cleanse that land that belongs to them by birthright to cleanse the land of beasts.
And this is where I'm done with this conversation.
I would like to know what beasts they fight.
So all manner of beasts. There's the creatures that live deep inside the forests. There's the wyverns in the mountains.
They cannot fight a wyvern. They can fight a wyvern.
Someone has to. Okay.
Mikhail, we are doubling our training regimen.
I don't think that's going to help, Koa.
Can't hurt.
It can. No, it legitimately can. It has.
You must be
Look.
snacking in the off time or something, because it does not hurt. It will only make things better.
Because I didn't spend my childhood running around chasing horses, that I have to be snacking in my off time?
Yeah.
Koa, I put people to sleep with my words.
They can kill an owlbear at 11 years old. I think we could handle a little bit more push-ups.
I can put a single owlbear to sleep if things go well.
He looks at Hinta with, like, sad eyes. Like, I'm trying, but...
Don't pity. You put someone to sleep with words. Okay, you can't do it. Just like I can't lift a really heavy box or something, or bend iron bars.
Mikhail, you're putting me to sleep with words right now.
Ugh, he just leaves. He just goes outside.
I will follow Mikhail out.
She says to you, well, just Koa. He was winning the whole time, but it wasn't handedly.
Never imagined so. The most believable thing I'd heard about them was that you were able to hold your own against one.
It was meant to be honest, but it comes off as like in that moment where Aldo is putting so much pressure. It's again that rare scenario where like the bombing nature of that actually is accepted and not slapped aside for like usually kindness comes at her and she smacks it down and kicks the person in the nuts, right? But no, she actually like accepts that fully.
If they come back through a deer again, or if they're still here, or we may eventually have to get involved to some extent, but I do not wish to. I never want to kill anyone.
She shakes her head and says, "You probably haven't heard stories of them killing around town, have you?"
No, I think that they truly believe that what they're doing is just, but as you said, that's not how things work here, and
It's not how things work here. I understand. I know this. It's what they believe to be true. It's what they were raised to believe to be true. It's they believe it as wholly as you and I believe in the gods. As though it was a mission given to them by the gods.
who could convince them to change their ways here? With words or otherwise?
She shrugs and says, I don't know. It's not my place to do so. They have their responsibilities and I have mine. As I said, I was raised where they would collect their weapons from. And their weapons, they use them to help all of us. I don't know if the price that is paid by innocence, she says, not because she necessarily agrees that they're innocents, but because it's the correct term to use with Koa to make sure he understands. Almost like choose your small words wisely. She says, even if it's a price that's paid by innocence, to ensure that they continue doing their tasks. They did ask a bit. Oh, go ahead.
If a different one had come here and fought you, and had tried to take something, would you have a different perspective?
No, it would have played out similar. Not the same. Would have played out similar enough. they would respect my claim to anything I have with me that wasn't obviously directly associated with the Muharib. And I don't have anything on me that's directly associated with the Muharib.
I appreciate your honesty and your explanations, and I apologize for any offense I've made or misunderstandings I have, but this is all much outside of my knowledge base.
If I were to give you one warning, just because I know that you are close, when I spoke with him after our sparring match, he was inquiring about many things, but a good bit about the counselor's son. He said he had gone by the counselor's home, Gemsmith, and he understood that the counselor had a son that wasn't around, and he was hoping to find him. As far as I understand, he didn't, but it was a degree of intensity. It's that kind of questioning.
What would he want with Jim Smith's kid? He doesn't even have the gems or anything.
Shakes her head and shrugs. I don't know.
The only thing I know he has is a toad or a frog or something.
She looks very disinterested in whatever you just said.
Well, if you somehow hear more about it, I guess let us know. Cleveland's been through a lot.
Anyways, your sword. It's here. It's been properly cleaned. Everything's as good of shape as I could possibly have it in.
Oh, I wanted to show you. I found something else interesting when we were at the Zakharoom Keep.
When your character
Zarkun.
mispronounces it, which is very appropriate, she just kind of like tries to hide how annoyed she is, but she lacks capacity to do so, and so you hear like a grind of the teeth and like a hem or haw or whatever, right? Like a.
Sorry, I'm assuming I got that wrong. And he'll show her like the rings that he found.
Yep, showing it, looking them over. She's like, "Oh, these are strange. If you'll give me a moment." And she puts them down. Well, puts one of them down and takes the other one with her out back. And she goes out back, and she's back there for several minutes to the point where like Koa's like by himself for a while. Maybe like gets bored of sitting there. I don't know if you poke your head up and be like, "Sorry guys, a few extra minutes," or like
No,
walk
he
around
just
the shop.
100% looks around the shop at different things.
Eventually, one of the apprentices comes in, and they walk in. They start going, like they're going back, and they stop and they look at you, like they freeze up for a second. They're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but the shop's not open yet."
Oh, we're here to see Hinta. She's out back looking at an item I brought.
She's busy. Never mind. And he turns around and goes right back out the door they came in to go back to whatever work they're doing.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and a few, like I said, several minutes later, 3 minutes, whatever it is, she eventually comes back out with a book and places the book onto the counter in front of her and like puts the thing like over by the book so you can see like, you know, it's imagery representing what's there, and it's not written in languages that you read because it's not written in Perrin. It's written in Glyn, which I don't think Koa understands, though he struggles with reading in general anyways. Though he is literate, just not modern literate. Moving on, so he she's looking this stuff over and she says, "Huh, I'd never seen one of these before, but I remember reading about them in the past. It's in ancient Mull design. These are, remember before we talked about the Electrum and the effects of the Electrum and how it is it's able to enhance. We went over these details. Please tell me you remember."
Yes, yeah, we've dealt with
Okay.
Electrum a decent amount now, so yes.
This, she thinks for phrasing here. resonates through the electrum core of the weapon, almost binds to it and resonates through it, allowing certain enhancements to pulse through them. At least that's what this is suggesting here. Similar to what we were discussing beforehand about the stones.
Mm-hmm.
Except with the stones, those get embedded in. Placing them in there, relatively easy. Even an idiot that's skilled enough at smithy, they can get them put in. Removing them, I don't know how easily those are removed by somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. Even I might make a mistake and end up chipping or cracking a stone in doing so. But these are designed to go on and off much more easily, meaning that overall they are less impressive, but more versatile. Again, you can put them on, take them off. You found these at the same place, this Zarkun clan ruins.
In the room with the forge, yes, and it kind of looked like they fit together, and even maybe a third ring could fit, but there wasn't a third one I found.
She says no, it's not all. I don't think all designs have 3 rings to it, but this design leads me to believe that there is a third ring, but I don't know the specific design.
Just thought maybe you'd find it interesting. It's something I had never seen before.
Certainly interesting. Looks it over again and says, "Hands, now you have 2 swords that it could work with, don't you?" Oh, I don't think she knows you gave the other one away to Curve Rock, does she?
Did we give all of them away?
So, if you remember, you promised him the Curve Rock, the sword from her, but you never gave it to him yet. She was still working on it.
Yeah.
So, when she's handing you a sword right now, it's not the sword with a socket in it. You already had that. She gave that to you, weeks ago when you had that dinner party. The sword she's giving you now is the sword that was being cleansed that you owe to Curve Rock.
Gotcha.
Right? Like, because
Yeah,
you've already had your other sword for
right?
a long time.
She knew we were giving it away.
Oh, did she? Oh, okay.
I think so.
Yeah, she did yell at us about it.
Oh, that's right. My apologies. Thank you both for correcting me.
Well,
she said, but she does say you now have 2 swords that this could function with. Sorry, Wade.
No, just Keegan also had confirmed in the chat. Okay.
I don't see it. If it's in Zoom chat, I can't click that button. Otherwise, it'll.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
He was just all. Yeah, we all had the same thought on that. Because we had the dagger, the sword, and the spear, and I don't remember what happened with the dagger. We promised her, I think, the spear.
Yeah, she got the spear. Jevrock was supposed to get the sword, and we were supposed to take the dagger.
Okay. Oh, we'll figure it out. It's too bad that the group came through and took the sword.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Does Koa say that to her?
No.
Oh, that'd be funny. But okay, gotcha. Anyways, so I imagine that's Wade thinking that, not necessarily Koa, but
yeah,
we'll get to the RP shortly. So
Koa's nicer than me, even.
So she has the and he's not the one that gave away the sword. That was Aldo, I think. So,
yeah.
But either way, so she has she gives it. She says, "Well, now you have 2 it would work with."
How does the blade look? The one that she's presenting now, does it look like the same or cleaned up, or?
Oh my god, it's
She's had it for a
much
long
cleaner.
time.
She removed every bit of rust. She got all the detailing fixed inside there. Is there some bits of like where there's like, I'll use the term filigree, but some bits of this like unique design or whatever that's worn down, the edges are rounded or whatever? Of course. It's centuries old, and even back then was used, right? Like that's just the nature of like the degradation of items over time. But overall, like the blade looks amazing. Like it's a straight blade. It's been fully cleaned. Even some of the etchings or whatever that would have been into it, she can to whatever degree that she can do with the tools at hand, reapply some design. But it's not like she's like superheating the metal, because you can't superheat a sword that's already been fully forged. It could cause more issues later on, because you're like once again altering like the structure of the crystal, the metal crystals, right? So she's just a little bit of cleanup there, but overall the thing looks great. Like, it looks fantastic. New leather wrap on the guard, etc., etc. If I remember correctly, I think I even said with this sword, there was, for lack of a better phrase, you could socket in this sword too, wasn't there? Because this is the first sword you found that had one.
I don't remember that. It might have been. I don't remember.
I
What
want
I
to say
remember about this one is it was designed for like a bugbear.
Yeah. So I want to say that the episode that this was presented in was literally named The Deluge, like referencing the rainfall that happened. I might have to go back and check, but I think it's socketed too. Don't quote me on it yet, though. I have to double check. Wade's trying to check his notes, like he keeps them.
I do for things I might keep.
Yeah, Wade, you should take more notes.
Listen
I
to
paid
Jake.
for a morning star to be crafted at one point by her too. Whatever happened to that?
Oh, did you already get your morning star? Is that what you've been walking around with, or did you?
I've got the Earthbreaker, but I think at one point I was like, oh, I'd want to get a Masterwork Morning Star. I barely remember. I feel like this was so long ago and such a.
If you commissioned one, it's very possible that it's done. I
It said
remember a
Morning Star being
conversation.
crafted 4 weeks. I've got that in my notes.
Yeah.
The Morning Star?
You did ask for a Morning Star.
Okay,
I don't
then it's
remember it
done.
being Masterwork, though.
That is done. Whatever it was that you would have requested, it'd be done. It's been enough time.
I think a Masterwork Morning Star.
Yeah.
No,
How much
it
did it
was.
cost?
I didn't write that one down.
Yeah. If it was.
Oh, wait, your Earthbreaker's not Masterwork, right?
Oh, that's right. The Earthbreaker was your temporary weapon while waiting for the Morning Star. That's right.
The Morning Star is Masterwork, then, yeah.
That's right. So it is Masterwork. That makes sense. Because I was thinking the Earthbreaker was the weapon. No, the Earthbreaker was the temporary weapon. That's right.
I don't remember why I liked the Morning Star.
I mean, it's
one-handed
bludgeoning and piercing. It's 1d8 one-handed, right?
It's a
It's
good weapon.
1d6 small, 1d8 medium. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're medium, so you do 1d8. And it can do bludgeoning or piercing, which is nice.
I think it's
Oh,
bludgeoning.
that's right.
and
Because I
piercing.
have the shield. This was like the weapon I could use with the shield.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Just an overall.
Is it a
solid
1920
fit.
or just a ×2?
I think it's just
Critical
times two.
×2. I don't see any other thing
At
else
20.
about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that means not 20 only for a ×2. It's like the worst. Because like the fact that it's bludgeoning and piercing is great, but the only ×2 crit is the sad spot.
I never crit
Mhm.
anyway, so
Yeah,
that's fine.
exactly. That's fair.
Yeah, because it's got decent damage die and everything else.
I think I've maybe crit one time this entire campaign.
I think you guys only
But
critical
I
hit
think I
against
did less
plants.
damage.
I think
on
you
the
guys
crit.
only critical hit against plants and undead.
That's also true.
I think I crit something. I just did basically no damage. I think I crit a goblin or something.
Are you the guy that critical hit and did less damage to the crit than the regular
that
hit?
was I did that.
Oh, okay.
I also did that.
And
Yeah.
I was saying Aldo has definitely done it. I think I might have. I just know my crit did not amount to enough.
I'm telling you right now, we should toggle off the critical feature of your weapons and just turn on a what would be more damage if you crit. The only problem is for Wade, he has to have like 5 of those. Because like, well, is he holding it this way or that way or that way? But for you guys, it's just
I've
one more button.
I've suggested doing this before. Like, all you have to do is turn the multiplier to 1.
Yeah. And then you have to have a secondary option that does more damage afterwards, or make it like a
We're
Like a
just roll the
macro.
damage twice
yeah,
or
you
3
can do that.
times or however much, whatever the multiplier is.
Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, that does work because you would also
Sure.
multiply your modifiers too, wouldn't you?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember you saying that latter part because that's brilliant. And
I think you just ignored me after everything that I started with.
no,
Is
no,
what
no,
happened.
No, Keegan, I'm the only brilliant one here, and so my idea is that you guys actually turn it down to 1 and then click
That
the button.
explains why you never hear what people say. That belief right there explains it. Do we want to do that now? It's pretty easy.
What's
We could
Masterwork
after
give?
the
Is a
stream.
plus 1 to hit?
We
What?
can do that. Okay.
I mean, Masterwork is just +1 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Plants and thighs weapon. What?
Okay, I'm just gonna make sure I put this in here because it's been a while. So attack is melee +1, damage 1d8 plus strength, bludgeoning and piercing, crit multiplier 2. Cool.
Yeah, I think you can just drag it over from the compendium, but it's fine. You've already done all the work.
I've never gotten that compendium drag to work properly one time, so I
It doesn't work if your sheets popped out.
never gotten it to work a single time, so I just do it by hand.
Exactly.
Can't figure out why.
Nope.
Okay.
It also will bug out. Like, wait, let's say I don't have the sheet popped out and I drag and drop, but you do. That also can cause it to bug out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Never gotten it to work one time.
yep. It's like we have this this program at work where like for some reason when you're signing people up from program X to program Y, if even one person, even if it's an org of like 300 people, if even one person's in the sandbox environment and not the production environment, it bugs out the entire thing and fucks it up for all like 300 people. And it's like, so you have to like have this like mass memo, everybody out of sandbox. Like, Larry might be in sandbox, but Larry's like on vacation right now. And you're like, we can't do this transition until Larry comes back from vacation. Like it's bad.
Damn.
Yeah. Because if you don't have Larry's username and password, which you shouldn't, then you can't change it. So anyways, moving on. Gotta love software. So back to game. So you guys, Koa, she is, you know, the sword's there, or whatever it is. And she says, well, this conversation went about as well as I expected it to. But why don't we look at the shiny side of this? When you head back there, I'm coming with you.
We do have to go back at some point. He like looks to Mikhail and Aldo for guidance, but they're not
gone.
in there.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with cursed items?
She gives you a look like you just asked her, you know what it's like to be a female?
Take that as a yes. Long story short, we think that we have to break I need to break a cursed sword there. There's
A
an
cursed
anvil.
sword?
Yes. There's an anvil that I think it has the electrum and stuff going through it, and it's built into the room, and we think the sword was manufactured there, and it'll be easier to break it there.
You said that there's an anvil there right now with the electrum coursing through the anvil, and nobody has stolen it after centuries of this place being in ruins.
It's kind of built in, yeah. It was covered up. There, they had like a religious-looking room set up, and they'd built a thing over it, like an altar of some kind of hiding it. But that looked more recent, maybe within the last 50 to 100 years or something. I don't know. But yes, there's an anvil there, and there was one that was like a fake one, right? There was like a room with a fake anvil, or an anvil that was just not the same kind.
Yeah, it was a forging room, but not the same anvil, right? Yeah.
There was another room that looked similar, but the anvil was just a normal looking anvil, not like the other one. It
Koa, I
seemed
need
that
to go to this place. When are you able to go?
Are you familiar with what's going on in Haunt Gwen?
No.
Well, we need to get the sword off of someone in Haunt Gwen. His name's Beltran. He's in charge of the guard, and we think he has the cursed sword. We have to get it from him before we can go break the curse.
Hold on. The sword is on this Beltran person in Haunt Glen, and you have to break it there. Is this a mole sword?
He looks around again. We think it was forged there. So, yes.
She thinks for a few moments and says, Wraithblade Keep.
He nods, like looking like a student who's getting in trouble for ratting on their friend or something.
I think I might know where that is. By rumor, reputation, not a map. but you've actually been. And some idiot has the sword. Why don't you just slap him and take it?
Because his family runs Hot Gwen and he's in charge of the guard in the army.
Army. Like you see, everything you said did not stick until you said army. She says, army?
He's been busy.
If it wasn't for the fact that you intended to break it, I'd say I have a couple of friends that can help you.
Right now, I think that ghosts inhabit the sword and seem to affect people close to whoever's wielding it.
Ghosts?
He nods.
Thanks for a few moments. Wraithblade. She's kind of like chewing on the idea of like how pointedly named it is. And then she's like, okay.
Breaking it obviously is unfortunate, but it's crucial that we do.
She shakes her head and says, you probably can't.
Well, fortunately, I'm going to have to. Mikhail has done some research and found that people were able to break it in the past, but it took a lot of effort.
I agree. Research needs to be done. I should examine this blade before you try.
Do I need a sense motive on this, or is this
You're
like
more than welcome to.
I don't even know if I need one. This feels so fucking pointed.
Yeah, I'd say you got that.
Some of the stuff we're working on, Hinta, I don't know that I'm privy to discuss all the details of, but breaking this sword, specifically breaking it, is... we have to.
Why do you have to? Listen, if you're telling me there's ghosts or wraiths or whatever inside of the blade, I'm not exactly saying that this is a bad idea. But why do you have to?
He again looks, hoping his friends are they're coming back in somehow to bail him out. Because they're part of the curses of Adir.
Holy shit. The time you spent in the mountains? The thing you're doing here? Are you actually trying to break the curses?
We think we can. And we think we know how. But yes, this is one of them.
How much do you know about these curses?
Oh my god! Can we just say he tells her everything? I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. I think he's spilling it all.
We know enough about 4 of them and the overall one.
She thinks for a long moment and says, if it wasn't the opposite direction, if I didn't think that you would embarrass me and get yourself imprisoned, I wish I could bring you to Drazstone. I think there are people there that might give you more information of what you're looking into.
Well,
And
we
unfortunately,
at least got Loshev and Drazstone to open up some trade, but we also stopped Drazstone from dealing in bird eggs, which wasn't taken upon so kindly.
back to the embarrassment thing.
Our lives are complicated.
She shakes her head. I'll look at the blade, and if there are signs of there being this ghost curse, then I'll not. Things like that are unnatural, and I won't get in the way of what you need to do.
We've seen it firsthand. Someone that was close to Beltran was, for lack of a better word, rabid. As soon as things didn't go his way, he, with all of my strength, all three of us, we could barely hold him down. And one of our friends is from the east. She did some kind of healing ritual of sorts that involved silver and I don't know. And she managed to purge the ghosts from him, and his demeanor completely changed. And we think that people that go to Wraithblade and have some kind of encounter maybe can see the spirits. We ourselves could not, but the effects were very clear. And some people have gotten sunken in eyes, and you can tell who's been affected.
She thinks and says, well, as I said, if I can tell, I won't stop you. Hell, if it's frightening, maybe I'll even help.
If you do accompany me there,
It's not if.
well, Mikhail and Aldo and I will have to discuss the specifics because it's going to be a very strange endeavor.
Why would it be strange? Do
Thankfully,
you get
for once, I
motion
don't
sick
think...
on the boats?
No. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know how to begin describing the weird parts. So I will leave that one alone. One moment. Mikhail, Aldo, can I borrow you for a second?
They're outside going, he's been there for a long while. Do you think he's flirting with her? No, he's definitely just telling her everything. No, come on. You think maybe after, tough guy, he's telling her everything. Guys, can I borrow you for a minute? That look. All right, yeah, you're right.
Mikhail would definitely not have been waiting that long. He's probably already off to go find a doctor.
That's fair. So it's just Aldo? Where's Aldo gone?
Yeah,
to?
Aldo is probably talking shit to the apprentice.
Aldo, get into Kale, and I've said more than I should again.
Aldo, I guess, walks through the door and he's like, Mikhail's gone, man. You've been in here for a while.
Yeah, well, I was kind of telling Hinta everything.
What do you mean?
He looks like a puppy who just got caught like chewing on newspaper or something like. Well, she wants to go to Wraithblade.
Okay, well, we do need her to go to Wraithblade at some point.
Well, now she knows why we're going to Wraithblade and where we're getting the sword, about the curses. But I told her if she goes with me to Wraithblade, then it's going to likely get weird. And I didn't really know how to explain the fact that once we go to Wraithblade together, I will no longer be at Wraithblade with her at a certain point.
Yeah, well, look, I think that's enough, Koa.
He looks back to Hinta, like, I guess that's all I can say.
looking at like you guys as you're having this conversation, she says, let me know when we're heading out. I need time to prepare my shop.
Hopefully within a month.
She says, you're going to be in Loshev that long?
No. We have to get the sword in Hot Gwen, and we have to deal with the problem in Hot Gwen. Beltran himself.
She'll look to Mikhail and say, let me
Mikhail's
know
not
when
there,
you're
Mikhail's
heading
not.
out. I have to get my shop prepared.
It's just Aldo.
You
Mikhail's
mean
there.
Aldo?
Oh, sorry, Aldo. My apologies.
He says, yeah, we'll do.
We're leaving Loshev hopefully tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Is there any room to wait an extra day, or is tomorrow hard set?
Why?
She looks at you like, because she just said it twice, like in the last minute. Because I need time to get my shop ready.
I wasn't aware you were coming with us now. We're not headed back up to Wraithblade for some time. You just gonna hang around Hod Gwen?
Is the blade in Hodgwen?
Yeah.
Is it in the hands of an idiot?
A dangerous one.
That answers the question.
And you plan to take it from him?
She looks at Koa and looks back at you and says, I have my tactics. We'll see if we agree.
Something else would be a fun journey back to Hodgwen.
I'm gonna be honest, Hinter. If your tactics put everything we've put like in place in jeopardy, you're just not coming.
She doesn't know what we've put in place because I've been good about keeping secrets.
No, you haven't, but that's beside the point. We've been working really, really hard on doing this. So, we don't need, like a bull in a china shop kind of approach here.
What is China?
Actually, bowls have proven to be very, very graceful in china shops. They won't even break a sink.
What's a China shop in Adirian terms?
I'm not going to make that equivalence.
Does Hinter respond or just Scott?
Sorry, that's fair. So, Aldo says the equivalence of bull in a china shop, and she says, I'll travel to Hod Gwen.
Okay.
We will we'll fill you in on the way as to the caution needed, at least.
Tomorrow, then. And she'll turn around and she goes back into her shop because there's a lot of shit to do.
Oh, one of your apprentices came in while you were out back and then saw you were busy and fled cowardly quickly.
She heard you, some small gesture that suggests that she heard you or whatever to acknowledge as not be rude, but doesn't respond to that because it's just so not important.
That's fair.
Yeah.
The
trainee was looking for you. They'll find me.
We'll come find you tomorrow then.
In a minotaur in an Ascarian ball. That works.
When we leave, Aldo's going to say to Koa, do you have is there something wrong with you? Like, do you feel the need to just, blabber everything that we do, like to whoever? Like, do me and Mikhail really need to babysit you?
I'm starting to think the answer to that is yes to some extent, but also...
Well, Koa, I don't... Like, this is ridiculous.
I might need her help breaking the sword, and how do I dance around what we need her for?
Well, for one, discussing that should have been done with me and Mikhail there, because if you know that you can't avoid, oversharing, then just don't talk.
Well, you two stepped out. I was kind of left here in the middle of the discussion.
So, it wasn't in the middle of the discussion, was it?
Yeah.
I don't think we were talking about that at all. We were talking about the thieves when we left.
Well, we were talking about the thieves, but we also talked about the forge at Wraithblade. That already had come up, so she was aware of the place. And then I said that we needed to use the anvil there, and she was intrigued about the anvil because it was built in Electrum and all that. So it was all related. One little bit led to the next, and I tried to be careful, but ultimately...
I mean, you didn't say anything about, who, at least, right?
No, nor the room, nor the weird things that have happened, nor how we'll get from place to place. It's just she knows about the curses already, and she pieced together Wraithblade relatively quickly whenever she heard about the sword and the. I told her it was. I asked her if she knew anything about breaking cursed weapons. If there's anything else we should know. Started to piece it together.
I'm worried about what might happen if we do manage to break the curse. Especially with the way Hinter was, whether she'd like to admit it fully or not, I think she agreed with a lot of what they stand for. She seemed to think they were rather important. And, I don't think she had a bigger deal with what they did as she should have. And one thing we know by looking, the fact that Adir exists, right, is because this curse is in place and it's stopping there from really being much. Paradel can't take it because they can't hold it. But I'm worried now that maybe these Muharib or whoever they are, if we manage to break the curse, if she goes blathering, they might come and start taking over the towns here. Trying to take back the old empire.
Or maybe she's just interested in being a part of it herself. I mean, we cleared the goblins out of Wraithblade. If the curse is broken, maybe she just takes up residence and starts forging things there.
I mean, possibly, but there's other possibilities too. And right now, I don't think it's something we should be opening up about. I mean, what you said wasn't too bad. I mean, we are trying to break the curse. I'd rather she didn't know about that. But
Well, if we
mean,
need her help to do it, Hey, help me break this sword that's an important artifact of the Zuckerberg clan,
mm. Look, I understand she needs to be told something, but
Zarukin?
Sarkun.
I tried to keep it to a minimum, but as you know, I do tend to blab, and I did give more than I probably should have, but I kept the most crucial parts.
all right,
did.
well, nothing can be done now. Just, if you talk to the counselors, don't bring up anything about that.
Well, unless I need
No,
Jim
just-
Smith to go swing a hammer at a cursed sword, I don't plan on it. If we're going to put people in danger, they deserve to know why they're being put in danger.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is true. Like I said though, there's sometimes there's a bigger picture. And sometimes people don't need to know everything.
But also, sometimes you need to trust people and let them in. And maybe I'm not the best at one and you're not the best at the other, but there has to be some balance.
I guess we'll have to find it. I hope things don't bite us in the ass in the meantime.
Well, I didn't tell her about the Elder, and I didn't tell her about the teleporting.
I don't want her coming into Hot Gwen with us. If she, like she said, she has her own way or whatever. If she wrecks anything that we've put into place, I'm out. Like I'm done.
I think we take her to the crack.
She said she's going to Hod Gwen.
Well, if Beltran is perhaps coming to the crack, then she can help us get the sword that way. Again, I think we discuss things on the way, or we discuss it tomorrow before we leave and make sure that's what we need to talk to Mikhail.
Yeah, well, he's going to find a doctor. I was thinking too, I don't even think we need to speak with Kervrock while we were here. We just found out everything from Hinter anyway, and it'd only be taking an inventory of what had been taken.
Oh. Hinter gave me, he'll show you the sword. This is the sword I think that you'd promised Kervrock.
I thought that sword was lost. I thought it got taken.
No, Hinter didn't lose anything. But we have it.
Do we? I don't see it.
That feels backhanded, doesn't it?
I mean, does it?
Yes?
I mean, Kervrock kind of just had everything taken from him, and what if it happens again? He might even be keeping it safe from having it taken.
We can justify it in a lot of ways, but being honest would be the best way, wouldn't it? Telling him we have it, but maybe he doesn't want it right now because they might come back for it. I don't know.
I mean, if he asks for it, Koa, I mean, you don't have to tell the truth all the time.
I just try to be decent, Aldo.
Yeah, but sometimes some truths end up hurting more than they help.
Well, maybe it's a short-term pain, but maybe it's a long-term gain.
I guess that's where we'll have to disagree.
Besides, I can't swing two swords at once. Are any of you gonna look at this? Like it's like the bugbear hilt where it looks oversized.
I don't
So
know, put a bow on it and go and deliver it then, if you really want.
reminder, it's a bastard sword, so technically Koa can you wield it currently two-handed as a
Right.
1d10 weapon. With training, he could wield it one-handed as a 1d10 weapon as well. Continue, sorry.
I might be able to find a use for it, but I've also got my other sword that Hinta made, so
I don't care really what happens with the sword. It is what it is.
I don't know. I'm torn on what the best thing to do is. We promised it to him and we should offer it to him, but I also don't wish to put him in danger by giving him another thing to be pillaged.
Well, I guess you'll have to come to terms with what you think is best.
I don't know. Generally speaking, I find that defaulting to the truth and just letting him decide, since it was promised to him. Maybe he's got a different view on things after burning his books from the Birdman and being attacked by this group. Maybe he's changed how he feels about owning these things.
I doubt it. But look, like I said, it's what it is. It was given to you. You decide.
Oh, we still need to speak with Tyreek, and we need to
We do.
we need to meet with Jim Smith again today, I think, yes?
What do we have to see him for?
I don't remember, but I thought we were like, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Did he have it? Oh, he's gonna get the gems.
Yeah.
The gems in storage he's gonna get out.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll speak with Tyreek. We'll drop past Gem Smiths, and I don't know. I think Mikhail's on doctor duty today.
How are we gonna get this gem from Jim Smith? The one he's cutting now.
To come back here to get it? Why I don't really see why Hinter's coming now anyway.
He could send it to us, but there's a danger in that.
You want to risk that?
Well, with this group going through, I mean, if it's found on his person, I don't know if they'll come back through or not. I guess probably they won't, but
That would be an asset to have Hinter here. You know what I mean? Could help in that situation.
yes, we can. We should all talk. We should run all this by Mikhail as well and decide with him. But it is a good thought.
Right. Well, we'll find Mikhail and then go see Tariq.
Aldo, something you said sticking with me.
Mm.
When we
Good.
stopped the lashes,
Yeah.
Beltran ran out, became captain of the guard, and it seems like Hodgwin's in worse shape after we stopped the slave ring.
Yeah.
If we break the curses, will Adir be in a better spot?
Look, I mean, I'm no philosopher, right? But the reason Adir exists is because of the curses. So if the curses break, the illusion shouldn't shatter. It should be maintained at all costs. Otherwise, Peridot will just swallow it.
But-
Like I said to you, the more people that know, right, will find out. That's one issue. But as for the other, I get what are you trying to say? Like people like Beltran could, expand their influence, I suppose.
Yes, but we still
Ah.
have to do it. I mean, the Martyr and Nankara, they're both trapped as part of the curse. That part of the reason Paradel is the way it is because of the curse. Their aggressiveness, right? We still
Yeah.
have to do it, but it might.
Well, we don't, like I said, we don't have to do it, but I mean, it's the course we've chosen to take.
No,
Um,
it's the right thing to do. It's
according to who?
my gut.
Ah, the all-knowing gut, I see.
The two of the gods themselves are perhaps trapped because of it. I mean, if the martyr could do more
Two,
good,
two gods?
if the martyr is a goddess and her brother, you saw how strong he was just after we visited a third keep. Imagine what visiting seven could do. He has to be, doesn't he?
Oh, that's way beyond my wheelhouse. Plus,
He's
you know,
gotten stronger
are
each
they
time we've
gods
seen him.
or are they just
He's been around for
powerful magic?
700 years. He can travel to different places, connect places far away in one room and move us about.
So if he's such a powerful god, why can't they just break it themselves? And is there a reason that they are actually chained here? Like, is there an actual logical reason?
They were part of the rebellion against the mole. I don't know.
But were they gods then? Did they somehow chain two gods to rebel as parent?
I don't think so, but we're I don't I don't know.
I'd be skeptical on your use of gods for these two. I'd be skeptical in general, but I think we need to have this conversation with Mikhail. There's you broached a good question. I think it might need all three of us to even see where we sit on it.
I just
But there is inherent dangers, very inherent dangers once this curse breaks, if it is a curse.
I want so badly to help Guinevere. But if we stop Beltran and we break the curses and then all of a sudden we've put a deer into more danger, are we responsible for making sure that the no one knows that it's been broken?
Well, yeah, and I'm gonna be straight with you, Koa. In my opinion, in breaking the curse, we put Idir's very existence in danger, and I think it's more of a ticking. We're on the clock, as they'd say. Whether it be from Paradel, which at some point will be, or whether it be from, like you said, some of the people, being able to get a foothold and start expanding, which we're seeing Beltran do right now. You know what I mean? He is losing his mind, don't get me wrong. But they have an army. They've conquered one town. What's to say they're going to move on to the next? And that's why we need to stop that. But he won't be he's not the first to probably do that over the time, and he won't be the last. In breaking this curse, Idir will never be Idir again. Not in the same way.
What happens to us after we break the curse? Do we go after Orsugo, go after this other group, wander around town to town still? I don't know.
Well,
I become so
that's
focused on it that I
what comes after. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if we manage to somehow do it, we don't know what doing it is gonna even. What's gonna happen when that curse breaks? And, what's gonna happen with the old guy and apparently the so-called martyr or whatever, right? What happens to them?
You shouldn't
The
say
world
that like
could
that.
change.
Speak of any
Why?
of them after that so-called. It just was a
Ah,
bit disrespectful.
well, Koa, we all have our own beliefs, and while I try and respect yours, I don't see them as gods. None of them.
I guess what's your definition of a god? Do you think none exist?
Yeah, I don't believe in them.
This is a longer discussion that we could have about it, but I think I'd rather have a drink and some food before we go into that.
Ugh, I feel you on that one.
All right, let's go Get our gems from Gemsmith, speak to Tyreek, and get your stuff.
Yeah. Maybe we can just leave today and leave him to here, hey? He says that as like in a joking way.
I think she could be valuable in helping us with Beltran, but she also could be a liability. You're not wrong. She's very blunt in manner, so she might be blunt in action as well, which would not be good for our operation.
Yeah.
But if we can convince her to stay at the crack and just help there, that would be a benefit, so it depends. I've not told her about the crack either. She doesn't know about the crack.
That's good, I guess. Just, I don't mean to get angry at you, Koa, but like I said, secrecy is important, especially in the situation we're in. And I know, some people need to know things, but maybe there's a time and a place.
I try not to divulge everything, but again, it's hard to know how much to give sometimes, and you and Mikhail are much better about keeping things close to the vest. I try to give as much as I thought was necessary for her help.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry, I got a phone call, one sec.
All right, how's your doctor appointment going? Because all I hear is bleep, bleep, bleep during my RP.
Apparently, it took 2 hours, and I still don't know how bad it went. Badly.
I saw
I
your
don't know how
91,
badly,
but I mean,
in
a
what way.
13 is at least
It's decent.
13,
It's not great. It's decent.
What did
I
you
just
roll?
don't know what the actual result is.
Perform, man, that's your bread and butter. Oof.
Yep.
So
Is a hero point on it? No.
God no.
you're able to find a doctor. You're able to ask around and find a doctor to help with
I'm looking for a discreet doctor.
a discreet
Secret
doctor
pregnancy.
for pregnancy. And you're able to acquire a secret doctor. For,
Imagine the
pregnancy.
valiant few asking around about a doctor who specializes in pregnancy and looking for discreetness.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna think it's you.
So
Yep.
Mikhail is able to go around and ask for a secret doctor that specializes in pregnancy. A lady doctor, I think is how you described it.
I think someone may be pregnant. That doesn't paint me, because I would, if I was trying to hide it, I would not
Help,
be seeking
doctor!
out
I think someone may be pregnant. Are you remember the valiant few?
Why-
Yes.
Why would?
This
wait,
is
why
beneath
would I
you.
be
Why would you
looking
get
for a
involved
doctor?
in Mikhail, you sly dog?
Why would I be the one looking for the secret doctor if I was trying to hide the pregnancy?
Sorry.
What?
He puts out a fake feather mustache.
What's on the bird costume?
I was like, squawk, squawk, squawkity, squawk, squawking.
Yeah, next I'll just go screaming about how, I really hope nobody reports that I'm looking for drugs. Please
I can't do it.
don't report me. I just need drugs.
I wanted to do the siren sound, but I can't do it. Like,
Wow, what a siren.
That was-
You guys remember when you hear the police drive by and they go,
yeah, that's all we heard.
Dude.
I don't know if anything else even came
in
out.
Europe,
no,
the sirens
no.
in Europe are so much more annoying. Oh my god!
Mhm.
Like at first it was like charming because it's like almost playful, but like they never stop. To be fair, that's not Europe. That's like being in like cities, and in Rome, it's like a siren every 5 seconds. I'm sure it's the same like New York or whatever. But even in Sorrento, it was like there was so many ambulances. I was like, is everybody always dying? Because they weren't even like in Rome. It was police and ambulances. In Sorrento, it was all ambulances. Like everybody was always dying. It was crazy.
Do you think maybe it's people that are sick and they're just like, they need the ambulances, and it's not like Americans who are just going to die at home rather than go to.
So yeah, there's don't
Hospital
cost
when
me
they need to.
$900 fucking dollars for a trip to the hospital.
Okay,
Yeah.
first of all, $900 is the discount, and second of all, stub your toe, call an ambulance. I sneezed once, call an ambulance. Like you know what? I pooped and it was a little uncomfortable calling an ambulance.
Hang on a second. I think I've actually coughed up a piece of my lung. I should be good.
Should be good.
I'll wake up tomorrow, right?
Should be good.
Oh, yeah. It's currently $1,300 for advanced life support and $950 for basic life support.
For your health insurance?
As just the average cost of an ambulance in the U.S.
I was gonna say, because I remember having health insurance at one point where just calling an ambulance was $2,000, and then going to visit the ER was $1,000, and then there was anything beyond that. So it was
I
$3,000
think that
to
is
show up
ridiculous,
there.
but at the same time, I can understand why they would not want the average person just being like, "Oh man, I feel kind of sick. I should call an ambulance." Whenever they've got real emergencies, so like if everyone was just like calling an ambulance because it was like free or $50 versus like actually needing it, like you have to have something in place to stop people from just being like,
Yeah.
"Oh man, I think I broke my arm. I need an ambulance." Like that's bad, but
Oh,
like,
what 100%? It just really should not be an exorbitant cost.
On the flip
Like,
side,
that is a horrible.
I agree. I
need
wish
for
there was a
that.
better system than cost, but how do you
Yeah.
how do you stop people from listen, I've got a family member who milks and will 100%
like cats. So
no,
on the flip side, though,
milks any illness or injury and is like,
oh, I'm
I
sorry.
got
Actually,
a
wait.
cough. I must need the emergency room today. And it's like,
Wait, if you want to take your headphones off for this next part, you're welcome to do so. So sorry. In what is it? 16 days. My dad is getting surgery. Sorry, Wade. Is getting surgery on his hip. He's literally having parts of his hip replaced, and it's an outpatient surgery. Like meaning he's going in
My
the
dad's
morning.
dead too.
They're replacing some of his hip, like drilling it out, and then he's going to be home that evening. Because here it's so bad, insurance companies are like, I'm not going to pay for you to recover from bone being removed from your body. Just send him home. Is that fucked up? Also,
Yeah.
sorry, Keegan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, it is.
It's fine. Like, he fell or something. I don't know. I do know, but what the hell are we talking about? Oh yeah, the doctor thing.
Did you find one?
Yeah, apparently I found one. And they're very discreet.
Yeah, they are. As
Yeah.
discreet as Koa. Is the doctor Koa?
The doctor's just Koa. Yeah.
yep. From my experience, pregnant.
this is the best way to keep the secret. I have to be the doctor.
If she wasn't before, she is now. Already won that one.
He's like, my earn nut.
That was bad. That was
Like,
bad.
Fucking comes downstairs with like 45 minutes with a disheveled mustache. She's like, I confirm she's pregnant. Pretty sure.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, there was a planes cat up there.
Wait, to complete your thought from before, if you call an ambulance and you don't need it, just like a week in prison, that's fine, right? Just like lock them up for a week. Is that?
I feel like you're just you're shifting from one thing to the next. Prisons for rehabilitate. Like, yeah, cure me of calling the ambulance.
Yeah, exactly, right? Anyways, I'm just
Take your class. When do we call 911?
So yeah,
I
instead
didn't
of
do my homework and I don't want to go to school and get in trouble. No.
so we just go, instead of going forward and having a solution, we regress. Instead of dying in our living room because we don't want to pay for an ambulance, we die in prison because we were arrested for calling the ambulance.
so, hold on.
Okay.
The morgue is right there.
You're not getting that kind of luxury treatment. What? No, there's a perfectly good yard outside the prison where people are shot dead all the time. There's
See?
plenty of places for holes out there. You dig one up and cover it in dirt. If there's already a person down there, well, they'll decompose.
Perfect. We solved it. Everybody, we solved it. We solved it.
Now, for those of you who aren't American, how much do you think I'm kidding, though? Like, how much of that seems... How much of that seems like I'm just being hyperbolic? Is that a word?
9 years ago? Probably most of it. Nowadays, you are playing it down. Why don't you tell us the truth? You know,
No.
like.
Can't handle
Anyways,
the truth.
back to
So
the
I
actual game.
found a doctor, and they probably think that I got someone pregnant.
It's very possible.
Yeah,
But you found the
okay.
doctor.
But that's fine.
Mission
Dude,
accomplished.
imagine if the rumor spreads that Mikhail got Marla pregnant and we come back and Jim Smith's like,
I
what
could
the
do it.
fuck?
I
Please,
could do
please
it.
don't. Please don't. What have I ever done to you? What have I ever done to
You
you?
didn't wear the tight pants last time.
I did the first time. It got us into the place. You know, I made Bob, of Bob's Boys fame. That happened.
You did do that. Yeah. I owe you for that one.
Buy me something. All right, cool.
So is
Look,
Bob.
I
Wait,
cannot
Aldo,
suffer
while
the
we're
wrath of
here-
Aldo. I can't.
We'll stay here for a
do
week.
it.
Spread the rumor that Marla is not pregnant.
We know the truth. You just eat too much.
Damn.
Skulls are fat! What the fuck? Oh my god!
It's been fun. See y'all later.
He just spends the entire week being like, I see my Erla ordered another pie. I see my Erla really liking them croissants.
Smith can't even
Start-
afford his usual.
There's been a lot of
alcohol
Uber
because
Eats
her
orders to
appetite.
Merla's
Oh
place.
my god. Jesus Christ.
We start calling her third helping. Just keep going.
Skyline
Away.
always at my Erla's house.
Jim Smith serving Budweiser now instead of whiskey because of Marilla's appetite. He's had to lose part of his gem collection. We thought he was selling it off for Loshev. Turns out
All
she really
Burger
likes
King.
fried goose.
Why he was so angry about the lamb.
Right.
What's she eating for, too?
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what
Doctors,
fucking rumor's
right?
gonna spread, but yeah, I find a very discreet doctor. I did my good deed.
Your secret's safe with them.
Oh, dude.
Fuck. Okay, so
I can neither confirm nor deny the amount of Skyline chili, nor Uber Eats that has been delivered to my
I feel like it'd be hard to put on weight eating Skyline chili. You just shit it right out after you eat it. It's so good. Like,
Jesus Christ.
dude, you eat that, and like 20 minutes later, it's on its way.
I ate so much.
Like that.
So lost 4 pounds of water weight. What?
So I assume we're meeting up with
Too.
you before. I guess we can get the gems from Jim Smith, and then we'll meet up with you before we go talk to Tyreek, because you probably want to be there for the prisoner talk, right?
Yeah, probably. It only apparently took me 2 hours, so we might not get Scott back though. He's gone deathly still. Oh no, he's moving. Okay, he's still there. He's over there dying, being told to shut up.
All right, so we have the gems now, and oh, look at that! As we're on our way out, oh, there's Mikhail Koa.
Oh, perfect
Found it.
timing. Is there any RP we need with Jim Smith, Scott, or can we just get the shit? Something wrong, man? Throat bothering you?
Oh, it's his chest. Oh no.
Call an ambulance, but not for him.
You trying to kill the guy, Wade?
Kind
I
of.
think you mean call it Uber Eats.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's coming back. He's made it.
In the ambulance, it's, what's the matter, sir? I've got a fever, and the only prescription is Skyline chili.
You call on Uber Eats to come deliver at your house, and then you're like, "Hey, listen, I was just placing an order for the hospital. Can you just bring me there as you pick up the food?"
Just drop me off over there.
This week's session sponsored by Uber Eats.
Apparently.
It's funny because I don't use Uber Eats, so I never use that. Okay, let me correct that. I've used that service once in my life. I don't use
Fucking
those
hell.
services.
Can you imagine though being the courier? Just trying to be like, yo, Can you just drop me off at the hospital? He's like, bro, you got $200 worth of Burger King.
That's enough to feed two in Norway.
Like, wait, is this all for you? Are you gonna eat it at the hospital?
Yeah, I missed breakfast.
They're gonna use it to bribe the doctors to to actually take care of them.
I need more morphine. You don't need more morphine. Does a Whopper say different?
Fuck. I never get time off. I had Burger King. Burger King, that's a name I had heard in a long
I'll
time.
raise you a medium onion ring that I do.
Oh. No, Joey, don't hate fun. That's fine. You're telling Scott to shut up. That works.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, we actually might not want to go to Jim Smith without Mikhail because he was going to talk to Cleveland, and then Hinta did bring up the whole like, oh yeah, the Hobgoblin crew was looking for Cleveland, which is kind of weird.
Which was weird, yeah.
So
When Mikhail
we'll
have
just
that conversation with Cleveland with the other two, or would he just have it by himself because of how Cleveland behaves?
It'd probably be he'd probably just go on his own.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. So going back to you guys earlier, when you see Gem Smith, you got to pick up the gems. He's like, oh, I'm more than happy to get them for you. Give me a moment. I'll go and collect them. And he goes and gets them himself. Usually he sends like the other guy to go and get stuff. But for something like this, he does it himself. He goes and he collects the gems and he comes back and he like lets you see them. You can of course see the gem that you had already seen before. And it looks beautiful and everything as you'd already seen. And then you see the other one with that, the work that he had done with it. Now, mind you, the second one is much smaller. It's not as fine of quality, so on and so forth. We already discussed this forever ago. However, it seems to be a universal one, which is great. And you cut it and did all that work that we discussed. It's just much smaller. And while you're regarding it and whatnot, he says they're beautiful, aren't they?
quite so, yes.
I have to say, I'm happy with how everything turned out, and I'm excited to really have some time to look into the other stone that you delivered last night. I started looking into it earlier, but
Merle is pregnant.
I wasn't sure you were kidding.
I was.
Thought it said first.
100%. I saw Spiral say that in chat. And Scott was coughing, so I had to fill in the gap.
anyways, says I started looking into the stone, but then I realized that it was probably a bad waste of time. I'm going to do the best I can to recreate the scrolls that were taken prior to investigating. So do you mind leaving this stone here so I can continue to investigate it after I'm done recreating the scrolls?
Yes, and then we were hoping you could cut it as well. And
Well, there's several different ways to cut it. I would need you to determine which one you wanted it to do. Normally, I would talk this out, but well, one, Mikhail's not here, and for two, I don't have the details in front of me. So perhaps this is a conversation we have at a later time, even if it needs to be done by sending letters while you're away.
well, how long would it take? Because we were hoping to have it within about a month's time.
When I have the details put together, it should only take a few days to do the proper cleaving. As long as I have all the equipment and what have you.
So Wade doesn't remember what the different cuts you mean. I thought there was like one way that these were cut. But...
Yeah, Mikhail would. I think Mikhail took some notes on it, but it's like he transcribed everything, you know, because he had the OG documents and he didn't have a ton of time.
Well, we'll get those details, and yes, we can discuss either via letter or whatever it is. But you've done wonderful work so far, and I'm sorry for everything that's been going on in Loshev. I hope it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Actually, do you have are you available later at all? The group of you.
We're in town for today. We have a few more things to take care of this afternoon, but I think so. Yes.
Yeah. Let's say mid-afternoon. You might be available.
I'm assuming it's early enough right now where if we talk to Tyreek,
Yeah.
we can still be back here. Yeah, I think so.
Wonderful. I'll inform the council that you can come by mid-afternoon.
Oh, yes.
Oh, this is a council meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it for the thing you told us about?
A handful of items.
Do we need to go?
It's probably best to show face.
We can be there, yes.
Wonderful. Enjoy your stones. I'll be more than happy to look into the other one and see if I can get it done quick enough. If Mikhail and I can't determine which one's the best prior to your leaving town, we can... oh my god, I almost spoke work talk. We take, they say, sync. He says, we can correspond through letters as needed.
Yes. So that will also be a bit of a process because getting letters in Hodgwin is difficult for us right now.
He thinks for a moment and says that with couriers, it's the case. There's nowhere
Yes.
safe that you can have it delivered to.
Perhaps Herod or Westwood,
Will you be near there?
on and off.
I could have messages delivered to you there. Do you go by an alias?
Mikhail's the only one that really gets letters. I don't know. That'd be a question for him.
It's Mikhail specifically I'd be corresponding with anyways, so
Yeah, I would just
I'll ask him when I see him later.
Right.
Wonderful. Anyways, I have to head out very shortly myself to get to the council. So thanks for coming by so early, so that I could get this underway and get your belongings back to you. Again, I do apologize deeply about the documents that were taken. I'll do the best I can to recreate those, and I'm glad that the gems weren't touched.
Things happen. Glad that you're knowledgeable enough to be able to recreate them.
He nods and says, "The techniques are. It's not anything new. It's just a matter of where, when, and how. But either way, gentlemen, I'll ask you to take your leave as I get myself prepared, and we'll speak later." No, you guys go step away.
Mm-hmm.
What was the next thing you needed to do, Tariq?
Yeah, which I think we wanted Mikhail for in case.
Yeah, Mikhail can join up with you for the Tyreek thing before him going over too, because like we'll assume he finished up the doctor thing. You guys meet up sometime afterwards, and you guys can go to the Tyreek.
Okay, on the way. Mikhail, off to see Tyreek. If you're free.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll tag along for that.
I might have spilled a lot of information to Hinta, and she may want to go with us to Hodgwin now and know about the curses. So,
He looks at Aldo.
Oh, I've already had this conversation.
Otherwise, got the gems from Gemsmith, and he wants to talk to you about the cut and correspondence. That pretty much sums it up.
Okay. Was the spilling necessary with Hinta? Did you have to?
I knew you'd focus on that part of what I said.
You were correct.
I asked her. You'd already talked to her. We talked to her about the forge. So she knew about the forge.
Yes.
She knew about the keep. I asked her if she knew anything about destroying cursed items to see if maybe she had any kind of information to give on breaking the sword, right? Because we need to break the sword and it's got to be in a timely manner. And I thought maybe she'd have some kind of information. And that led to telling her about the anvil and why it needed to be broken at a certain spot. And then she made some guesses about it being Wraithblade. And then she wanted to see the sword. I had to tell her, well, we think the sword is in fact cursed. And she was kind of skeptical about the curse. So I described a little bit what the curse did.
Okay, Koa, this is a really long answer. Did you feel it was absolutely necessary to tell her what you told her, or just convenient?
Well, necessary.
Okay, then I'll just trust that Aldo helped refine that, and that
No,
we'll do
he was
better next time.
outside.
I mean, afterward, when you told him what you did, that you talked about this, and
He was mad,
it's fine.
and he made sure I didn't say anything about the Elder, which I didn't. Nor did I mention the
Okay.
crack.
Okay.
What was the
Just
teleporting? He didn't say that.
okay. Okay. Good. 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 Good.
But I am gonna have to explain to her if she accompanies me to Wraithblade why I go into a room and am all of a sudden gone for weeks.
Once she's there, different things become need to know, right? But it gives us time to figure things out.
One
We're
thing I'm
not.
concerned about, Mikhail. Hinter said something about you know, we, she has her way of getting the sword, and I don't really want to near Hodgwen. I don't want her trying to interfere in plans that we've been setting in motion for months.
Oh,
But if she, a renowned weaponsmith as she is, if she is in Hodgwen and Beltran wants the finest person to take a look at the sword for whatever reason, that would potentially be a way to get it from him.
that was one of our plans, but
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm concerned with
she's
her bluntness and her lack of.
tact.
I don't think. Yeah, exactly.
I agree, but I think there are ways of spinning this and making it work. I agree with Aldo's concerns, which is why we need to figure out the best course of action. She wants to leave
She's
with us as soon as tomorrow.
well, she's blunt, but she's not reckless. She's a reasonable person. I think we'll get a good bead on whether she's going to be disruptive or helpful. We've got several days to do that.
She could also be very useful at the crack, as far as helping make sure that weapons are in decent working order for what we're doing, or for some sort of helping with the train. I think she could be useful if she's willing as well to help us get the sword if it comes down to a bigger fight rather than just a reclamation from Beltran.
Yeah, certainly. Her usefulness or like practical, tangible ability has never been in question.
Well, right, but as
Um,
Aldo was saying, we have to weigh. I've already told him more than I probably should have, but we have to weigh the risk with the benefit, and we'd have to tell her more, right? We'd have to give her more information about the crack at that
yeah,
point.
for sure.
So I think we just both
But
want
so
to.
what's her goal? Just getting to the forge?
She really wants to see the forge, but then I told her about the anvil because there's an anvil built into the place that has electrum running through it, and I said that if the sword was forged there, it might be easier to break there. She really wants to see this weapon, and I
So
I felt like she
she
was
wants the
too eager.
sword.
Well, yes, but I told her it was imperative that we break it, and she said, "Why would it be imperative that we break it?" And that's when, well,
The curses came
the
up.
curses. Yes,
Okay. Uh, no,
I
it
didn't just
seems
divulge all
manageable.
of it. Things led to another, and there were points where I said I really couldn't go into more at the moment, but as you can see, it's very easy to fall into the divulging thing.
It's a
Anyone
manageable
could do it,
situation. It's a
and would,
manageable situation.
in my position, they would have probably done the same.
It's fine. Uh, there's some things that makes this easier than it might seem. Hinta's borderline guileless as far as
She was scared of the spider, right?
there was a little bit of that. I'm not really. I don't think we're gonna use that,
I'm
but
also scared of spiders, but that look, that's how I feel whenever they're brought up.
yeah. So what I'm getting at is typically we don't have to worry about her being too uh, deceitful, duplicitous. She's either silent or she's honest. You kind of get one of those two. And Aldo, you even got a bead on her. I don't think we need to be too concerned that she's gonna be a issue because we're gonna know well before we show up.
True. And like you said, the more I'm thinking about it, we could use it to our advantage, especially having her visit Hod Gwen and it having, you know, having it known that she's there, you know.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
we cooked up this
so
plan at some point too, didn't we?
Yes, we talked
maybe.
about it. Do you? There's no reason her being at Wraithblade when the curse is broken would be dangerous to her, right?
Plenty of
Who
reasons.
knows?
I just don't know what they are.
Hmm.
Can't name all of them. we don't know exactly what's going to happen. I doubt
I
the
mean,
place is going to be like destroyed or something, but
if she's a descendant of the Mole Empire and this whole curse is because of or for them, and the Perrin got wrapped up in it, I did.
it's a good question for the elder. Sorry, Aldo, I interrupted you.
Oh, probably wasn't important.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, good.
Okay, so she wants to go, I guess, after we come back again to get the
Tomorrow.
gems and stuff, or yeah, but she wants to go to Hodgwen and Wraithblade. Like we're gonna have to come back to Loshev before we go to those places. She want to make that whole journey, or is she gonna stay in Hodgwen?
I don't know.
I
We
don't
can try
know.
talking to her, and we can try to tell her that we'll come back before we go up there, and I'm sure she would be willing to wait at that point. I think she thinks that this is our last trip to Loshev before we go back to Wraithblade.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's that stuff we can be upfront about. Like, ultimately, we need her help. I mean, we're not doing her a favor taking her to a dangerous keep. Where it's going to be nice for her to go to this forge, but we are putting her in danger for our specific interest, even though it is greater than her. So we do have to be accommodating to some extent.
Jim Smith, in a related note, actually, said he could maybe cut the gem within a few days, but he has to replicate the documents and figure out which cut to do. And
Okay.
he wanted to talk to you about that.
I have to go back by there to talk to Cleveland anyway.
Just he also said if you wanted to talk via correspondence, he wanted to figure out how to send mail and whether you use an alias. And I
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. Probably Westwood.
told him that or Herod, and he asked if we'd be by those places, and I said on and off because I don't divulge everything.
Of course. You didn't mention the promise situation, right? Okay.
Aldo was there. I didn't.
They found a doctor that I think will be, uh, you know, discreet about all this stuff like Marilla wanted. So if stuff gets out, I'm gonna know why.
One other thing, I guess it's not pertinent, but related to the curses. I told Aldo, when we stopped the lashes, Beltran fled, became an even bigger problem than he had been prior, though the lashes were no longer the issue, but he himself did. Aldo mentioned that when the curses are broken, then people could invade Adir and the curse wouldn't affect them anymore because it would be gone. So it's important to keep that secret. We don't want people knowing that Adir is able to be taken, right? Or that the curses are gone. Or what?
Oh, right. Well, yeah. Was that not obvious?
Well, no, it is, but
Oh, well,
even if
yes. So,
even if we do that, it's possible that someone like Beltran could still take control of Adir from within, or that Paradel could conquer it, or and we don't know what side effects the curse breaking will have, if any, and just what happens after we break the curses with us, with Adir. What happens?
well, this whole Shattered Throne situation goes away. There's no longer that limitation on people who would seek to be leaders in this place. So it does open the door for someone like a Beltran to seize more power and become something even more horrible than he is now. But it also does mean that others could rise up to that level and oppose him. Right now, as far as I can tell, this curse cuts not just both ways, every way. It does not discriminate. Uh, Leadership is leadership. A throne is a throne, no matter what your intentions are.
Do we
That freedom is not without risks. Imagine if you've lived under a dome for a very long time. When that's removed, you're open to the outside world for all that entails. You can go see it, explore it, experience it, gain knowledge, wisdom, and resources from it, but other things can get in.
Why? Have we ever asked why? Why do the curses exist? Why does each keep have its own curse? Why is this Shattered Throne curse? If the Mole Empire was, it seemed a bit rough, especially to the parents, and the Perrin were working to overthrow them. Why did the curses appear? Why is there the Shattered Throne curse, and why did it affect both sides? Who created this curse, or how did this come to be?
I doubt any of those questions we could really get an answer on.
Well,
We've got-
someone might be very pissed if we break them. What if it's one of the other gods?
Well,
Not
we
that
got
you
some
believe
of
in that,
them.
Aldo, but
This is a result. It's a result of not just the fall of the Mole Empire. It's a byproduct. Like there's an intentionality to this, and by both sides. I mean, during the days of the Empire, the only sides were Empire and not Empire, at least as far as these lands were concerned. And they fell. They're not going to have that curse lash out at themselves.
I just feel like whenever we've never solved the problem. Every time we help, there's the follow up. There's the backlash. So we break the curses, and yay, we've broken the curses. But now there's still going to be 4 other ones, and maybe we've pissed someone else off or unleashed some other horrible thing. And I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be for that, and we don't think it's all just going to be over.
It won't be. I mean, hell, just going around looking for this doctor for the last few hours, like talking to people was difficult. Hell, whether overtly or subtly, really wanted to know what we were going to do about what happened here. I don't think we're going to be at any shortage of requests for assistance when that curse is broken. Somehow we're kind of becoming a part of this place.
I just wanted to get Guinevere out of Hod Gwyn for her own safety, and everything. Have we made anything better?
What?
Have we made anything better?
I shouldn't. I'm not the one you should be asking that. We looked into the faces of people we freed from chains.
Sure, but how many more have suffered from Beltran taking over in Hot Gwen? More or
Again,
less.
ask them. Ask them what decision they'd rather you have made. We can't start second guessing things like this. You'll never take action. You'll never do anything if you're worried about every single outcome and how you have to make the absolute best choice that has no repercussions. We're just people. We can't see all of that. You do the best with what you've got.
You're right.
You told me that.
I guess it just feels different when it's so close to home. I don't know. The whole breaking of curses and not knowing if that's going to be better or worse for a deer that Aldo had mentioned got me. I don't know.
I mean, we don't know really, but we've picked a side, and we're gonna see it through, and then whatever happens, it happens. And realistically, you're right, it's on us. But how are we gonna figure that out if we don't try?
Yep.
I don't want to
Maybe
stop helping people, but it'd be nice to actually feel like we're helping for once and not just creating another problem.
Look, we know this curse created a Beltran. He's part of that. So it's not a problem we can leave. If that's something we can't accept, why would we accept the system that made it?
Sorry. Tyreek then, yes.
I'm not trying to bark at you. I'm just
No, I know. I shouldn't be questioning things. You're right. I haven't felt myself since being at the crack this past time.
a lot happened. Yeah, a lot happened. We don't have a lot of time on the road to commiserate over all that, right?
Yes.
To Tyreek, then.
I would pretty much stay silent the rest of the walk.
That makes sense. Kind of
Yeah.
like reflecting on the gravity of that. And you guys head into where the what's that place called? The guard like station is.
Place.
You'll see that there's a lot more people outside the guard station than normal, like a significant number of them, and they're all in uniform. More importantly, they're all in like bright new uniforms, like clearly freshly tailored or made for them, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of them that are there, and what have you. And again, they're all in like these bright, like nice looking uniforms. But the way that they're standing, like kind of slumped to one side, like not that the guard of Loshev are militant, everybody's standing perfect and clean and whatnot. Like obviously that's not the case, but this looks sloppy for guards. Like they're all in uniform, but not quite trained yet. And they seem to be grouped up like they're waiting for some sort of conversation or what have you to happen. So obviously you guys are either can walk up to them or around them, past them, whatever's you get into the guard place. I'll let you decide, of course.
Pass them unless the other two want to say anything.
Yeah, just pass.
Yeah.
I'll kind of like turn, sort of look and see if something's going on in the middle of them, but don't interrupt.
Some conversations or whatever amongst them, but that's pretty much it. What is happening? Why am I hearing weird noises?
Somebody
it's
like a combo
started
thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just doing weird noises. It was like the corner of my eye was showing like weird things happening, not just like the sent the cute little dinosaur thingies, but like it was like weird. I don't know. It almost felt like some weird animation was happening. I kept seeing out of the corner of my eye. Sorry. Back to you guys. The noise is funny though because it's like a 1980s video game noise. Anyways, so you guys go walking in and like looking around. You can see that some of the guards are even amassed in the front area. A good number of them around, including Trinity's there, right? But a good number of the guards are there, kind of like, and they're all also in their uniforms, which are also brand new and freshly tailored and pressed and so on and so forth. And each one of them has like almost like details that they're looking over. Like there's like a booklet or a book or what have you that they're all kind of like gathered around and looking at and discussing amongst themselves too. But you don't immediately see Tyreek amongst them. So you imagine he's going to be back in his office.
None of the uniforms, the new uniforms, have any of like Fox's mark on them or something, right?
No, you don't see anything like that on them that you notice. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's becoming our Beltran.
So when you go back or when you walk past them, maybe give like a nod to the people you know, or whatever it is, Trinity and otherwise. But you go back to where Tyreek's office is. You go back there and you can hear there's a conversation happening inside between, of course, Tyreek and another very familiar voice, as Fox is standing inside the office with him. So you guys come walking in, and he says, "No. I agree with you."
Can I? If we hear that, can I stop them before we're like seen?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Right.
And
I don't know. Aldo, as we approach and we hear that, he just puts his hand up.
Good.
Koa stops and looks confused, but stops.
And he just his one hand. He says, "Listen."
For you to not get noticed, you just have to pass a DC 7 stealth check. If you can't fail that, don't roll.
DC
I
7.
can't fail
Yep.
that.
Said 7.
I actually can't fail
I
that.
cannot fail that.
Cool. The characters stop discreetly, no problem, and you are able to kind of stop out there and listen in for a minute. And you hear he says, "Again, I appreciate what it is that you're doing. I appreciate the volume of contributions you've made to the equipment at hand, the amount of effort that you've put into the recruiting. I appreciate the material that was put together around the training regiments and so on. What I'm telling you is it's going to be difficult for me to accomplish the task of overseeing this town, especially with people's concerns as they are of guarding, if we also must handle the training. Yes. I've already explained this to you beforehand, but you seem to not be listening. So I'm going to say it one more time, and then I'm going to grow truly annoyed with you, Daelric. I appreciate who you are and what you've always done for this town. Your heart is where it's meant to be. I appreciate that. One last time. The training of the guard will be supervised by you and those that you hand select, but I've also put the effort in of hiring those that can train them as well. These are people that are meant to train them with techniques that are used not just here inside of Loshev, but techniques for training, techniques for guarding towns well outside of, well-respected towns, as you can imagine. Momley, Hodgwen, and so on. These are people that have training from beyond. Perhaps you're not aware of what's going on in Hodgwen, and so that is... I'm aware of what's going on in Hodgwen. Beltran is an ass, and we can't get around that. But there are people that were capable of doing the job. Why are we discussing this back and forth like it's a conversation at hand? I already have the approval by the council. I'm here to inform you as a formality and out of respect to you. And then he leaves.
I'm gonna at that stage I'm gonna make ourselves heard as we walk forward.
Yeah.
Right. And so you guys go walking in, and you can see that what's his name, Daelric, is sitting in his chair. He must have slumped at some point. He has his head in his hand, as Fox is standing over him, seeming truly the look on him as you come walking in is truly flabbergasted and annoyed that this is even a conversation when it should be something so straightforward. Why is this complicated, right? And so you guys come walking in, and very quickly, Fox changes his outward
Demeanor.
Right, his demeanor. Thank you, and turns his attention to the three of you, whereas Daelric takes an extra second of rubbing his eye before he looks up and he says, "Oh, hey," and he'll slowly go to stand up or whatever from it. Fox notices out of the corner of his eye. You can notice Fox notices out of the corner of his eye that he stands up and you guys come walking in. But says to the three of you, "Rumor had it that you were in town. I was wondering if we were going to cross paths."
And it seems we have.
Wonderful. Are you going to find time to be able to come by the estate?
Are we? Our
We have
schedule's
to
been...
meet with the council this afternoon.
Yes.
It'd be later this evening if we did. Do you have business?
I think that's open.
Later this evening, I can perhaps I can invite you for dinner. How does that sound?
Yes, dinner would work. Dinner would work.
The weather should be fine this evening. Perhaps we can dine in the outdoors. You can roll perception. Sorry, sense motive checks. We can kind of assume all of you, because we can kind of assume Aldo. If he rolls poorly, then maybe not. But there he is. Yeah, we can assume all of you are able to see that when he says that, Mikhail picks up there is a second meaning to it, but everybody notices that there's a small reaction from Daelric. He says, blah, 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 you can come by. Weather should be fine outside. We can dine in the outdoors. Again, small, almost pursing up of Daelric when he says it. And then he says, my apologies. So I imagine you weren't coming here to meet with me then. You were coming to meet with the constable.
Yes. We don't quite have the foresight to to have aimed a meeting at you here, but...
Well, then, as you might be very well aware, I am running a tad late for joining the council myself. So allow me to excuse myself so you can handle your business and I can get to mine.
Just give him a nod.
And he looks back across the way and says, and all matters will of course be attended to. And then looks back and says, this evening. And then walks out the door.
Just let him go. Then I kind of give Tyreek like the side eye of like, damn.
Tyreek slumps back into his chair and says, does anybody have a drink? It's still morning.
And he's working.
And he's a cop. Oh, wait, actually,
Yep.
that
Aldo
part
does.
makes sense.
Does he offer?
Aldo offers a drink? Oh, yeah. Aldo
Thanks.
produces like a flask or whatever it is, or wineskin, and offers. He actually looks at it for a second and realizes that he asked for it and then accepts it.
It's like, you should be surprised that Aldo has it, right?
As far as Aldo has it, it's just one of those, like, you know, like, it's just like,
You said that out loud?
yeah. And then he's like, oh, okay. And then he actually will take a draw and then takes like a second or two, takes a second draw before putting like the lid back on and handing it back to Aldo or whatever, right? And then he says, so, what brings you gentlemen back by here? Oh, I know what it was. My apologies, Aldo. He says, and he goes, gets up and goes over to a cabinet across the way, opens it up and produces for you, of course, a small like little wrap of leather, and hands that to you and says, I was able to get everything. Sorry it took as long as it did.
It's fine. Thank you. Aldo just unwraps and looks at the 2 items. I guess it's wrapped in it.
You can see that the one item, of course, is an electrum ring. It does not have those markings on the inside as we talked about beforehand. And the other one is, of course, the dagger that we described forever ago. The dagger itself is it's definitely an older dagger. It is, you believe, like you maybe you think otherwise. Certainly, Koa would know the truth of the matter, because it's what you call a crisp blade, or like a blade that has a bit of a curve to it. It doesn't really make sense for, like, most people would not know how to use that in regular combat, right? But otherwise, it's a crisp blade there that's really nice looking, so on and so forth. The whole thing needs a strong polish or whatever. It looks pretty beat up. It's not like they treated it at all when they gave it to you. Even the electrum ring, the only reason why you know it's electrum is because you saw one that was just like this before, that when it was unpolished looked like this before. But you know very well, once you actually spend time polishing it, you know what's beneath it. You're not an idiot. Or at least you are very confident in what's beneath it, I should say.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just put them, I guess, on my person, and I'll say to Tyreek, thanks for that. But the other thing as well, did you get the guy?
Oh yes, did. Was able to pick him up. Asked about any of the details. Apparently, he was working on his own, or at least that's all we were able to get from him so far.
Oh, okay.
But he was, in fact, here to share word about not just the 3 of you, though the comings and goings of you has been noted. Apparently, he was keeping an eye out to see when you would arrive. Fortunately for you, I picked him up sooner than he knew, so no word was sent out.
Good.
That's good.
He was also sending correspondence about Loshev.
Any particular details?
They said general details. How many guard, how busy it's been, commerce, any sudden changes. Reported about the incident that happened recently, so good to know at least they weren't a part of it. And so on and so on. It feels as though, while you are a point of interest, seems as though whoever's receiving these letters is interested in Loshev in general. This kind of situation, I mean, I don't know much about this kind of things, but it gives me, makes me a little uncomfortable, almost like a storm is brewing.
Yeah, I kind of get that same feeling. Well, I can't think of a good reason why someone would track those details. At least not a an upstanding one.
No. But I'm glad you got them and hopefully prevent them from sending any more information.
The correspondence, is it coded in any way?
Oh, I mean, uh, as far as I understood, um, uh, because we didn't see these correspondence, it was related. It was relayed to me. They're it's pretty plain. They wouldn't say specific details outright, but if you know what they're talking about, I'm sure you could figure it out. He said that, for instance, he wouldn't say, if he was talking about me, Tyreek or the constable, but it'd say something along the lines of person keeping an eye on things. That kind of coding, if you want to call it that.
Head watch or yeah, something like that.
I don't know much detail about that either. This isn't something I've ever had to deal with before. But if I had to guess, maybe if he had a more keen person doing the job, they could do a. But he doesn't seem to be the smartest person. You'd expect if somebody was to do what's that word? Give me a moment. Espionage or something like that.
Espionage.
Espionage. That's the word. Sorry. If you're doing something like that, then I would have thought it would be somebody that's a little bit, a few more candles lit.
Not necessarily. If he's got a very specific task, they just need to be good and savvy at that one thing. It's a much better way to organize just everyone at their particular task. You don't want to necessarily have one person responsible for being an expert at too many things.
Crosses his arms.
And you want to have those types of people, but he kind of stops and says, I'm just thinking logically.
Looks to Koa on one side and Aldo on the other, and says, "Should we be worried?"
Almost definitely.
I mean, Aldo spent some time downstairs. Maybe Mikhail could do the same.
Yes, I think my waxing should get me locked up. No, but wait. Speaking of birds, and didn't you catch a man in a bird suit?
Not exactly, but one did get delivered to me in a way.
Or, yeah, I guess they were caught. Who did that end up being? Were they from here?
Some, I'll use the term vagabond that lives in town. Seen him around time and time again. Had been locked up a handful of times beforehand. I have no idea how they put together such an elaborate outfit. No idea how they could have done something like that. It was well made.
You still have it?
I mean, the pieces of it.
Oh.
And don't let someone take that back.
Yeah.
It'll end up getting burned. It's just kept while we're trying to figure out the details.
Okay.
It's just, if these people that came by are actually monster hunters, did they think that a bird person really, there aren't bird people, are there?
I didn't really think so.
Not in my experience, no.
I mean,
Owl bears.
There are owl bears, yes.
Yeah,
There are
Pigeon
owl
people,
other things.
I've heard rumors before that there are, there's a type of, the story of the cat people. If you've ever heard those stories before, the cat people of the forests. But again, these are like childhood stories. I've never heard bird people stories. I don't even know if the other one's true.
Before? Was that a thing I would have heard of? Cat people?
Nah.
I don't know if cat people are bird people.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard all kinds of stories about all kinds of different people, so I guess why not bird people? Supposedly there's lizard ones. Never seen any of them.
He shrugs. Says, well, there are gnolls.
Yeah, we know that.
Perhaps they thought it was an offshoot of Gnoll. He just kind of cuts himself off. Shakes his head and says, enough speculating. It was a person dressed up as a bird. It's ridiculous. I don't know what made them want to do it. I don't know where it came from. But certainly it caught the attention of people that we did not realize were going to be an ongoing problem, or a problem in the region.
Yeah.
And the rest you know.
So this vagabond, are they still alive?
Oh yeah, certainly. They're locked up downstairs.
Okay. I just don't know how many people know that they kind of caused all of that, and
yeah,
some people may feel a certain way.
The craziest part of the whole situation is he said he's not the only one, but the sightings started as soon as he was captured. The sightings stopped. I mean, you were here last time the sightings were here. You remember the rumors that were going around that you could see this thing just before your death, or some great fall, or some such.
I mean, yeah, I caught a glimpse of him, but I don't think that was just some doofus in a costume, but I guess no one else did either.
Wait, you saw it as well?
It just barely.
Well, he says he saw one, and you're saying you saw one. Do you want to look at the costume?
Sure.
Right. It says, come with me, and it'll lead you out of the room.
Well, Aldo, you should probably look at it too.
Oh yeah, I'm coming.
Okay.
Am I supposed to just stay here then, or
you don't have to.
Buddy, go on. No, please do.
What did Aldo do with his costume?
He has it.
And nobody's noticed that he has this, like, he's like setting up the tent, and sometimes like a feather flies by, and Koa's like, huh.
Oh,
Crow
I think
feather.
we didn't bring it. I think I
Crows
hid
aren't
it.
right here.
It's hidden in your room, I think.
Yeah,
That
it's like
makes
under the
more sense.
floorboards or
some
something.
Yeah,
people
that
broke
makes
into our house
Okay.
and they found the bird costume in our house too?
Yeah, I think it's literally in like a hidden
Like the village?
space in his room.
Somebody's going through and they pull it out and they realize, like, oh, it was all a lie.
Then like the head snaps over to him.
You must never leave this town, or else the bird people will get you.
So anyways, you guys go downstairs, you look at the costume, and Mikhail, honestly, why don't you go ahead and roll me an intelligence check? Jake, you get rolled nothing. Jake, you roll a disguise check, actually.
I roll knowledge nature to see if it's a real bird.
Oh, you can roll knowledge nature too. With feathers I used. It's a combination of a few different corvids. So we're talking like raven, crow, blackbird, so on and so forth. So at least they're all in the kind of like same family, if you will, of birds. So like the feather design is similar enough and the color is similar enough that from a distance, and certainly at nighttime, you can excuse somebody for not being able to differentiate. But here in full daylight, immediately you can tell this is kind of a mess. And then when you really look into it, you can like break down what it is. And you're like, okay, well, I get it. It is layered enough that, again,
Are all
at
the birds
nighttime-
local to here?
Yeah. It's not like this is like some exotic, like they're flying in toucan feathers or some shit like that, you know? Anyways, so as for Mikhail, look at this thing to the best of your memory. You're like, you remember the one that you encountered? It just seems, I don't know, maybe got really beat up after you saw it. Certainly the guy got the shit kicked out of him. There's blood stains on this thing and whatnot. So maybe like it lost a considerable amount of feathers, or like stitching was ripped or whatever when after when you encountered it, and all the time that had passed since. Because this one seems a bit off to the best of your memory, almost like, I don't know, it could be the same one, but it's more beat up, or maybe you were just also caught off guard yourself when you saw it that night. And again, distance, dark, right? So it's like you could go one way. Like if somebody presented evidence that this isn't it, you would buy it. But for now, you're like, I have no reason to refute that this is the same thing. It just makes sense that it would be, right? All right, and over to Aldo. You're looking this thing over, and listen, while it's nice to have a copycat, it's one of those things where imagine if like your shtick was like you remove people's eyeballs, you cut them into like perfectly slivered sixteenths, and you use the juice from within the eyeball to make like a very specific like pancake. But then the person that's copycatting you, like, I don't know, it takes like a pizza cutter and like, or like an orange cutter or whatever it is, and like uses that to cut up the eyeball and just like, I don't know, uses pancake batter. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're butchering my work here. You know what I mean? You're giving me a bad name. It's like one of those scenarios. You know what I mean?
You notice how specific and weird that was? Like that was really specific.
Okay.
Just want to point that out, that's all.
Aldo says, it's rather shoddy work. People fell for this?
I can see it happening at night. This doesn't quite look like the one that I saw. Like, I mean, not even accounting for like the rips and battering this took. It just I don't think this is the same. It does look a little shoddy.
Variety of different kinds of feathers used. They're not even the same bird.
Huh.
Did you ask this guy why he did it? Tariq?
He's distracted looking at the thing, and like in his own head about 75 other things that are going on in the the fact he has to go upstairs and handle that shit that's over there, and so on and so forth. So when you finally like Tariq, he's like, huh? Oh, yeah, but nonsensical answer. Felt a calling, like the cawing of a crow, and again, he had seen another one, inspired him.
He felt a calling to dress as a bird and run around at night scaring people.
I imagine it wasn't to dress as the bird. It was more the what's the having the power over whether people lived or died. Because again, people were believing that you would see this before you died.
Oh God, that's right, Tariq. You have to try to see if you can get into the head of this person. I don't envy you.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head and he's like, it doesn't. He just shakes his head again. I don't know. I would like to believe this is a harmless situation, but they knew damn well what was happening with their appearances. So unfortunately, the first couple of times, yeah, you can give an excuse. But after that, I mean, certainly after the burning of books that Counselor Curverock did, whew,
Yeah.
when he found out it was just a person, the only thing I could use to get him out of my office from saying that we should be giving him the death penalty was to remind him those books probably would have been taken anyways. We have not spoken since.
Yeah. Probably for the best.
Well, we do have a
Okay.
council meeting to get to, I guess.
We certainly do. All right, Tariq. Thank you again. Best of luck with the rest of your day.
He nods and says, yeah, I'll do the best I can. I know I'm in a lot of hot water with a lot of the counselors as it is. Shakes his head.
Hey, what was up with that as we're walking out? Yes.
With?
You seemed crestfallen when we came in. There was a bit of a some kind of tension in the room.
Yeah.
It's hard to miss.
Counselor Fox. God damn it, Nathan's a pain in my ass. For one, he genuinely cares about Loshev. He does. His heart is in the right place. He opened his coffers after what happened and invested a immense amount of coin to bolster up the defenses of this town. And this is all while trying to make repairs that happened to his own estate and what have you from their arrival. It's anyways, but it came with a list of requirements for it to be used that of course was pencil whipped by the council. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying such things. The council approved the full gambit of his requests for the donation to be made, which is a certain number of new guards to be put in place, updating the training format that they're using, giving everybody new equipment, from uniforms to weaponry to armor, and even getting training for how to act as almost like cavalry, and acquiring a handful of horses, even giving to the constable a one of the and he links for a second and says, the more well-bred horses from Varen. It is quite the donation that is being made by Fox. But
what are his demands for doing it?
So again, the coin being spent in the places that I just said, but there's an adjustment in how it is that the hierarchy of the guard is done. Before it was pretty simple. It was the constable, there was the night shift lead, the day shift lead, the mid shift lead, and everybody else just had a job. Simple, right? Now there's a whole structure to it, levels to it, and I've got the paperwork. I'm wrapping my head around it, but it's just a lot to put in place. And the need for the structure is because the big increase of people, you have to have a hierarchy, blah, 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 blah.
Still at the top?
Yeah, I still am the constable. But, like I said, a lot of counselors are not very happy with what I allowed to happen under my watch.
Sounds a lot like looking for someone to blame. Sorry you gotta deal with that.
Yeah.
More meeting with him. I don't know if any of this will come up, but we got your back.
Hey, if you want to throw in a nice word while you're in there, you go right ahead. But
I could spare at least two.
Good
guy.
So when you say I can spare at least two, he's too distanced. But then when you say good guy, it pulls him back enough that a little too long afterwards, like a full half second afterwards, he gives like a forced laugh.
I'll take it.
Yeah. It's just one of those he's just distracted a lot on his mind,
Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah.
I'm the biggest concern is that people are disappointed in what it is that transpired beforehand, how it played out, and whether or not this large of a structure is something that may require a more experienced hand. He said, almost like he was quoting somebody.
Gross. Mikhail just kind of frowns at that and he's... No, you'll do fine. You'll show him.
Yeah, he nods and says, well, I'll take all the good words I can get.
At least
I
two.
find it strange that this group came to Loshev with the rumors of the Birdman, but not Orsugo?
Shakes his head and says, supposedly they're monster hunters. In my opinion, Orsugo's quite the monster.
I would think so too.
You would, but I mean, even by all the accounts of his abilities, he comes off as a powerful man, but a man.
Yeah, but now he has gnolls with fire running around too. That sounds
Listen,
monstrous.
somebody just tell the goddamn hobgoblins that, or the Mureeb or whatever they're called. Somebody just go and tell them they get a handful of mole coins. You know, like,
Could help.
yeah.
It's just strange to me. I don't know. That feels more up their alley than someone looks like a bird.
Almost unprompted, like you guys like still standing there, lingering and talking and like whatnot. He like almost like the pressure of the conversation that kind of seems to collapse. It's like I just don't fucking get it. After you had Orsugo's gnolls coming in and setting fires to the town, and we fought against it, it was this emboldening thing. It was this like the town felt bolstered afterwards, right? Like people were working together. Like we all were trying to build like this is Loshev. Can't allow this kind of shit to happen. Rebuild together, help each other out. Koa, you were there. You're helping dig people out. You saw everybody help. It was very neighborly. And then somebody comes in and steals somebody's, I don't know, spoon or books or something, and all of a sudden everybody's at each other's throats, like it's each other's fault that they had these things ferreted away. I've never seen a town go through two equally devastating things and have such drastically different outcomes. Maybe I'm not
Any
the person
particular
to show.
voice? Was there any particular voice that was louder this time?
He takes him a couple seconds to process what you said because he was in his own head again. He says, "Oh, not an individual voice. Certainly, people with their musings, complaints that were fed to the council. I still have friends in the council, same as you do, and I have heard that there were people that were giving their complaints. I get it. I understand. And then, of course, there are council members that they themselves have their own personal vendettas with me after what's transpired, which I understand."
Okay. That Mikhail goes kind of quiet. He's obviously kind of back in his head again, and now he's in his own head.
Is
Like
there
he kind of
something I should be
forgets to
thinking about?
respond. No, just trying to. What you said is insightful. It makes me wonder if there's an answer to that. Why the responses were so different.
The best I can think is well, two possibilities that come to mind immediately. One, when the gnolls attacked, it was the first time something happened, right? They came in, lit things on fire, and they weren't just walking around in town. They weren't, people. They were creatures. They were not human. They were creatures and almost, like monsters. And then on top of that, the fire spread, it burned, buildings collapsed, people were trapped and needed rescued. There was uncertainty, people were missing. There was a rescue attempt, and the people had to band together to lift the rubble to work through it. Something about monsters and fire and rubble. But then the second time, one, it was the second time something happened. Why weren't they prepared, right? Why weren't we prepared this time? Could have been the thought after going through something like that. And this time it was not monsters, it wasn't fire, it was people. People seem like something that should be able to be handled, right? And a person's thoughts.
Yeah.
It's a different problem. And also now, it's not just that you're caught off guard by fire, but a second thing was allowed to happen. And I'm not, to be clear, Tyreek, I'm not blaming you or the guards or anything. I think they're both equally terrible, but from a normal person's point of view, there was no rescue. It was just bad people came into town like bandits and wrecked things, took what they wanted and left. Whereas the first time it was monsters with fire, and maybe you didn't know if your neighbor, your son, your brother was alive or not.
Yeah, that's true. In the first incident, something people could do something. And this next, it probably didn't feel like they could.
And that banding together from the first time, perhaps they felt next time they'd be more prepared or be safe. But seems lately in a deer, you never know what's going to hit or who's going to hit when anymore. Sugo and Knowles and this group. And obviously slave rings and everything else. People are scared and angry and tired of losing.
Well, there's no reason for me to give them more reason to question my leadership. I should probably go up there and start leading. There's a big group of them waiting.
It's true. They were. Yeah, and we got to get to that meeting. Till next time.
Yeah. You guys go walking out so you can go a separate way. And as you guys go walking out, you can see from or hear, catches your attention from sitting atop of a horse. You hear a fox go, "Ah, about time you were going to come out. I was wondering when you would start begin the training. All right, everybody. I hand the your the next steps of your journey into the very capable hands of Constable Tyreek," and gives Tyreek a head nod, and then will ride off on the horse to head towards the council.
How upper management of him.
Okay. Your characters walk off, obviously.
Yes. Council meeting time.
Okay, you head over to the council, see what's going on over there. And as you guys are heading over to the council, you're going to no conversation. You just wait until you get there. Yeah.
No, Koa is very much just thinking that question. Like he said an answer, but like he's still contemplating it.
Cool. You guys get over there and you head into the council. They kind of like finish up another detail, and then they'll pretty much immediately turn your attention to like a gavel tap from once he's made aware of it from High Counselor Rook. Yeah, okay,
Yep.
cool. I did it from memory. So High Counselor Rook, he's like, I have been informed that the valiant few have arrived. Perhaps we turn our attentions to this matter. I don't know if I could force a voice. It really hurts.
Nobody's asking you to.
You shouldn't do it.
Yeah. I don't know if I could turn our attention to this matter. Oh, shut up. Wait. we could turn our attention to this matter, and my brain's not working. Sorry. Turn our attention to this matter as to not keep our valiant guests waiting, and then they kind of like call forward and say, to the valiant few, council addresses you directly. You're come before the council with a reputation well known to all that live inside of Loshev, and certainly the surrounding towns. Your reputation is preceded in Loshev, towns around and near to Loshev, certainly as far as Forvin, Harrod, and Hodgwen. Seen as a hero by many and capable by all. I would like to say that the council here would actually like to call upon the valiant few. As you know, we are unfortunately in another time of need. When there was the death of a beloved merchant known well to this town, and bandits patrolling the woods, who stepped up to resolve that problem? It was the valiant few. It helped us in our time of need. And again, there were fires that took place here. Who is it that was able to do the job that Loshev itself could not do? It was a valiant few. stepped up to help fight those fires, save those people, even went so far as to have given the warning of what had been seen in the west prior, though no previous preparations were made despite the warnings that were given. And once again, we find ourselves into a scenario where Loshev was woefully unprepared for the dangers that came to our borders. And once again, and hopefully for the final time, we're going to ask the valiant few to assist us in handling this situation. If any counselors have anything prepared for this, and you would actually hear Fox very quickly would stand up, of course, because he's the youngest person on the council by and far.
Can stand up the fastest.
Yep. Even though he's only is like mid 40s or some shit, mid late 40s, he's definitely faster than everybody else there. Actually, mid late 40s does not sound very old anymore. It sounds young.
I don't know, man.
vivacious.
After listening to you tonight, it kind of does.
Oh,
Yes.
they'd at least try to kill me with all their secondhand smoke. All right, so the where was I at? So Fox stands up quickly and says, I would like to address the valiant few. The valiant few, yes, there's titles here, but you don't have to go by your titles, as true as they may be. We all know Koa, Mikhail, and Aldo from very different beginnings. A fledgling, songwrite, a local mercenary, or even a vagabond. But from your backgrounds, you've grown to be significantly more than what your whole past amounted to. You've grown to become friends, personal friends, as well as friends to Loshev. I'd like to personally ask my friends if you could go so far as to lending an aid to the town one last time. There is dangerous people out there. They've stolen, walked into the homestead of many an individual, destroyed their homes, stolen their belongings, and permanently injured some people that we hold dear, even members of our own guard. Capable warriors themselves, but cut down by these bloodthirsty thieves. We want to have them tracked down and justice to be brought to them. If you would contemplate doing so to assist, I'd appreciate it. Also, I hope you don't mind if there's multiple courses with the meal tonight. That's enough. And Fox sits down afterwards. After that, you'll actually have Jasail will stand up and say,
Aldo interrupts.
Oh.
Just before she does. And he says, Aldo says, that's interesting. Yes, members of the guard were injured. I have heard this. Yeah, some really badly to the point where they can't be a guard anymore. Like you said, something should be done. Fox, would you be willing to maybe employ some of those members? Give them purpose again.
Are you asking me
For those
personally?
that can't work in the guard?
Are you asking me personally, or are you asking the town to approve of such measures?
Oh, I forgot you were speaking on behalf of the council. I guess I would be asking the council then. It was just you who delivered the message.
He looks around for a second and says like some murmurs or whatever it is that's there, and he says, I'd be willing to sponsor such a thing. A couple of other people. And then you hear the pounding of the gavel. This is not the order of things. Such things can be presented, and they can be voted on. Hence, out of respect for the... He leans to the side. Somebody whispers in his ear, Aldo, before us...
The vagabond.
We would even be willing to make such a vote on this day. Does this satisfy your question?
Oh, yeah, I guess it satisfies my question. I was just wondering what the Council of Loshev were doing with the injured members of the guard. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. And as Giselle stands up again to speak, you hear Fox chimes in and says, "It was a fine point to be made, and one that will be gavels being tapped, addressed today." Speaking over it, and then of course, like Giselle, takes over the councilwoman Giselle, Councilor Giselle.
Koa pats like Aldo on the back, like don't always approve of the methods, but like that was actually a really good thing to do.
Yeah, it was like solid. Yeah. But so she stands up and says, "Commerce completely disrupted. They didn't just steal from the homes of the people that live here. They also terrorized those that were stopped in our docks. This caused a problem. Ships have actually passed by us, affecting commerce. Without commerce, there is no Loshev. Without the coin to pay the guard. Without the coin to keep the streets safe. How are we going to have a Loshev? It needs to be stopped. And then, beyond that, it would help with the commerce moving forward. If we were the ones to stop it, that means that nearby towns would be safe too, because of the actions done here. For the sake of all the people that are here, and the flow of goods that are very important to you and everybody else, food, clothing, blankets with the coming winter, or whatever else is that you need. This has to be done." And she'll sit down. You guys don't feel very convinced after that one, I imagine. After that, you'll actually have Gemsmith will stand up and say, "It was the valiant few that went and saved my son. If there were any group of people in all of Adir that could do something, that could actually have a positive outcome here, that could bring them to justice, or at the very least keep them away, I think only the valiant few could do it. I also would like to ask the three of you to go and bring justice." And then like others will stand up and give their own individual lines, but we don't need to go through all of them, right? And eventually kind of like it comes
Who sounds the most fake though?
Okay, let's cover one
real
more.
question.
Let's cover one more.
The real
Curve Rock
question.
stands up and says, "Justice! Justice! Justice! I want severed heads or hands. We must have justice for what these thieves have done. They have injured. They have killed. They have caused these problems by taking an insane person and throwing them inside of a poorly cobbled costume and using that as an excuse, as a plant inside of our town, just to justify their own coming into the town and stealing things that belong to us, that have lived in our own families for hundreds of years. Justice must be served. For those that have killed, they must be killed, and for those that have stolen must be beheaded. Justice must be served, and I will pay handsomely for it," he says, like looking hard at each of you.
For us, we're like pay handsomely probably means 20 gold and
I feel like
here.
that was actually the most sincere response from the councillors. I'm
Yeah, I
not gonna
agree.
lie. That was 100% like, I know what I want. This is what I want. I'm not here to, play games. Like, this is what needs to be done, and I'm willing to pay for it. I don't see that as the fakest one, Scott.
No,
I'm gonna ask you who sounded
definitely
the
not
the
fake.
fakest is Gemsmith, who
Oh yeah, because he told us he didn't want us to do
Sure,
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is fakest. But beyond that, there's going to be, varying degrees of, you don't even have all the councilors' names, right? So varying degrees of how much you feel it, so on and so forth, right? But hands down, it's unanimous. They're all requesting that you do this. Which, if you're talking about getting compensated for such a thing, does put the power of this request into your hands. You could negotiate pretty well. They need you.
So we've heard
What
one
Lundane is saying,
description
get
of-
these.
no,
these-
hell no.
Yeah,
No,
hold on.
nope.
Get these illegal.
Look, I tried to stop.
You need to control the borders of it, dear.
Several
You gotta
more.
make it here
he's
great
like, no,
again."
I'm gonna do it. Nope. I want to do it. I want to be that guy that gets dragged off screen with all this stuff talking about the quick twitch and the slow twitch.
All right. I'm gonna make myself cough. You were trying to say something, Keegan, and I interrupted you.
I was bad that day, right? So we've heard at least one definition. It kind of looks briefly at Curve Rock of what this justice looks like, but can we get a consensus? What specifically do you want done with these individuals? Or do you want us to do? I don't think we're going to be up for severed hands and heads. It's my understanding that no one was killed.
Scott beat me to the acronym I was working on.
What does it say? Curve Rock interrupts immediately after that and says, "That depends on who you're asking." But to gavel slamming before Mikhail, Aldo get themselves like some sort of like looks or whatever it is, gavel slamming to silence them. Now remember, gavel slamming, he's old, so it's impressive how well he can slam it with how old he is and slow he moves, but still not too impressive because he's old and slow.
That's his kicked practice 10,000 times, basically.
Who chimes in actually is going to be Gemsmith and says, "We wouldn't deem to tell you what it is that you would do, what you think is the best course of action here. We all know that you're not going to go and approach them and offer them a calm and peaceful resolution. We know that you're going to approach the situation as the dangerous criminals that they are, and you will resolve it in the way that you see fit, which has always fallen in alignment with the values that we hold true to our hearts here in Loshev." Curve Rock looking angry at that. The justice will be served as you're bringing them here to be held accountable in the courts and in prisons based off of the results of the court hearings. If things were to go awry and you needed to defend yourselves, we'll of course understand that. But we're not asking you to take anybody's life. Never have.
He just nods but waits to see if anyone else chimes in.
Well, nobody else chiming in at the moment.
Did you mean from us or did you mean from the council?
Either.
Mikhail, roll me a perception check real quick, by the way. Because yours was so high before, you were able to get this. Is it ever, remember, this room mostly smells like mothballs and baby powder, right? But despite that, there's an ever so slight faint smell of sulfur that you can smell in here, just so you know. But Wade, you're about to say something?
From the beginning, the title Hero of Loshev and Heroes of Loshev and Adir, all we've wanted to do is help people here in Loshev, here in Adir. And that hasn't changed. We're currently working on several things that involve helping people. We know the threat of Orsugo and the Knolls, this group that came through, as well as other things I won't bore you with the details of. This group, they aren't local to Adir from what we know. Yes, they come from the north, another country, Vala, so
Vala.
on. If they're here and we run into them, I think we could potentially do something. But pursuing them, what if we spark some kind of tension or other war with another country by going after people there that think that they're doing something just or by their own code? It becomes a bit more complicated.
Sitting on your hands and hoping nothing bad happens again. I can see why you're so cozy with a constable. Bang,
Or
bang,
so what if
bang,
they come
bang,
in with an
bang.
army next time?
Huh?
More so, what if they come in with an army next time and Deer doesn't have that?
Is Curve Rock wounded?
Curve Rock was not hit. His pride was wounded, and he probably played.
Okay.
It's long too far past for it to really have any value, but he probably played up his injury shortly afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, like right after the gavel stops, Mikhail will say, "The constable has several tendons injured defending this town. He's an ally of ours. You want our help, we'll treat him with the respect you treat us."
Well, roll a diplomacy check. Actually, that was an intimidate check.
It's more intimidating, yeah.
Even
Even though it's not as good. So go ahead. What? Sorry, what'd you say?
I didn't know if Wade wanted to continue
Oh.
after that, because again, there would just be some grumbling
Oh.
or mutterings on the other side, but they wouldn't say anything else. It's a really good roll, Keegan. You don't have any more +2s. Did you want to luck that, or do you think you got the point across?
I'll leave the 22. It's fine.
Okay, Wade.
On top of causing an incident with another nation. Now, granted, I don't know the workings of other nations or how they function, but I imagine, as compared to a deer, they have a bit more cohesiveness and an overall military might. We have to proceed with a bit of caution in those kinds of things. I would think you all probably know better than I do in that. Whereas I understand the want for justice, and I certainly don't want that kind of thing happening to innocent people again, or anyone here for that matter. With the things that we are working on and trying to help with, and with the gnolls and Orsugo roaming around and causing fires and things that seem to be only in a deer, it's hard to make this our number one priority if we don't know where they currently are. He kind of looks at the other two. This is not saying we will not help or I'm refusing, but as much as we are willing to do what we can, there are only 3 of us, and we don't really know fully what we're up against. A small group that came through here may not be the extent of their numbers. Their full motivations may not be known to us. Whether they were sanctioned by their government, they may not be known. It just seems a bit more complicated than just simply pursuing bandits in the woods.
If I can elaborate on that a bit. To be clear, though he has said it, we're not declining this, but it should be made obvious that this can't be made our number one priority, only because we have made other obligations that are equally important to those we made them to. And it would not be a quick mission either way. We'll take information gathering. We have to make sure we are prepared once we know exactly what we're up against, and we have to find them. These are obviously very dangerous, very skilled individuals. We have to prepare for eventualities in case things do turn violent, or if the situation is deeper than it seems on the surface. It's going to take some time. If you're not in a hurry, then obviously you will see us again, and we can report when we go in and out of the place as to our findings. But a quick turnaround is not to be expected.
And when we do, if we do, manage to take in these people and deliver them to you, there is the remuneration aspect.
Mikhail, what is remuneration?
God damn it, sorry. He's talking about getting paid.
Oh.
It sounds like the most gentle way that you're telling us no.
Depends what you're asking. Are you asking for us to forget all our other business commitments and everything else and solely just dedicate ourselves to hunting down these people? Is that what the council is asking?
Some murmurs and some nods amongst the council, and somebody even chiming up and saying, "It's not that we're trying to discredit what it is that you say you're currently working on, though. Of course, there's a vagueness there that makes it so that your argument, while important to you, it's obviously going to fall on deaf ears. Again, ignorance on our side to the details of yours. But that aside, simply put, they're a danger." They're a danger to Loshev, its people. They're a danger to the nearby towns, our partners, and so on. If you're not willing to divert your attention to this, then you're not willing to divert your attention to this. Simply put, it sounds like your answer is a no. I don't disagree with the High Counselor.
Would a degree of transparency in our task help with this?
Of course, it always would, says Fox. And immediately afterwards, almost like Fox cut them off and then they cut back, you heard Gem Smith say, honestly, probably not. If you have something that you deem is important, I understand that you've been working on that. Machinations that you've had in place for a considerable amount of time. You're not the only avenue here, just the best. And when he says that, that's like the moment where you can pick up from the room pretty easily. No sense of it being rolled. That's where he broke rank, if you will. And there's murmurs of displeasure.
Who said that one? Is that Fox?
No. That was
Jim Smith.
Okay.
Fox said the transparency would help, and then Jim Smith was also answering that it wouldn't.
Fox is probably not wrong. You very well may be able to convince other people, but Jim Smith is played the ally at this point.
If I may ask, what makes this one an official council request for us over the attack of the Knolls and Orsugo?
Tap of the gavel to make sure attention's there, so they know he's responding. And the High Counselor says, "Before there was not time to ask. You were officially requested or required to hunt down the bandits before. With the Knolls, there was no time to ask. It was time to act, which you did, without hesitance and with full attention. And to the great success, saved many lives, helped to bring Loshev back together. It was a wonderful time. You provided much aid. We can't lean on one group of people. It's just a group of people that we thought we could lean on. We'll simply need to correct our mindset on this."
Well, I think Mikhail might have more to say on the elaboration aspect that might allow you to look upon us a little less harshly.
There will still be a vagueness to this, but I think you may understand more.
Aldo, are you going to chime in at any point with what's happening? I don't know if you caught what they're saying.
What are they talking about?
More or less, I imagine there's going to be layers of protection. Mikhail, Keegan, don't go too far. But more or less, allow us to explain to you what it is that we're doing. That way you can at least be empathetic to why we're saying no. I don't know if Aldo would shut that down quickly or not. I was just chiming in case you missed it because I knew it was something.
Depending on what Mikhail says, because Aldo is going to pull a different, Aldo is going to go down the same route. It just depends what route Mikhail is. If he's talking, I'll just see.
I hope you guys go fully in depth, curses, elder, everything, and Koa just be like,
"Oh, that'd be amazing."
Right?
Oh.
And I have this wart on my.
He would be in 10 different places at once telling people.
Koa from the back, and Merla's pregnant.
Oh no! Oh no! Mikhail did it.
That's what breaks everything.
Aldo might, as Mikhail goes to speak, and he might just turn his back to the council, and he'll just. Actually, no. I trust Mikhail. He's good. Continue. Sorry.
What if Koa does it?
Koa turns around. lifts his kilt. Bends
Aldo
over.
grabs Koa and leaves.
Ah, good. So, Mikhail will say, how much of the situation in Hodgwen are you aware of? Is the
That's
council
good.
aware
That's where I
of?
thought you were going.
Yeah.
The what's his name? The High Counselor Rook responds and says, "We are aware of things happening in Hodgwen." Very vague answer.
I'll need as much transparency as you want from me.
And one of the other counselors responds and says, "All due respect, some details very well may be ones that we can't easily share with citizens. This very well may need to be a show me yours, we'll show you ours." And then you hear Fox chime in and say, "That's utterly ridiculous. We've literally just asked the three of these people to put their lives on the line for the third time in a row, and now we can't tell them a secret? Doesn't that sound insane to everybody here?" Like, just gestures around about the ridiculousness of it. And
Where's
you
the
have
gavel?
yeah, you have a couple of people like nodding or whatever it is along. And so the councilman Rook says, "A moment," and then like turns around slowly like a turtle trying to scratch his own ass. And eventually like they get together and they have like a whispered conversation. Giving your characters, you know that at this point you're also supposed to take like several steps back away from the group of them, even though there's a gap of space between you and them anyways. You can also have a quick aside if you would like while they're determining.
How much are you telling them?
Just about Beltran.
Lestrade?
Just Beltran.
Just,
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Jake.
I just said I figured that's where you're going to go. I was going to go the same. Surely they've got reports from
They know that
Rick
Lestrade.
about the man was just arrested, right? And what he was doing.
Yeah.
Play on that hard. Beltran is an imminent threat to Loshev, not an one far away that may not happen in councilors' short times they may have left.
Right.
Lestrade they pillaged for food and supplies, and if the army's growing, they may need more. So yes, I think that you lean into that.
Yeah. That's about what I was thinking. Obviously, feel free to chime in if you find an opening.
Or maybe
I
some
will.
dresses and such too.
Don't spare them. Hit them hard.
He nods.
Okay. The council turns back around and Rook taps the gavel and says, "We can share some details with you. It makes sense." And then you'll have one of the other counselors stands up and says, "It's been reported that Hardgwen has made strange movements as of late. There's a relative understanding inside of a deer. You don't create a standing army. You are allowed to have any reasonable number of guards to protect your place, and so obviously Hardgwen has always had the most, being the most populous. But you don't have a standing army where the towns that are have an alliance and agreement and understanding with one another. And Hardgwen is now created and trained a standing army. It's not the first time that they've done it, but it's the first time in many, many years that they've done it. Not everybody on this council was around last time, Nadir was alive last time this took place. To put this into perspective, the only other town in all of Nadir that has a standing army is Drazstone. That's because they're not a part of the pact, if you will. There's also disturbing rumors that they've taken actions against a nearby town. I don't know if this is true. I'm not sure which hovel or what have you this is, but we've heard rumors. However, those rumors have also been countered by the attacks of the gnolls and the fires. So it's possible that one is true, or the other, or both, or neither. And finally, there's rumors that the conditions inside of Hardgwen have shifted. People there, degrees of unrest and discomfort. There's also some shifting of how it is the guard guards the town. Areas feel very safe. Areas feel less safe. And the areas that probably should be the safest, giving all the details, are the least safe of all, depending on who's walking through the streets. Does this fall in alignment with what you've seen?
It does. In fact, all of it is true.
There's some murmurs.
The rumors, the rumors you mentioned, all correct. That standing army, and forgive me, I'm not a military man. I don't know if the name changes when a standing army marches, but they certainly did. Astrad is the town.
Oh, hey, Tyler.
They took to
You
the
say
place.
Astrad, and there's some murmurs
Mhm.
again, and somebody chimes in and says, Astrad?
Yes,
Details.
not once, but twice. In fact, they've gone to Astrad to extort them for resources, for food, whatever else.
What would they need to extort Astrad for? They have a trade agreement with Astrad. Long-standing, very old trade agreement with Astrad to collect the details.
Takes a lot of food to feed an army.
Correct.
Murmurs against among the council.
Especially an army that you don't intend to stay around town, one that's going to be moving about. The man you captured, the one in the prison from just recently, sending birds
Thank
about.
you, by the way.
Yes, definitely. He was sending word not just about us and our movements and our whereabouts, and was responsible for the 2 hit squads put out on us, but was also sending word back to the same people, Beltran, about Loshev and its guard movements.
Somebody else stands up, like in interruption, and says, "You're meaning to tell me that the constable has collected a spy of sorts in our midst, has questioned this person with such information, and you're aware of these details before us?"
We requested it because we had already found out this was happening. People
Somebody
tried to
else
kill
chimes
us
in and says,
over it.
Requested or Curve says, requested or not, that kind of stuff should come to us immediately.
We're faster.
And then somebody else says, were you not recently speaking to Tyreek? I was, indeed, of course, but not about matters such as that. Other matters at hand. And then looks to another one of the counselors. I don't have all the names in front of me at the moment, but the one that is, it's because the intermingling's there. But looks to one of the other counselors and says, generally speaking, you have the most contact with Tyreek about such details. And you guys know the inner workings of the counselors here. This is the counselor that's like most in bed with Curve Rock, right? Says, has he given such reports? Reports about this? Not that I'm aware of. No reports about spies or what have you.
Counselors,
It's a bit hard to.
Good.
Go ahead, Mikhail.
It was like Tariq only knew about what this man knew, not what I'm telling you. And this only happened between the span of last night and right now.
It's
The
more than enough time to
interrogation
write a
is
report.
still ongoing.
There's like some murmurs or whatnot amongst them.
We visit the constable,
Yeah.
especially for this business.
Again, there seems to be some amount of disquiet, and you can see Fox actually, not Fox, sorry, Jem Smith says, I'm sorry, but I do have to agree with some of the counselors here. If there's believed to be spies in the midst, it does sound highly unusual that this kind of a thing would not be reported. And he turns to the other counselor and says, there's no reports that have come your way about such things. Oh, again, nothing that I've seen come to. Oh, as they're like fiddling through papers. Oh, there's a report right here that must have come in this morning. Perhaps it's here, they say, adjusting their glasses. And they read it for like a solid 45 seconds, minute or so. Oh, apparently There is a report about such things. Must have been lost in the stack. Would have gotten to it later on today. Again, you guys don't need to roll sense motive. You understand well enough to know what was going on here.
And it, in of itself, likely just seems strange, but now with the context of what we're saying, I'm sure many of you are piecing together what this starts to look like. They've already raided one town more than once. It's not a very big place. They're only going to get so much out of it.
Giselle stands up and says, well, the counselors don't always stand up, but they're like really just trying to like impose, like when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Though when they were making their open, their wholehearted request earlier, there was no one. So anyways, back to it. Stands up and says, "Stop there."
Mm-hmm.
We were already talking about earlier that there was concerns, fright that's going to affect the commerce. This is going to affect commerce even further. Listen, I'm not talking about commerce for the sake of the coin. Don't think I'm trying to be some miserly, money-hungry counselor that doesn't care about the problems. What I'm saying is you're invoking fear, and that's going to hurt commerce, which will further hurt the people in Loshev. People in Loshev will hurt themselves directly, indirectly, because of the fear that you're looking to provoke right now.
You were saying we are provoking fear, but none of this was known until just now when we're sharing it with you. We've known about this for a bit and we've been working on it. We are telling you why we can't help with the first problem, because this one is likely more imminent and a bigger threat.
Allow me to finish. You were going to say that they've attacked Ostrad and that they will continue to do so, and that Loshev itself is in danger. That's ridiculous, considering how far they are from us.
Is that
Aldo
the only thing
starts
that makes it
laughing.
ridiculous?
He just, as Mikhail talks, I just continue laughing. I want to look her directly in the face and laugh at her.
Is that the only case that this is ridiculous? Just the distance?
She shakes her head and says, it's more than distance. They wouldn't have the manpower. They wouldn't have the ability to do so. And then somebody else chimes in and says, no offense, Giselle, but you don't have any experience in matters of war. And she snaps back and says, and neither do you. And he says, and his response is, exactly.
Beltran is in
Mikhail just
charge
kind
of
of gives
the
a
guard,
gesture.
but Beltran is also in charge of this military force. And in town, the guard is doing more than just protecting people. They are... He kind of looks to Mikhail for the word.
Oppressing.
Oppressing. And where the guard can't be oppressing, they've found criminals to take up the reins and do it for them. It's becoming an entire operation of taking money from the people of Hot Gwen and funneling it toward Beltran's god and military. And now they've taken into Estrad a couple of times for resources. Who knows how or why or what they're doing to get the manpower. But it is a real threat. And Hot Gwen is not the place it once was.
I can fill in a gap for you there.
Good.
Beltran has his army, and what did Estrad have? A surplus of food. You need that for an army, right? And you can take from your own citizens to pay them for so long. What happens when there's not much more you can take? Where would they look? Where would the most, where sees the most trade come through? That is a difficult one, isn't it? I couldn't see why they would want Loshev. I mean, soon when the gold runs out there and they start paying them in what? Favors? You see where this is going, right? They're taking Estrad for food. They'll need Loshev for the money.
Somebody else leans over and whispers into High Counselor Rook's ear. And after they do so, they give like a tap on the gavel and says, your point is understood. Your voice is heard, and your opinion respected. However, boy, the snark can be left behind. It's not winning any favors.
I fear that's a pretty heavy ask for our friend. But I want to elaborate this point a bit more because I'm now thinking more on what Counselor Giselle was saying. To be clear, I wasn't just going to immediately say, "Oh, look what he's doing. He attacked here. He's going to get you next." Um, Worse, actually, but I do want to explore that thought. If distance is the only real factor, and you say he doesn't have the manpower, there's one glaring hole in that. We all know, and what was just said recently, is that the only other standing army is in Drazstone. They're bound by a pact that we've already realized he is violating. Who else stops him?
Certainly not Rid. Forvin has a guard, but not much. And between the Knoll attacks and this group that came through, you find yourselves currently weakened. And if this person was sending Beltran updates on such things,
I can tell you what's stopping him right now.
You can see that there's some more details kind of coming through, and again, it's at this point that Fox will stand up, kind of like stand up, leaving his one hand's kind of like resting on his table, or whatever, in front of him, a bench in front of him, and says, "I think we've heard enough. Truth be told, you're sharing information with us, explaining the position you're in and what's happening down there." But all that's happening on either side is we all know what's going on. We all understand what's going on, and we're just pissing each other off, and we're all on the same side of this. So perhaps we kind of get to the deeper point here. You're giving us information, not that we already knew, but expanding on what we already had an understanding of. But that doesn't tell us where your attentions are. Just explaining the situation. You said you were going to divulge what it is that your plans were? Where your attention is. Roll perception checks, the three of you.
Okay.
oh my god, he's Beltran in a wig.
I was almost ready
And
to...
titties. Waiting on one of you. So we know we got Mikhail. Aldo, you happy with your 17, or you want to modify?
No, I'll just keep it 17.
Okay, so Mikhail sees it because it's very subtle, right? But it's good because he's the one that's speaking. So I don't know if anybody else would respond back immediately. So you heard, of course, Fox. You saw him stand up. You heard him say that he's more or less just trying to stop people from like getting angry at each other. We're on the same side. He goes, "But what are your plans?" Mikhail's listening to this or whatever. But then something catches Mikhail's eye. He just kind of like looks over the shoulder, like past what's his name, Fox or Bike Fox, and you see very, very gently the shaking of a head from Gemstone. Once again,
Jim Smith.
Gemstone, sorry. Once again, saying you don't have to say everything. Very, very subtle, like to the point where a 17 didn't see it.
Okay. He doesn't make any obvious acknowledgement of it, obviously, but he will respond and say, "That's the part where things have to get vague on our end. Our plans have gotten out before, and we really can't risk it. But to be as clear as I can, we are trying to deal with this Beltran problem. And that problem, I think, goes even deeper than just his current military escapades. What hasn't been made known, and what we need you to understand, has to remain under wraps for now, until you hear it externally. Beltran was attached to the lashes not just attached. He was their funding.
There's like gasps across the area here, so on and so forth. I don't think
Mikhail doesn't look at Fox because Fox knows.
Oh, okay,
We
so
know
Fox already knew
Fox
that.
already knew.
So there's
Yeah.
gasps there. Even Fox himself is like puts on like a little bit of a show to be understood. However, there is no gasp from Gemsmith. Gemsmith's eyes narrow, his like jaw locks up, and he's like not so much like grab the desk, but you know you can imagine his hands are clenching wherever they're held, maybe on his lap.
Did he not know?
Gemsmith
But
did
Jim Smith
not.
did.
Not about Beltran being the
Not about Beltran specifically.
Yeah.
I don't think if he did, I forgot.
Yeah, Beltran. So Gemsmith didn't know that Beltran was the one who funded his son being kidnapped and whatnot.
So yeah, we probably would have got a reaction earlier then. But I know Fox did because he gave us like the correspondence and stuff that told us it was happening, and like it was the ring was already in like Paradell and other places too.
Mm-hmm.
He actually gave us some info on it. So yeah, Mikhail will say that. And he says, so whatever things you don't believe he would stoop to, you'll need to expand the lengths he'll go to satisfy whatever sick urges he has in his mind. That is our number one priority.
There's lots of conversation, murmuring, and whatnot happening in the background. Eventually, it gets to the point where there has to be tapping of the gavel again. This is new news. You have levied a heavy accusation against a well-connected individual, so much so that I am friends with his family and know him personally, says Rook.
We don't know to what extent the rest of his family is aware.
That's a diplomatic fucking. That is such a fucking rowback, right? Oh my god. Go ahead.
But we are certain of his involvement.
We have proof, don't we?
Yeah. Perfect. Oh wait.
We have his writings or whatever that we grabbed inside the place, or we have the correspondence that was
Ashtara
to
provide
him.
us with things
Is
as well.
Ashtara's stuff, yeah.
The big thing is that your own eyewitness account, but now you have such a
Yeah.
because everything
We
else
have a
could have
paper
been,
trail. I mean, as
but
well.
that paper trail isn't names. It was encoded.
Yeah, it's
to
not
a degree,
names.
you know. So you have to get people to believe that your decoding of it is accurate, which anybody who's faithfully decoding it would believe that. It's whether or not somebody's faithfully doing so or has their own reasons not, whether it be monetarily or otherwise. And then of course your own eyewitness account, Koa literally seeing the person. Blah, blah, blah. But anyways, and then many of his own individual people, like you just got the, what was it, Went?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we grabbed
Went's
Went.
still alive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just
But-
he's in the prison in the crack.
But
I
Went
think.
has turned tail, so maybe he's just saying what he needs to say. You know, like as all these things, right? You get the idea, Jake. But moving on. So back to the thing. He says, so he says, you do your like backpedal or whatever, and he says, well, certainly these accusations are not ones that can leave here or should do so anytime in the near future. But if this is true, then Beltran, that boy, would have to see trial and have proper justice played out.
But let's say we didn't know as solidly as we do. We at least believe this to be a possibility. Can you understand now why this would be something we have to pursue? We can't let stand.
There's like a couple of other people like stand in, and actually Rook is going to put his very slow, wrinkly hand up to stop others from standing up. And he says, because the valiant few carry a moniker, that isn't true. It's said that you have disbanded the slave ring. But unfortunately, you've left that job unfinished. And being valiant as you are, you must correct the mistake of not having completed the job before. Understood as to why you cannot do so again. You already have a task and need to see it to its completion. We can, of course, accept these terms, these understandings, this explanation.
And even with that, our journey does take us east. It is a long road. We won't ignore anything we see related to your request. This place has been kind to us, and many people we care about were hurt in this, were stolen from. We won't ignore it, but we can't be hunters until our priorities are in order.
Understood. All right, counselors, you have heard. Yes, they've heard their argument. We will now agree if we should move on to our next plan. All that agree that this is not the resolution to go for the next one. Raise of hands. And the majority of hands go up. A couple of them do not. Curve Rock has his arms crossed. Seems pissed. Stuff like that. And then you can see that Gemsmith watches the number of hands go up around. Like he's counting them. And then when he sees that the number of hands that go up are enough to vote to move on to the next, he keeps his hand down. He actually doesn't vote to move on. Almost like you can imagine he's correcting the fact that he stepped out of line earlier in front of the others. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Does he seem upset, pissed? Like his reaction to learning about Beltran?
You know that he's going to want to have a side conversation with you.
Sure.
Yeah, he seemed pissed.
All right, counselors. We will now move on to the subject of hiring mercenaries to hunt down these foul individuals and to agree upon the price that we're willing to pay to have this task done. I believe this meeting was supposed to start with 200 gold coin. Says one of the counselors. Says Fox. Hi, Counselor Rook. Before we move on to this next subject, I imagine the Valiant Few have many other things they would like to attend to today. That being said, perhaps we should resolve the issue that they brought up a little bit ago before we move on to any other subjects. They did not agree to move forward with the hunting down of the of them, so their contingency would be null. Says the what's his name, High Counselor Rook. And then before Aldo can even react, full theater kid stage performance, Fox shoots up. How dare! They were not asking as a contingency for the people that were injured in the defense of the town of Loshev. They were asking for the well-being of the people that put their own life and blood on the line, and like full-blown played out there, so on and so forth, to the point where Aldo is about to do it, and Aldo's just like, okay, I guess I'll eat my popcorn. And like, and watch this play out. And there's a lot of like hashing back and forth or whatever about this. But in the end, I imagine your characters will chime in here and there. So just to make sure we can tip the scales heavily in your favor, If you would like to throw in a diplomacy or an intimidate check to weigh in on this, or if Aldo throws in some heavy-handed lie in some way.
Aldo does no such thing. I want to know every councillor that votes no.
Wait, why
I've
did
got
mine roll
nothing to
twice?
say.
Okay.
I got 25. I don't know why.
Oh,
It rolled twice.
nice.
That's really sexy. Wow.
I get it.
This is because it's an initiative Koa actually cares about. Um,
It's like the
uh,
bridge.
what was I going to say? One of the questions was posed, which individuals would get their recompense. It should be equally. What is it? The value of what's returned to those that were harmed should be equal to the value of what was taken from them, starting from the top and working down to the bottom. Of course, is the argument that Curve Rock makes, right? But
That fucking guy, I swear to God.
We're going to be like, why pay any of them? They're useless to us now.
But Fox actually straight out calls him out for, you stingy old fuck, you don't need it. And like and there's like a whole bunch of bickering and gavel hammering and shit like that goes back and forth, and then you guys are privy to like arguments that you shouldn't be privy to about this, and that you guys were
Yes.
able to weigh into your spots. Oh, Koa rolled twice. I thought one of those was
Yeah, I don't know why it clicked twice. The
Kidding.
25. I don't know why that happened.
were you chiming in?
I don't know which counselor he's pretending to be right now.
Oh, guys, is this the most exciting council meeting we've been a part of? Look, they're
It
yelling.
is.
Yeah, this is the most, like, normally they have spider webs growing between their nose and their mouth. Now they're actually, like, fiery.
Were you chiming in on this at all, Mikhail, or no?
That's my perform check.
Yeah, I think Aldo's the one who didn't roll.
Sorry, I didn't recognize the perform check. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Jake,
You
you
got-
gonna participate? Or you
No,
staying out of
Jake
it?
said he was just
Nope.
watching.
He's observing. He wants to see who votes no, so they can disappear quietly in the night.
That he's
Maybe
done that
that is
before.
from Birdman.
He's gonna hard them. Anyways, so Curve Rock votes no, and then Curve Rock's Lackey there that had the paperwork from what's his name voted no. I don't think anybody else would of the council.
Rook?
Oh yeah, Rook would also vote no. That's a good call. Yeah, that makes sense.
He's a real scumbag. Rook.
Let me just confirm that.
He's
before-
worse than Curve Rock. And I'm just saying.
Let me confirm that.
Oh, yeah, at least Curve Rock's up front about being a fucking piece of
Yeah.
shit. We at least know where he stands. God damn, Rook.
Yeah, because like Evelyn would vote yes, Nasada would vote yes, Yellen would vote yes. That's Jim Smith. Curb Rock would vote no. Nathan would vote no. Giselle would vote yes. Ithriel would vote
Wait.
yes.
Fox,
Wait, Fox voted no?
I'm sorry, Fox would vote yes. Sorry, he was obviously
Okay.
you know.
I was like, wait, what the
How
fuck?
dare
He
you
argues,
also no.
argues Curve Rock down and still votes no.
What a power
You're a
move.
scumbag, but I agree.
Right? I don't want to do it either. I just don't like your reasoning.
Oh man, I was gonna make a joke, but then I realized we're alive. Anyways, so where were we? So yeah, the Curve Rock says no, Curve Rock's Lackey says no, and Rook says no. Those three, but they're outvoted by everybody else. Everybody else says yes. So it does.
Who were the
eventually
three?
goes-
Curve Rock, Rook, and what was the third one?
Curve Rock's Lackey. I don't have his name.
Okay,
right now,
that's fine.
but his Lackey guy. But everybody else votes yes. And after that's been resolved, they then say, more or less, you're excused from the council, so you can go and attend to your other matters.
I want to hear about this 200 gold.
You're excused from the council, so you can go.
They should have led with that shit, man. Burying the lead,
That was their starting offer too.
right? Guys, listen, we're the valiant few. We have to go finish what we started. We've got to stop Beltran. That's number one priority. Starting at 200 gold. Hold up a fucking second. It's just
I set all negotiations in your hands.
Beltran will be alive for a while. Like,
this is like when you apply for a job and the HR team is like, all right, so I know I have 200 gold to offer them, but I can probably get approval up to 220 gold. If it's the right candidate, we're good to go. And the person comes in and they say, I'll accept no less than 55 gold. And they go, you know what? I was able to talk to the team and they got back to me. We agree we can do that. We can do that.
So convincing the way you like cried as you spoke there.
right. Completely changed the whole energy of it.
All right. So now what? We have dinner with Fox, and we actually get to leave Loshev.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Right? Was it? Oh, I have to talk to Cleveland. I still haven't done that. Yeah, I have to talk to Cleveland.
So I actually have a few meetings. Dinner with Fox. Talk to Cleveland. And actually, High Counselor Rook is going to send word to speak with you.
Rook?
We've also got to talk to Jim Smith about the whole Beltran reveal.
Yep.
Oh, and then we also have to talk to Hinta again. Okay. We're in Loshev.
I
Swear to God.
Need to say is that fair?
Yeah, we are definitely in
Late we going
Loshev.
tonight?
How did that happen? I don't work tomorrow for the last time in a while.
Unfortunately,
I know
for
Scott
y'all,
does.
I do, and tomorrow's Gwen's only second time ever being dropped off at her camp thingy, so her like daycare thingy.
So if she's not going to be there, you can stay longer.
No, well, one, I have work, and two, I have to get up in the morning to bring her. I can't. Baby's screaming. It's only the second time. I can't leave Brittany on her own to abandon her child. I have to hold Brittany's hand as she abandons her child.
That sounds like a you problem. Let's get these combos out of the way.
I agree. It is a me problem, which is why I'm going to say, hey, everybody, thanks for coming by and hanging out. We actually did
Right.
6 hours. Look at that.
Yeah, we did.
We got the whole way through.
All right. Don't worry about it, Scott. You leave. I'll run the NPCs.
No.
Okay.
I
won't make any of them Bob.
Next week.
Unless Jake asks, then I'll do it.
Next week, I hope my cough is gone. No promise on my voice fully being back, but hopefully my cough is gone. And we're definitely going in that direction. I'm better this week than I was fucking yesterday or over the weekend.
I don't know. I agree with Ninja Sub-Zero. That no sounded too healthy. I'm starting to think you're faking.
You can change your voice.
I don't know. A no sounded real healthy. Came out quick too. 40-year-old voice.
If I was faking a sick voice for 6 hours, I would truly fuck up my voice.
Well, we actually talked a lot of it.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't
Actually,
think you can commit to a bit that long.
I have not posted any sessions VODs yet. I have not touched any of those since
wasn't last session like 3 months ago?
2 weeks
It
ago.
feels like it.
I have not touched any VODs since we got back. So I can give a small little update. So the company that I worked for, as y'all know, I was applying for another job, and the company made me an offer, and they were like, "Hey, you can come work over here," and I said yes. But you don't tell people you say yes to a job, because if word gets back to your job, they can fire you because they heard you said yes to another job. So I was in this weird middle state where I had to be shut up for a while. And it was like a 7-week period from when I said yes to when my first day would be. So I waited 5 weeks to tell my old job, hey, I'm leaving. That way I gave them like the proper 2 weeks notice. That wasn't too much notice, but it also, was respectful, whatever. And when I did so, they were like, actually, how about no? And I was like, this is a pretty good job offer. And they were like, yeah, it's nice. We have a lot of reasons to make you not go. Can you hold up a day or two? And then a day or two later, they told me, all right, we got permission to tell you we're getting acquired. Our company's being bought by another company, and we definitely need you to stay on. So, yeah. And so I had to tell the other job no after 6 weeks, because I waited another week. 6 weeks after I told them yes, I had to tell them no. I feel horrible. And then I stayed with the new one, and then finally we got acquired. And then finally it's public enough that I can say that I work for the company that got acquired or whatever. But it's, yeah. It's been a roller coaster, and work is fucking crazy as we're doing all this crazy stuff. Like here's an example. On Friday, I got handed my HR paperwork that I had to fill out Friday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have health insurance starting Saturday. So things have been crazy. Yeah. But
I do always love how hopeful Wade looks when Scott is about to start a work story, because Scott will say something exciting like, "Oh, I have an update." And he's like, "Oh, an update? That sounds fun." And you start talking about work, and he just wilts. It's like he goes grayscale. Like
We've heard the
everything
story.
just flees.
It's one of those things where it's like, say a word, say that word and one more word. Like we've heard these work updates to the point where it's like I can rehash the whole fucking thing because I know the first three quarters by default.
You have. I haven't said anything to anybody else in so long.
It's like how like my dog knows the phrase like "do you want?" because it's usually followed by like a treat or to eat. But I could also follow it with a bath, and he gets really hype all the way up through the word "want," and then if I say like a bath, then that's what Wade seems to look like right at like that level of disappointment.
Yeah. Do you want to go to?
It could have been everything.
I'll give you a different update, Wade.
I don't know. I don't want to hear about your ass cheek again either.
Bratwurst, as she walks throughout the house, is piddling constantly. Like every 3 steps, drops of pee comes out because of how old she is. And so
Are you framing this?
Now we have to put diapers on her so that she stops peeing all over the floor that my toddler wants to pick things up off of and put in her mouth. So now my dog has diapers because she can't even hold in her pee while she's walking or anything.
We could have gotten through a Fox update in the last like 10 minutes of hearing about your job. No offense, I really care. But like for the 100th time in the last 2 months.
But
and then hearing about your dog's piss habits.
15 in 4 days, turning 15. They give it like a Keers update.
Do I give those here very often?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever heard one. I don't think that's happened one time on this entire run.
It's the
You've got
only
500 rooms in your Discord you could share all this information in.
Well,
no, but yeah, but honestly, it's pretty on brand for you that during our campaign you talk about this shit, and then whenever we message you in the Discord, we get ignored, and you go to the other rooms, you're like, "Oh man, what a meme! I love Joe Schmogan podcast."
I didn't say that.
You know, my favorite comedian back in the '60s. Let me go into that room and talk about that.
George
Let me go to Daiquiri.
It's true. Yeah, he can't post in there at the moment because we're not asking him questions in Discord. There's nothing any of us want to know.
So let me randomly just take shots at Wade. Nerd stuff, cookery. Where else are you in all these days? Not so serene. Not politics. Well, how often is Scott in our Kingmaker chat? Never.
That's not true. I'm always there.
Also,
the last what Rook wanted though.
I think
what is this last meme you posted? How is that a meme?
Wait, which meme?
It's a weird robot taco or some shit. Like what?
Oh, that's the symbols.
What?
You're talking about mine. You're about the monkey. No, you're about the robot thing. Never mind. I think you're about a different thing. Our room, Scott. October 28th.
No, people were talking about tacos.
October 28th. Scott posted
tacos.
in Kingmaker. Us. Huh? Where's the stream? Yeah. What's going on? No updates. Scott. November 4th. Let's see. That's 29, 30, 31, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it took 7 days exactly, which is, Oh yeah, yesterday for any update on what the fuck's going on.
I want to let you know.
But every day in between, you've been in Not Politics and Not So Serene and Eat My Ass and all the other rooms.
It was 2 days ago.
The people who are not in the Discord, I'm not gonna tell you which of those rooms is the real and which are the fake. You're just gonna have to find out on your own.
We don't just have a passion for cooking. you also have a passion for tossing. Okay? You know, you have to eat all the things that are put on the table. Just the way it goes.
Okay.
Speaking of eating things put on the table,
Fuck.
Mikhail, is there any content you'd like to put on the table for us to gobble up? I said Mikhail, I didn't say Keegan. I meant Keegan.
I was gonna say I don't think Mikhail does. 'Cause people are gonna make pants jokes and be weird. Um. Anyway, yes, I don't know. I do something. My brain is turning off. Tuesdays on twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. I will be running my own game in Pathfinder First Edition called Into the Storm, which we are on like the final arc, and it's taking forever because it is. But just Giselle, who is also a player in my game and a good friend of mine, not just a counselor in Scott's World that he named that because he was being a dick. Yeah, her character finally got like actually rezzed. So I got to do like a really cool reveal where she got revived and then her old body was still there being like, what the fuck? And she was like, oh wait, but I'm me. So that was fun. So check out the repercussions of that next session. Like
Do you,
nature
like,
of
coma her?
consciousness and shit. Yeah, basically.
Oh God.
Pretty much, yeah. Hey, listen, again, they beseeched an evil deity over like secrets and shit to get her back. I did not make that decision. I had other ideas on how to revive her character. They were the ones who were like, beseech the evil god to bring our friend back. And then went and revived her anyway in a different way behind the evil god's back. So there was a drawback.
I feel
Did
like
they
one of
have
your
like an
players.
alternative, or is this one of those things like you're pulling a Scott where like you showed them a path, they took the path, you're like, you dumb evil bastards.
No, they legitimately surprised. Okay. They legitimately surprised me with the decision to beseech that deity. I did offer them the res, but I gave them warning that like there could be consequences, as well as the player who was getting
Okay,
res.
so you weren't like, there's a really good deity. There's a bartender that walked in. This deity that you're talking to sits down, is talking with you about rezzing and stuff like that, and come to find out, the bartender that walked in was actually the one that was the evil deity that did the deed. That was overhearing it, but it was just mentioned like a brief half a second. It wasn't like that.
No, it wasn't like that at all.
Okay.
No, I didn't pitch the idea. They were the ones who were like, "Hey, we have this thing. Let's offer it to the god." And I was like, "Okay, sure, yeah. That you sure? All right, let's do it." I gave him one. Are you sure?
And instead of having like 2 hero points to res and save herself, she didn't use one and get told like there was a rock with like "I heart genie" written on it or something like Koa got for
All right,
his
look.
hero point.
Dude, I'm nice to my players.
Okay.
I'm not giving them a fucking cool rock. That's not gonna happen. They'll get like
I bet a
weapons
I
and
didn't get to
shit.
keep the rock,
Scarf?
dude.
Can I get one of those?
No,
I feel like one of your players watched Silicon Valley
They
and was
can't.
like, I want to be Guilfoyle. And then they're like, let's go Satanist. And we'll summon demons that'll solve our problems. And that's how we got where we are. I'm trying to think which of your 2 friends that are in that one would be the Guilfoyle apologist.
well, all 3 of my players are my friends. So
No, I'm talking about which of the
Why does
2
the cast
gentlemen
of
that isn't
Silicon
just
Valley
because
look like
Panda
Good
or,
Charlotte 30 years later or something? What is this cast they've got? Sorry.
no,
Anyways,
and watch that show,
what show? Sorry.
Silicon Valley.
I've
Oh,
never seen it either.
it's I watched it relatively recently because I'm in software and everybody tells me to watch it, so I was like, yeah, it's funny.
Did you get your second wind yet? Should we just
No,
go ahead and?
I'm
do
gonna
these,
say, Wade, tell us about Distractable.
Well, so actual serious sad news. Mark and Amy lost their dog to cancer last week, so we've
Oh,
not gotten
yeah.
a chance to get together and record Distractable episodes. So Monday we had a Best of Me compilation come out. I don't know what is coming out. I didn't know that was coming out. I also don't know what's coming out Friday or Monday. So hopefully there's Distractable, and if so, if it's new content, that'd be surprising to me. But yeah, we're giving obviously them some time to grieve, and we're figuring stuff out in the meantime. So whatever you guys see Friday, if anything, will be probably a compilation of some kind. But hopefully we'll get back to making content here soon. But as of right now, I don't really fully know what to expect because we're kind of playing everything by ear.
Yeah. Sorry for the loss of the puppy. I'll be there with you soon, buddy. Sucks.
You're dying?
It's kind of what you made it sound like.
No,
Yeah.
my dog also has cancer.
Oh, that is sad. But I feel like
it is sad.
you care less than they did.
We all just wear emotions differently. It's like I'm sitting here and I'm like, mwah, ha, 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 ha. I just express differently. It's what we do.
Didn't you literally try to get rid of your cat for years?
Oh, God, I hate cats. But I took care of that cat and I loved its death and I kept trying to get it into the house, but it wouldn't let me bring it back into the house. It lived inside for
Not
14...
the animal lover, everyone.
It lived
But don't
inside
worry,
for...
we're going to end a call and we'll be in call for at least an hour and 45 minutes hearing more job updates.
It lived inside for 15 years and then it moved outside and it wouldn't come back in. And then I got hit by a car. It sucked.
I do believe you're really trying to get it back into the house. I do believe that because cats are notoriously.
I believe
difficult.
that because Brittany told you to.
Well,
No,
also,
no.
by the way, if you guys didn't know, Scott calls his oven the house. I don't know why it's super weird, but he definitely does. I thought it was like a white people thing, but apparently it's just him.
It is not a white people thing, at least for me.
Yeah, but you know, maybe I don't know. It's just weird to me.
Anyways, Jake, any updates? Want to tell us about the vacation you're on with this get up you have going on right now? Where are you?
This
Yeah.
protection, dude.
Are you-
No comment.
Are you in like
No
Old
comment.
Zealand or something? No? Okay.
Not in Old Zealand. Not in New Zealand.
What's old?
My power went out, and it was going to be out all day. So I thought I would, not let the group down, and definitely not give Scott a reason to cancel the session.
Doesn't Jake look like he's on one of those old Who's Line skits where like Colin's standing in front of like a picture of him doing something and he has to like describe what's going on? Or like a
little
really
bit, yeah.
shitty infomercial.
It's pretty intense blur.
Whoa, hold on, Ninja. One, go fuck yourself. And two, having a laptop and being able to stream are two very, very, very different things. Where I stream from can't be done from a laptop. I literally have a big PC with 3 monitors and some microphones and that. I can't stream that from a laptop. That would cost me less than thousands of dollars to go and get to be able to do. And then explain to my wife, this is what I'm doing with an evening on vacation. Nope.
All you gotta do is just we just run the game out of Discord. You just jump in there, have people join. Don't give them voice permissions except us.
Is
You
Scott
know?
trying to say
Can't
the
record.
internet doesn't exist in Italy?
No, hold on. First of all,
Yeah,
I tried to do it
Wow.
in Maine. And do you remember what happened? Now I get perpetually made fun of for my daughter in a frozen lake because I tried to stream from Maine and
Yeah,
the
but
stream
Maine
froze
is
so
different
bad.
than-
What? But
Italy.
couldn't you have Kiken boot everything up and run it, but you just join like we do?
Theoretically, yes. So while I was in Italy, what we could have done was I could have gone live at 2 a.m. and kept the other 7 people in the house awake because
Uh-huh.
we were getting
Sounds like a
Airbnbs
plan.
that weren't huge, and then streamed until 8 a.m. And then everybody else is now awake and starting to get ready or whatever it is while I haven't
Yeah.
slept. And then I have to go and chase around an infant inside of fucking another country that doesn't know what sidewalks in Italy don't have ramps. They have crosswalks, but and people are very respectful there. If you're in a crosswalk, they stop. It's pretty awesome. It's unlike here where they run you over and they say, I fucking dare you to step out there. But they have no ramps. So if you have wheelchairs and strollers, you have to anyways. Yeah.
I really hope no one that's working for these 18 companies that are trying to hire you ever watch these streams, because you never find solutions, you find excuses.
That's because I'm not at work. I use all my brain at work. At home, Brittany gets so mad at me because like she'll be like, "Oh, blah 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 blah," and I'm like, "I don't know what that is," but like at work, I remember everything, just because work brain and brain is different brain.
Yeah, he saves all of his cope for afterwards. Just it's all cope all the time.
I'm a very dedicated employee.
Yeah.
Well, definitely could have got that conversation with Fox out, but I guess we should wrap it up.
No, we
Yeah,
need
it's
20 minutes of this.
I
Don't worry,
agree.
we'll get another hour of job update as soon as this ends.
I
Can't
agree.
wait.
I agree with you, Jake. As we close the stream, let me press the away screen thing here. Where is this button? I agree that Gemsmith should have wrapped it up. That makes perfect sense.
Marla.
What does Rook want?
What?
Yeah, what does Rook fucking want? What the fuck does that guy need?
How fucked was the trump card that made like the Birdman thing go sideways? That not only did Kurog
Was
burn
it
his book,
6?
but now this entire
Like-
group came to town. It's fucked shit up.
I thought stacking wasn't a thing anymore.
It wasn't one and it wasn't stacking. One took place, then a while later another one took place that evolved. Then a while later another one took place that evolved. It's just months have passed. Since the Birdman thing happened, the session with the Birdman, how many IRL months ago was that session? It's actually, we can find that answer while we
I don't know, man. We
Oh, I
play,
didn't set up a
every 3
raid.
weeks nowadays. I have no idea.
Where's the raid? How do you raid? This is not your raid.
You've not even rated any. What?
It's been a while. I don't remember. All right.
That is so fucked. Like a man dresses as a bird one day.
Steve, you don't
And
need to
months
redeem
later-
cards. We're still getting the stacks from before.
A group of monster hunters comes in and commits fucking like grand larceny in the town. And those two events are directly related.
Can I also point out, Jake has been dead silent so much of this campaign, and he finally is like, I'm going to crack a joke. And Scott and the world are like, what if we fuck over the party eternally for that joke?
He literally just did the equivalent of like what the dude in the Bigfoot suit did. Just dressed up, walked in view for a little
like,
while,
I
and
wanna
then
have
fucked
fun.
off.
And everyone's like, no fun. What if all of your shit gets burned, your town gets ruined, and this huge horrible side quest pops up with people that you're not able to be dealt with, but they're gonna certainly cause you more headaches.
What's the name of the bird quest again? I thought it was like something about feathers.
Did you raid yet?
Your
Your credits
it's on-
are over.
No,
It's
if he
on-
rated,
it's
we'd be
on
hearing
screen.
about his job.
There's no Carltons.
Oh no, I got
You
rid
know
of it.
we're still
I
alive,
cleaned
and we're
up
not
my
like,
desktop.
so anyway, with my job.
No, nothing with the job. Rusty Blade, home to Hod Gwen.
Birds
Change of
and
plans,
feathers or something.
Oh, we're
Robot
auto rating.
dreams.
Thank God. Get us
Yeah.
out of here.
Oh,
It
birds
is
and beaks, I
bird
found
time.
it.
Yeah. The birds and the beaks.